back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. Today is a very special stream for like a whole bunch of weird reasons. By the way, it's February 25th, 2025, 225-2025. What do the numbers mean? How's everyone doing? Notably, this is the first ever stream on the new computer. Stream like this. We've done like a tabletop stream. So everything is going to look exactly the same. And hopefully it does, honestly. If it looks different or worse, it's because I messed something up. As in like earlier, 10 minutes ago, where I set the stream to the wrong channel. And I think I might have streamed accidentally on the Crash Base or the Eternal Super League. There's no way of knowing. Welcome to the real stream. The fake one was just kind of for fun. Hey, John, this is an opening I get behind. We have some like swing in there. Space Train Unlimited. Jump, jive, and swing is what it's called. Hopefully doing well. New computer hype. It's been really good. It's been like the editing computer. It does all the good stuff. But I've been like really, I want to say lazy. It's just a lot of work to move all your elements from one computer to the other. Because firstly, it's like you have to do the stream deck and it has to be exported and remapped, and that doesn't always work. Then you have all your OBS with all your assets and all those like little minor weird things, all the OBS plugins. And there's probably a better way to export all and go from there, but it's just a lot of work. Then I have to like unplug the microphones and put them in here and unplug all the other sound equipment and then just hope that I don't have to bounce it back and forth. So once you do it, you're committing to like a really big thing, because otherwise you spend so much time unwiring and rewiring. So I think from now on, this is going to be the computer. It's still missing some things, I think, but otherwise should be okay. We'll get there. Hey, great to see you here on the Crash Base. How's it going, Gold Lava? How you doing? How was did you play at a district this weekend, I think? Tack, happy Tuesday. How you doing? Matt, oh no, Jazzy. How you going? How you doing? Trap Ping Ping, also happy Tuesday. Hey, Lucille, it's a funky date tonight. Didn't realize. Yeah, it's a weird one. Not super weird, but pretty weird. Big same here, Yozan, debating when to make the swap. It's like, it feels like pulling off a Band-Aid. To some extent, maybe I was happy with having like the work computer and then like the streaming computers being two separate things. But my old computer is really aging to the point where the capture card, one of the inputs, doesn't work anymore, which was a bad thing to find out because I'm meant to do recording for Velma's Diner tomorrow. And then it turns out the capture doesn't work. So I have to move all the capture stuff to here. And that's been like 4 to 5 hours of work and it's not even finished. Basically, the other computer, I don't know what I'm going to have a use for it besides being like a second input sometimes for certain things if I need to. But it's kind of got to the end of things. So hopefully we're holding on. Daojan, how's it going? Hey, y'all. Hey, Dan as well. Hey, how you doing? Cold Lava said, I went to Boston, got 5th, just missing the cut, but it was a clean cut, non-SOS, so that's fine. Died to Bushi snare. Classic Atea snare. Bushi Maiji was like the top placing Atea Worlds and is playing a list that nobody knows how to play around because it's not a very common archetype. And there's something to be said about that. It's an Atea that has snare and then just uses like Blood in the Water on tempo. I had the pleasure of playing against it at Mansion Runner last year. Mind you, Bushi does also organize Mansion Runners. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's a cool deck. Oh, things are frozen. We'll be fine. Velma's Diner content, 3rd channel confirmed, not abandoned. Definitely not abandoned. I've updated the what's it called? The logo just the other day. Somebody found out. They were like, wait, did you update this? I don't know how you found that. But that was pointed out. Maddie did a new logo. I textured it. So I'm meant to be recording with Jeff. I've re-updated the rig so that the TTS rig looks really, really nice with multicam and all this sort of stuff. So I'm really excited for it. But the problem is like the first content is always like kind of disappointing because it's not as good as you want it to be. But the first content is also the first content a lot of people see. So it's this weird like middle point to be like, hey, welcome to the new channel. Also, it's not as good as it can be. So we'll figure it out. Make your old PC a file server. I have like not a Plex, but a Jellyfin server over there that we don't even use that much. So there's definitely ways to use it, but I don't want it. It's loud. Like at this point, it's just loud. I've cleaned it. It's still loud. And so I don't want the loud PC here in this room because it picks up on the microphones. I got back from Scotland districts on Sunday. Happy to be going back in October. We had so much news this week. We're going to be jumping straight into the news. A lot of really, really good news. They announced where Worlds is, which is a nice treat. They showed off 4 cards from Elevation, which I did not think we would see this soon, let alone 4 cards attached to like a really cool thing. I don't want to say it's a product because it might not actually be a product, but very, very, very cool. We'll be diving into that in a second. I just want to catch up on chat. Boston districts was really fun. Can't wait for Pittsburgh districts this weekend. Yeah, we're in the middle of it. There's like 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7 districts last weekend. There's going to be more this weekend for sure. We have a district here in Montreal. I'm going to be shouting out the date. The tentative date that I want is the beginning of April, the first weekend of April. I'll let y'all know as soon as I can to get that date locked in. And then, of course, we got our Mega City buy, so that'll be happening sometime probably at the end of June. But I'll let y'all know as soon as I know. Hey, Wenjong, two Issuaq top two different events last weekend. Just saying. I saw your results at Toronto. Hopefully you're doing well. I got a message from Diogen because I've been in this like thread about making kind of arguing against, I'll be honest, on my side. What's it called? Whatever the new identity is from HB that nobody plays. The armed one, the military one, Stegadon one, you know the one. And somebody played it in Toronto and came in first at the CTK or the GNK, I'm not sure what it is. And I don't think they ended up playing in the top cut. And Diogen, I think, posted like a quote from it out of context. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Thunderbolt, thank you. Antoine, how's it going? It's Thunderbolt. Oh, man. So I don't know. Hey, Métropole, hey, chat, how you doing? This is Decklist of the Week for some reason. I just want to be very clear. This is a pretty bad timeline that we're going down here. Just like very big snare in HB energy. Just huge snare in HB energy. I'm not meant to be making people feel bad about their deck choices. It's apparently against the code of conduct. I think that's really important. I think we're punching up if we're punching Jai, so it doesn't feel too bad. But yeah, we're just at like peak Sysant on HB. Great. Sign me up. JNet Casuals could be a lot of fun. there's impact to your choices, Jai. I don't know why we're doing this. I feel like this isn't loading. Is my internet bad or is NetRunner bad? When you click on a card, it opens the card. When you click on the card, it opens the card. What's going on? Welcome to the new computer. We'll find out all the cool new ways it works. We'll figure it out. Bay Area District is next Saturday, March 8th in Berkeley, California. Yeah, Changeling, how's it going? That's sick. EMEA Online District is this weekend. I had no idea that the online districts were this soon. And then I think I got a ping for like commentary in the NSG commentary chat. So if we go to Null Signal Games, I think EMEA is the first one. And then I think it goes North America. And then I think it goes to, don't look at all these new cards. Don't worry about those. That's not important. And then it goes to APAC's the last one, I think. So the first one is this weekend. Probably starts on, they're generally one-day events. So it's either Saturday or Sunday. Saturday, March 1st at 9 a.m. GMT. So I'm not good at time zones. That could be any time. If you want to get $10 just to get Spin Doctors, you can just register and not play. Now that's like not a good look. And I think they're going to get way more registrations than they are going to get players. But if you just want $10 US for Spin Doctors, you can just register technically 3 times and get 9 Spin Doctors for $30, which like not a bad deal, honestly. But yeah, I think people are going to be playing for sure. I think it's going to be interesting because this is like, you know, the end of an era of FFG cards. So people want to like pull out their cards for the last minute. I think that's really fun. Hey, Radish, super excited for Pittsburgh Districts, oracling for Brandon. Oh, sick. Brandon's down there. Hell yeah. I think Brandon was down in Philly probably for the last time, or in Pittsburgh maybe for NAMPC last year. That's cool. Daniel, how's it going? Nice to catch you started one of these lives. Welcome. We started 5 minutes late because we messed it up just in time. There's Diogen. Shout out to Tim going 4-0 in Toronto CEO with Thunderbolt. Good old Thunderbolt. Meta Force. 9 a.m. GMT is like 1 a.m. Canada. Yeah, that's what I imagined. I imagine this starts on Sunday for us. It usually does. It starts at like really early in the morning. Oh no, it would be in the morning earlier than this. So yeah, 1 a.m. 9 a.m. GMT for me, I think that's going to be like 4 in the morning. For the West Coast, it's like 1 a.m. Sounds like JS is broken. Is that what's happening? Yo, Sandarin, how's it going? Yeah, apparently not good, huh? Hey, I know you're Lord of the Rings head. Did you play the Lord of the Rings card game? Because Maddie and I have been actually sitting down and playing through the sagas. Because we now have all the saga expansions. So we've actually been going through the books. And it's been pretty fun so far. We've had a good time. Hey, Super, now how's it going? Firefox has had some questionable updates lately. Oh, shit. I'm a big Firefox head. I don't know why clicking on cards is not working. That seems like it's going to be a problem for us at some point. Actions have consequences. I mean, you're right. I totally deserve this. I'm so sorry, Jai. Never works in the main page. You always have to go to the actual deck list for them to work. Okay, that's good to know. I felt like this used to work. Maybe it did on my other computer. There's no way of knowing. David, it's going well. We have some really good news. Shout out to the NSG team for dropping good news on a Monday and a Tuesday, not on Fridays. The worst literal Metropole Grid time. We have a lot of great stuff to catch up on. I'm just going to catch up on chat. Yeah, 5 a.m. on the other coast. Hexnet, how's it going? Looking forward to seeing your opinions on the scoops. Yeah, we got a lot of scoops. Alex, I never did. Netrunner and Parenting, and now Arkham take up all my time. Oh, that's totally fair. It's hard to get into Lord of the Rings. I think it's the least approachable, arguably, of the LCGs that FFG supports. But it is like, it's a really old engine, and you can tell it's like really complicated, and definitely could use some, you know, some shining in certain corners. But the game is difficult. It has like 1 card per turn draw, which also can be frustrating. So there's some good stuff. Hey, Colonel, love Lord of the Rings LCG. Yeah, we've been having a good time. Unfortunately, Merry and Pippin haven't died, so that's bad. And now we have to figure out whether just heard Maddie like mournfully yell from the other room. So I'm not sure whether we're gonna replace Merry and Pippin with other hobbits from our card pool or non-hobbits, or just kind of pretend that that didn't happen. Because the deck without Merry and Pippin is gonna be pretty dang bad when you build your hobbits deck. Droids, how's it going? We talking scoops? Yeah, we did. We haven't. We will. The best Lord of the Rings card game is Movie Block from Lord of the Rings TCG from Decipher. Hot take? What the heck is that? I have so much background lore. I'm sure I'd enjoy it. Give Fredegar a chance. Don't know who that is. Yeah, we're doing the campaign versions. So we're doing the saga campaigns and we're actually playing campaign mode. So your consequences and the boons and the burdens will carry from one to the other. And the Watcher in the Water did eat some hobbits, which is not good. Have you tried Earthbound Rangers? Mezzy, how's it going? Yeah. Sure did. I have the expansion coming out. It comes in Canada, I think May to June, April, May maybe, so like soonish. I've beat this once. I'm working through it again solo. It's the sort of thing that will show up probably on the crash base at some point, especially when the expansion comes out. I think it's quite neat. It is definitely like a bit more vibes based. I don't think it's a great deck builder. I think the deck building part of Earthbound Rangers is like easily the worst part of it. But all the other gameplay stuff around it is really quite cool and very unique. I'm very excited for the expansion, specifically because it can make the card pool a fair bit bigger. So yeah, looking forward to that for sure. Hey, and speaking of crash base, if you don't know, we did our first ever stream on Friday night. I just had some time, and by time I mean 4 hours apparently. I didn't know, it felt like 2 hours, I'll be honest. And so the camera and everything was set up, so I put things down and said like, hey, I'll try and use the space to do a studio. And while there were like certain technical issues, as you imagine, some rules mistakes, turns out playing card games live is really difficult. Whenever you watch a streamer playing a solo card game and they make a mistake, you're like, what are you doing? And then it's like, holy shit, you have a microphone in the way, you're dealing with all this stuff. I'm pulling up all the cards. Mind you, that's a really big thing too that I want to make. So anytime largely that I do solo stuff or board game stuff on the channel, I'm going to try and have this like thing where I can pull up all the cards. So anytime we say the name of the card, I'll have the full card text, which my goal is to make something like Marvel Champions as accessible as possible. It was a fair bit of work to set this all up, but it works pretty well. I think I have to work on that. There's definitely some glare down here, so I have to move the lights. And I think overall the cards are a bit washed out because the glare angle is pretty bad. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe a polarizing filter, but the stream was really fun. I played through the entirety of the Red Skull campaign besides the final villain, Red Skull himself, which is a really fun finale. So I think I might just like do that offline and record it and put up on the crash space just as like a standalone video. So it's only 30 minutes instead of 4 hours. I think your deck boxes just arrived like 10 seconds ago. Oh shit, you ordered them. Okay, cool. Hell yeah, that's really cool. This was good fun. If you want to check it out, again, Crash Space Grid, you can find it at youtube.com/crashbasegrid. I can just put the link of this will be in the description of what as well, but we're going to be doing a bunch of different things. I was going to stream yesterday and just do like a little short stream because the demo for Monaco 2 came out surprisingly yesterday. Unfortunately, I've been really behind and I've just been doing technical stuff, moving everything to the new computer for Velma's Diner, and that took the whole damn day. So if I had like an hour and a half, I'll just like pop on this Crash Space stream and stream non-Netrunner stuff for a bit. So if you want to jump into there, it's been a lot of fun. It was really cool. Rora, hey. Andre, I should not be awake right now. It's like really late, right? It's like 1 in the morning, isn't it? How you doing? Frediger Fratty Bolger, one of the hobbits who traveled with Frodo very early on. Oh, Maddie's actually probably going to play... Oh, not Fatty. I don't think Fatty is a card that we have in the card pool, but I think she's going to be play Folco. Whoever Folco is. That's apparently a real hobbit. Folco. Who knows? How can this happen? Merry and Pippin? Yeah, Sam's alive, though. Sam seems pretty important. It's an old game, came around the Lord of the Rings movies. Oh, neat. Fatty Bulger, the Pete Best of the Hobbits. Buddy and I got wrecked by the Watcher this past weekend. Were you playing the Watcher in the Water campaign? Or like, sorry, the scenario? Or were you playing the Saga stuff? I'm still waiting on the Earthbound Rangers second printing to arrive. Super pumped. Yeah, the game is really cool. Very quite neat. The team at the Earthbound Games has like grabbed a couple more people. So like MJ, who used to work on Arkham Horror, is now working there, which is great. I think they're putting out their second game, which has a name that I think is not very memorable, but people are excited about it. So it's good. Might get overshadowed by the recent news, but Scottish District Champs was this weekend, and the ID split was very funky. Mercury is the most repped runner in the room. Sobek, I saw. I saw some of the results while it was going on Saturday, and it was like 4 Mercury was tied for the highest representation. I think the top cut was largely criminal. I think we saw that from the UK as well, that like criminal players are just seeing a lot of success over there. I'm not sure if those lists were published, but I think we're going to go through ABR and look at some results as well from the weekend, because you're just seeing really weird stuff. And for what it's worth, like, I don't want to be dismissive about it. I think there's some really good reasons to do that sort of stuff. I think we're also in this like weird season where people, you know, are kind of doing whatever they want. And that works really well. Like districts were kind of like, I guess they're kind of like regionals, but to me, they feel more like store championships from the FFG era, which were like competitive, but you can still like do the weird thing. And then eventually when things get, you know, more like nationals and mega cities, that sort of thing, they iron out. But I think we're still seeing really weird stuff do well, which I think is cool, especially for like maybe, I don't know how big events are. What's Bonnie Town? Oh, Edinburgh. Have you seen the Worlds announcement? Yeah. Oh, I see. Falco Buff and another Frodo's close friends. We are doing Saga without campaign mode for the first time, though. How did Crim convert? I think Crim converted pretty well in most places. I think there was at least a couple Mercuries in the top cut. It's actually really early, like 5 a.m. right now, but I have no responsibilities today, so I don't want to go back to sleep. Oh, no, you fall asleep. You think you're not going to get up today. I mean, starting at 5 a.m., like it's definitely a choice you can do. You have a whole day in front of you. That might be excited. Also, just under 1/3 of the room was on PE. The Scots are saddest. I think PE is underrepresented. I think PE is really, really good. I would consider heavily taking PE to a tournament event because it's a sort of deck that people can just lose to. You don't have to win. And that's actually pretty good at an event. For what it's worth, like Mercury also fits in that camp. Like you could just lose to Mercury and Mercury doesn't have to win, if you know what I mean. Like, what are you going to do? Stop the inside job on HQ where they see 3 cards? Oh, how? Whoa, interaction. So like, I do think there's some strong reasons to play either of those, as much as I think I'm going to miss PE when it goes to some extent. I'd love to see an APAC Worlds one of these years. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it would be really hard. I'm really excited that there's Continentals and in-person play. Like there's going to be major events and there's a lot of good stuff going on in APAC. For Worlds, it's really, really difficult because it's just very expensive for the majority of the player base to get there, unfortunately. Like it's just the sad reality of it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be that guy, but it's going to be hard for sure. Bringing Merc is announcing this game is a slot machine and I'm feeling lucky. Cobalt, how's it going? It's like, that's a bit more dismissive than I'd want it to be. But yeah, there's some metas where it's really, really good. That's a powerful ability to do. And also, like, sometimes your opponent just can't interact with it, right? Like, this is the Mercury issue. All right, small Mercury rant. It's been a minute. There's a lot of different ways to play sports, okay? Different teams do different things for sure, okay? So one of the ways you can play like hockey, supposedly, I'm not a big hockey head, is you can just take slap shots, right? You can just go up, you know, cross the line and then as hard as possible, just, you know, shoot the puck on net as much as possible. And, you know, eventually one of those goes in and it works really, really well. I would say that gameplay style doesn't have finesse. And that's okay. It's a successful gameplay style that may work. But if you just want to take slap shots, yeah, that can win. You can overwhelm the goalie with enough slap shots. Eventually some of them go in. Or, you know, there's other play styles that have finesse, which involves like, you know, passing the puck between your players and then like, you know, having a one-timer and you get it in and it's cool. You're on a power play. You've done something cool. You've diversion of funds them. You know, there's other ways to do it as well. Maybe Hermes is your power play. I don't know. But to me, most of the Mercury decks I see are just like slap shots, .deck. And it just lacks a sort of finesse that I like in Netrunner, where it's more like, okay, I'm going to put, you know, down, what's it called? The one that makes you see more cards, Pretty Mary, and I'm gonna, you know, bypass an ice with backstitching and then jailbreak and see 4 cards. It's just like, well, I had no way of interacting against that. Like slapshots.deck. And slapshots can work. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Not my thing though. It's okay. Tone lighthearted indeed. There's a bit more nuance. Yeah, for sure. And there's definitely going to be players who play Mercury well and play Mercury worse. There's definitely like a Mercury. You have to know what you're doing. I just think most of the Mercury decks I've seen, I would rather like have an identity ability that allows me to control the game and like interact with the corporation and make the corporation interact with me, as opposed to saying, I hope your ice doesn't do anything because I'm bypassing it. It's just, I don't like bypass. There are 3 Crim, 3 Anarch at Bathgate top 8. Where's Bathgate? I think there's an APAC Worlds. There needs to be 2 years heads up for the extra planning and saving. Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to kind of let people know ahead of plans, excuse me. In a few years, I'm hoping for something in Singapore or something for Worlds. You'll definitely see like big Continentals. And then also like there could be grassroots tournaments, stuff like that for sure. I just think it's going to be very difficult because it's kind of saying like this Worlds is not going to have that many people comparatively, which like It's a bummer, that's for sure. Like, I'm not believing Canada is going to get Worlds again in the next decade because we've had it in 2022, technically, right? But yeah, I don't know. The Métropole Grid guarantee open stream. Andre ranting about Mercury. Ian, come on, please. Ian, we got through all of 2025. You got me at a bad time. It's been all of 2025. February 2020, 25th, 2020. Whatever, man. I don't care. Is Mario eSports would be a slapshot way to play then? No, it's Mario eSports is not a slapshot way. It's one big slapshot, but like it is just a combo deck. Like we've seen Rush combo decks, whether it's mid-seasons and to kill, like they're all kind of similar, whether it's brain rewiring. Some of them have more interaction points, but that's just like a linear combo deck that the runner again can just like F and die to if they just touch an agenda at a bad point. Finesse, also P. John, there's so much more of PE in like loud. There's so much more finesse in loud PE. The sort of PEs that don't have finesse are like attritional PE. I know the last game we played was attritional, but that's because you kept deep diving me. Like, what did you want me to do? Lose? What about Bypass and Ari? It's a bit better because, like, to me, it's a bit more interesting. It's kind of worse because things come from hand, but there's a limited reach to it, right? To some extent. You're also like not inherently rewarded for bypassing. It's just a thing you can do like every other runner can do. The identity ability being like bypass is your thing. Like, that's not fun. Bathgate is where Scottish districts was held. Oh, okay. Thank you. When all the corps are playing heavy damage, just dodge the ice. Would Mercury be more interesting in Anarch instead of bypassing and be more about tanking subs with things like Banner or Banhar? Yeah, maybe. Like letting subs resolve is kind of cool. It does feel criminal though. Multi-axis also feels a bit criminal, so I kind of get it. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Just bypass.deck is not for me. Pat, so glad I attended a Robbie Burns night this year. The haggis wound its way to my Broca's area, and now I can understand the brogue. What are you doing, Pat? Bathgate is between Glasgow and Edinburgh. Oddly massive game store. Oh, cool. I haven't been here in weeks, and it was the first thing I heard. I promise you, Ian, it's not a bit. We've gone like 20-25 Mercury less. It's been fine. Arkezigo, I already asked this before, but what is the name? What is the name of the new way to digitally play Netrunner? Someone is working on non-Jinteki. Oh, Lucille's working on something called NRO, Netrunner Online. I think it's in beta phase to some extent, whether it's closed or public. I think it's more closed, but it's NRO. I don't know if there's any way to like look at it publicly, but it's talked about in Green Level Clearance Discord. Day since Mercury ran 0. 8 PMK, how's it going? The Get Merc short taken from the stream was really funny. Oh yeah, I need to make that a YouTube short too, where like we play Mercury and win on turn 2 by accessing like making 2 runs. It's like just the worst Netrunner. I don't get it. Just the worst. Keep bullying me and I'm telling the producer. Okay, time to stock up on the aloe for all these brands. Did you catch ESL week 3? The Og-Tron match was wild. I watched like 80% of ESL. Again, for those who don't know, Eternal Super League, which I think I streamed to their channel on accident, firstly, I need to plug this before I forget it. We put a video out yesterday where we played a Steve Cambridge deck and talk about criminal aggression and finesse, quote unquote, tone neutral. This deck was really, really fun. It was really quite fun. And it was the Steve deck we largely placed on stream. And then I tuned it, which at the end of the stream, I'm like, it's a bummer that we never tuned decks. There's something cool here, but we have to find it. And then I just tuned it. And I was like, wait, this is really fun. 3 Diesel was super cool on the basis that the more Diesels you play, the more likely you can replay Diesel. And it turns out that's really good to do because you're criminal. And you can't play like Earthrise Hotel because you're a Tag Me deck. It was very, very good. It's a fun deck. I can't recommend enough. So week 3 of the Eternal Super League was just on Sunday. I saw a bunch of the games, specifically shouted out were the Tron games. Tron was playing against Off 15, I want to say. No. They were really, really exciting. Some of the games are fantastic. Ice really mattered. There was like a really weird flat line. We got to see like a op combo, actually not op combo, excuse me, CI combo fire off, which was really fun. We saw some wild CI combos that were like way fast. Exactly what you think Eternal was. There was some really exciting stuff. Yeah, Tehran versus Augustus. That makes sense because I know it was Mati. And then the other side, the other side where Tehran played CI against Augustus was also super, super interesting because a card that I didn't know the text of saw play and it was really, really important. I don't know if Augie saw the line, but made technically like a very important misplay because of this text on this card nobody knows. And it was really, really cool. See, I had a really good week. This week, mind you, week 4 is really exciting week because people can shift their identities and their jet decks. Like they can change their decks every 3 weeks. So come week 4, all the players who have been playing for a couple weeks now can change their decks, can tune their cards, or can just totally abandon what they're believing. My big guess is that we're going to see like just a shit ton of World Tree Woo. We'll see how interesting that is. But that's going to be this Sunday. I believe I'm doing the streaming alongside some nice folks. That's again every Sunday at 7 UTC, which is 2 p.m. Eastern. This is week 4 of 9. They've been really, really cool. Very, very cool. Very exciting games. The games that I saw from week 3 were kind of exactly what you think Eternal is, which is very powerful, very wild, strange board states, strange interactions, and very punchy, which was very cool to see. The decks where like IG was playing against crowdfunding Heartbeat, also such a cool play pattern. Like you just see things that you haven't seen before. So to spoil it slightly, right? So this is a console that actually sees play in Eternal, because there's a bunch of Eternal decks that are trying to flatline you. And this is one of the very few cards in the format that just says stop dying. Silly. You can trash an installed card to prevent 1 damage. Doesn't care what the damage is, but as long as you have installed cards, so be it. And this is seen playing Andromeda. And Andromeda is just a criminal that says start the game with 9 hand size. You have a link, no other text. And so you're ending up in these weird IG games where people are playing crowdfunding, another like very, very important card in Eternal. And if you make 3 successful runs, you can take all your crowdfundings from the bin and put them back on the table. And so the play pattern is actually just to make 3 runs, keep installing crowdfundings, and just keep tanking the damage. And then the corporation has to figure out how to interact with this engine. And it is so wild that you see a criminal get a crowdfunding Heartbeat lock on a kill deck. Couplation, mind you, works really well into IG, but the games were really, really cool from last Sunday, as much as I couldn't watch any of them live. Very, very cool. I was watching it earlier. The Diesel recursion was wild. Oh, in game 1, yes, we played the same Diesel in the in that Steve game like 6 times. The corp lets you play the same Diesel. Yeah. I want Railgun back. Simply, how's it going? I wonder if the new set's actually going to bring some sort of meat damage card that is playable, because Wayland not flatlining sucks. I think NBN is the kill faction, which maybe that's kind of Railgun. CI combo brute force past Caldera. Yep. Yeah, it's really wild. No one wants to play World Tree Woo. It's so hard. I think everyone's going to play World Tree Woo next week. I think that these are the players that like can figure it out. You also can tune the deck to your play style. I don't know how it beats Matee, I'll be honest. Like Matee seems really, really difficult. So I'd be very excited if I was Augustus and the only Matee player, which maybe Augie changed. I don't know. When doesn't CI get a good week? CI has been bodied on stream lately. Very, very bad CI games. We saw a lot of CI non-games where the runner just like got down a Desperado account siphon and the corp just crumbled. I think out of like the 6 CI games that have been on stream, only like, well, this week's have been really good for CI, but like last week's CI just absolutely looked terrible. Any chance I can persuade you to come to the West Coast in late June, early July? You could try. It's tricky. It's tricky this year to do traveling. Not that different than last year, but it's been hard. Heartbeat doesn't stop Mommy Keeling. Yeah, Mommy Keeling is out there in Eternal. She is showing up. The Keeling game, mind you. Oh man, the Cybernetics Keeling game was also super exciting. It was really, really good stuff on Sunday. Speaking of which, I updated the Elevation Scoops bingo to GLC. Oh, Jai, sick. I definitely want to check that out. This is a good card. Would be nice to play 2 of those in the same click, wouldn't it? You can in Eternal, and people aren't doing it. Even in Throwback, you're allowed to do this. Oh, no, actually, you can't, because you need to play this and the other kill card, so you can't. All right, y'all. You want to talk about the news? We're doing Worlds commentary. Actually, how's it going? There's a lot of news today. So this week, firstly, I'll just shout this out because this came out, I think, on Friday last week. Continental Championship Applications. There's going to be 6 Continental Championships. Half of them are online that NSG will run, and the other half happen at each of the zones. So there's 1 in-person Continental for each region. If you want to apply, this is something that's ran by the community with support from NSG, so it's not an NSG event. Last year, it was in Bergamo. The year before, it was in Cascadia. And now they actually have a really nice package alongside it of what they expect you to do, but also because running an event that can sit like 100, 110 people, whatever, it's very expensive. They will provide selected TOs with $1,500 US to help cover the cost of the event. That's important. Generally, you should be structuring your event so that the costs for the tickets can repay, you know, the space and the prize support and all this sort of stuff. But sometimes having that money up front to pay, you know, bookings on a hotel or whatever you think you need to do, that is really, really cool. I was surprised that it looks like it needs to be streamed. We will work with 2As to provide useful materials such as streaming assets. Oh, I think they changed this. I think this used to say that streaming was kind of an expectation of the Continental Championship. I think the wording of this has been changed, but I might be incorrect. Because I remember reading this being like, oh, it needs to be streamed. That seems like a lot of work. A lot of people just can't do that. But this now looks like they'll help you stream to some extent. No, Jeff, we're just starting the news section. How you doing? Can't simply because AD is banned? Yes, but in Throwback, it's not. You can only play AD. $1,500 USD, bring it to Canada. We benefit from that sweet exchange rate. Yeah, that's like 7,000 Canadian dollars. You can buy a whole hotel for that up here sometimes. Anyways, this is cool. If you want to apply for it, definitely do. I know people talk to see who's applying and not. I know in like North America, there's probably gonna be like a dozen applications, and then it's up to NSG to pick which one. I don't know how they're gonna pick the one, whether it's a place that doesn't have other events this year, whether it's a place that's accessible. I'm not sure, but I'm interested to see this. Applications are closing on March 16th. I don't know when they're gonna say they've picked their, person or their applicant for each region, but that's coming. Are you applying? Montreal Cons sounds fun. We have people locally that are applying. I don't know what I can and can't talk about. I'm like, as a volunteer in that, I'm not doing the application myself, but I know there's a lot of different folks around who are applying. But yeah, there's going to be a local application. Clearly the author is erudite and brilliant. Axu. Axu, did you change it? All right, and now we get to the big news. I'm gonna start here because we're gonna spend more time, I think, talking about cards because we get to see 4 cards from Elevation. But this just dropped today from Jeff, announcing the 2025 World Championship. We also see some art, which they did not last time. They showed some early art. If you like inspected element, you could find the name of the card, and it actually had the name of the card on it. An eye for an eye was spoiled a bit early. This one doesn't. It's just called World's Banner. I checked, NSG. You're figuring me out. We are thrilled to announce the location and dates of the 2025 Netrunner World Championship. This year, the event will take place from October 17th to 19th at Dovecot Studios in Edinburgh in Scotland. That's really lovely. I was, and actually I did the Worlds kind of like tour 2 years ago after leaving from Barcelona World Championship in 2023. Maddie and I went on like a charter, Ryanair, and we flew to Edinburgh, and we actually stayed. We went straight from Worlds 2023 to Worlds 2025, and we were in Edinburgh for a week. It was same time, mind you, October 19th to 22nd. We'll talk about the weather because you should be prepared for that. And just had such a fantastic time in Edinburgh. Maddie has been like really hyped for this announcement. Just keep asking me, when is NSG going to announce Worlds? Last year they announced it on February 24th. This year they announced it on February 25th. I'm pretty sure it was coming, but it will be in Edinburgh, Scotland, at this lovely place. This is a really cool place. They talk a bit about what this used to be. I think this used to be something to do with fabric, right? What is this place? It's a tapestry studio in the heart of Edinburgh. So this on a map, there's like old Edinburgh, and this is actually like in old Edinburgh. There's this big bridge downtown in the old city that crosses, that has like the big train station. This is like a 15-minute walk from the train station. So it's super, super approachable. Maddie and I stayed at a hotel in the old town when we were there in October, again, 2 years ago. It was relatively affordable. We had a fantastic time. We're vegetarian. We found great food. There's a lot of things to see. I am so excited for Edinburgh. This is just like very, very great. It's in some ways a place that I have been is, a thing. I'm not going to explore somewhere new, but I've already been here. And like just about every October since Maddie, looks at whatever reminder she gets on her app to be like, oh, we were in Edinburgh last year. Wasn't it so nice? And it genuinely was. So excited to go back. Notably, when we showed up in Edinburgh in October, I showed up in a Canadian tuxedo, which I was just wearing kind of a jean jacket and a sweater. And don't do that. It was raining sideways. We brought it's pretty gray and rainy at that time of the year. It gets quite cold as well, relatively to what you think cold is. But the umbrellas don't work. And so on our first day there, we walked into like a local store and bought really nice Macs. And then we had like basically great rain jackets with hoods. We ditched the umbrella. I cannot recommend it enough. If you're going to come to Scotland at that point in time, please get a hood and a rain jacket and dress warm. And umbrellas won't work with how windy it can be over there. And we were just walking through all the nice touristy things, just looking like real nice duck people, having a fantastic time, being entirely waterproof. And you see all the people in like their hoodies with their umbrellas, and they're just like absolutely miserable trying to survive. And we were comfy. Please do better than we did. We figured it out there. We went to locals and be like, hey, we need help. So dress warm, dress dry. It gets windy, it's cold for sure. Edinburgh is such a beautiful city. It is stunning. Edinburgh, if you haven't seen, what's the other big thing that goes on in Edinburgh? The Fringe Festival is a big comedy festival that happens in summer. So the old town, I'm not an expert in Edinburgh. I've been there once. So like listen to someone from the local area, but it's this town. There's the big castle in the middle on the hill. They fire a cannon every day at 1 p.m. or so to be a clock. So the boats classically can tell what time it is. That's just a thing they still do. And this is the old town. There's like a valley here in the middle, and there's a bridge. I think it's on this side. I'm not sure how we're oriented. And across from that, like a 15-minute walk down from there in this sort of area that looks exactly like this, the venue is in that sort of space. So it's really, really quite cool where the venue is. The place is gorgeous, a lot of walking. Obviously, it's pretty touristy. There's a lot of things to go on. We went up to the castle, had a fantastic time. We went to the museum, had a fantastic time. This is like the main stretch in the middle. Mind you, getting there, we flew into the airport and we just took like a tram from the airport that dropped us like 15 minutes of just in the middle of downtown. We walked like 10 to 15 minutes to our hotel. Getting to the airport was fantastic. And because there's a train line right, you know, like 10 minutes from our hotel, 10 minutes from the venue, we just went from a train and we took a train down to London. That was our trip, and we left from London. So like getting there is going to be quite nice. I'm like stoked. This is just a fantastic city to visit. Very, very, very cool. Sunny's in a t-shirt. Yeah, just about. Very tempting, but my family locked in a trip to Japan. That's probably too close in time. Yeah, bummer. Sometimes it is like that. Scotland is always rainy. It's not a time of the year thing. Oh yeah, sure, I believe it. But like October, it gets a bit cold as well. Like it's raining sideways slightly. I lived in Inverness for a year. Sun was a rare commodity. We had one day where we could see the sun. It was on our second last day. We were there for a week. On a Wednesday, we saw the sun. And I'm saying that being totally cool with that reality, but like Edinburgh was really, really quite nice. Very beautiful city. Food was good. We had vegan haggis a couple times. Nice. Hey, Superon, how's it going? We went to Alaska and we were told to pack t-shirts. It's warm up there, that's for sure. EU Worlds equals cool arts venue and neat places. Yeah, it is true. It's a really funny jump between the US and apparently in EU. It's always like some strange arty space, and then it's a liminal, you know, hotel basement for America. But they're both really quite nice spaces. This looks fantastic. Hopefully it stays cool, which is what you want. So incredibly hyped for Scotland. Really hope I can make it to my first Worlds. I need to shout this out at the bottom. There's some details, you know, there's going to be a Discord server. The World's Discord servers are always an absolute treat. They talk about the dates of the team event, main event, day 2. There's a bit about the venue as well. Dovecot Studios. Notably, at the end, they also shout out always be running, which if you don't know about this, please, you need to know this exists, either to take benefit from it or to support it as well. But every year now, for the last, like, I want to say 3 or 4 years, there's been a fund put together by volunteers. It's not a Null Signal Games thing, but it is by the community. And people basically sell a promo, generally 1 or 2 promo packs of alt art cards that artists kind of donate to always be running, or sorry, to run together. And then run together, those funds are used to help bring people to Worlds who could not afford to be at Worlds. Whether it's just a little bit of help to make things smoother or a lot of help, if you want to get to Worlds and financially the only thing that's blocking you is that it does not make financial sense, that's why Run Together exists. So please, if nobody uses it because they're like, oh, for somebody else who needs it more, the funds are, I wouldn't say wasted, but functionally wasted. So you should reach out, and based off of your needs and what they have, they definitely can make going to Worlds easier. We have a lot of time, mind you, it's in October, so there's time to plan, but please, this is why this exists. This is a massive effort from the community, and if you think if any amount of help would help, please reach out for sure. I feel like I have something in my hair. I feel something like a little guy. That's disgusting. I don't mean it like that. This event will be streamed on NSG channels. Interesting phrasing. Oh, that makes sense for Continentals, right? Like, I guess they want it on their channel. Andre, excuse me. I'm afraid we weren't able to ship to Brazil. We tried in past, but we've always had too many orders going missing or not arriving. Can't blame them. Oh, as an update for the store in Brazil. Oh, that sucks. That's a real big bummer. I wonder what else can be done around that. Yeah, that's really unlucky. That's unfortunate too, considering Brazil is like where the set is set up. But yeah, that reality probably sucks. Apologies for that. Again, you can always proxy. They have print and play files you can cut out and put behind cards. I know that's not the perfect solution. I wonder what else can be done there. Does NPC not ship to Brazil? Probably NPC. Yeah, maybe NPC does. So, Superrun, if you go to Make Playing Cards, which is NPC, it's a website. Null Signal Games still has a store on here. I'm not sure if everything is here, but this is, you can buy directly from NPC NSG store, and NPC will ship it to you from the printers in China. So you're not going to get the nice fancy, the fancy little box. Like the modern stuff comes with packaging. You won't get this. You'll just get the cards in plastic wrap. For the first like 4 or 5 years of Netrunner, this is how we ordered stuff. It's probably slightly more expensive, but maybe not. But check out Null Signal Games. You can find their store, and then you can buy things maybe directly from here. This might actually work out for you. That's a good idea. I forgot that this was still an option. But this is used to be before NSG had their store that you would buy directly from things like NPC or drive-through. This might work for you actually. NPC ships to South America nations, but the shipping costs can be quite high. Yeah, that's the issue too, is like quantity, it gets expensive. So generally, if you can get a couple people together, the price per unit goes down. So like we would classically do group orders for like all of the city, let alone sometimes like a province, and then distribute them. So we would get it down to something like this breakpoint, if not this breakpoint. That's obviously a huge difference in price per unit, but that's just the reality of printing small quantities. Not great, but it is an option for sure. Steed, by the way, how's it going? We have a community print run. Okay, cool. I called the Worlds Weekend correctly when submitting my vacation request last year. Joe, how does it line up for Canadian Thanksgiving? Does it not trip up? Is it slightly after? This is cool. I think people are looking forward for it. Obviously, it's not Dublin. It's relatively close. As close as, well, it's like pretty close. It's not Dublin. It's not Ireland. I think Edinburgh is a really cool choice. It's a really, really cool city. I've been there once. Glad to go again. Hey, Ed. Just that they're stating that it will be streamed. So will they send their own broadcast team and equipment, or are they expecting the host to provide all that? I think then they're expecting the host to provide all of that. I'm not sure if you can stream, whether it would be a no or not. Canadian Thanksgiving is the 13th. Okay, it's the weekend after, which is the same. The same as what it was last year. Dovecot Studios is a beautiful venue, great location as well. Very cool. Did I miss the venue discussion? Dovecot Studios looks like a really nice venue choice. Yeah, I can't tell what's going on here. Like, I'm assuming that this space will be the central space. It's cool that there's balconies. We're not going to have heat issues, I don't think, in Edinburgh in October, so that's going to be good. It's relatively cold up there. We're pretty far north. I always love exploring these spaces. Understanding like where they're going to do the streaming setup and all that sort of stuff is great. It says that they can sit. Oh, this is actually really big. It says they can have two things: 300 players this year. That's bigger than any year so far. Mind you, in Barcelona, that was the biggest in-person Worlds. SF was slightly smaller, but I do think if you have it in Europe, there'll just be more players overall. So there's a chance that matters. And notably, something they learned this year is that tickets are going to go sale on April 1st, and there's going to be an early bird tickets, which will be slightly cheaper and include some extra swag. This was a learning I think NSG figured out from last year, which was so many people bought tickets in the last like minute. Like in the last day before Worlds, they sold like 40 to 60 tickets, which like for an event that has 220 people or whatever, like that's not good. So they really want to have an incentive for people to buy their ticket early. And the reason is not so that they can get money, but because they need to plan this stuff. There were issues where they didn't have enough price support at a certain level because people just signed up at the last minute and their expectations, they undershot them slightly. So this is going to be really good. Again, April 1st is soon enough, but the tickets will be cheaper with some extra swag. So if you're going to Worlds, please buy your ticket early. Don't do the thing where you buy it a minute before, because it just doesn't help the organizers. It's really quite bad. There's massive looms that you see, but is this like the loom space, or is this like the public space? Like I'm assuming this is the public space. This is a big room. Got the skylight too in the middle. That's great. Don't jinx the heat issues. There's no way you'll cook under this skylight. There's no sun in Edinburgh. You can't. Netrunner players are so bad at buying tickets. Yeah, it's really, really bad. As a tournament organizer myself, to some extent, it's awful. Like, please, Netrunner players, buy your ticket. It helps tournament organizers so much if you don't buy your ticket at the last minute. You might freeze, though. Yeah, I'd imagine it has a risk of being colder than warmer. I bought my ticket after I bought my plane ticket because I thought I did and didn't realize till a week or two before that I hadn't. Tron, firstly, wild games on the weekend. Secondly, you're excused. That's fine. It was your first Worlds, you mess it up. But like for other people, it's like, what are you doing? All right. I think the space has heating. It has to have heating. Like it's October. There's no way that they'd have a cold room. There's also going to be like 200 plus people in it. Like it's just going to get warm. Chiashi moment. Put 300 bodies in a room, it'll warm up just fine. I think Russell and Jeff were doing the math at Barcelona, like understanding how many people were in the room, how much energy they're creating, and how much heat they're creating, and the number was staggering. It is really quite gross. All right, next piece of news. This came out on Monday, and this is not the article you're exactly expecting to see spoilers, but it's a really cool article. We've mentioned this a bit on the channel in the last couple of weeks, because this is something that they actually brought out, and we're doing some testing at Worlds last year. Now, this is from Drew. Drucifer was the person who's at Gamma right now. Gamma is the it's a games expo, but it is for trade. It's for business. It's not for public. So it's like stores and board game people show up. So it's more of a trade expo than it is like a public expo. And Drucifer is there representing NSG. Got to meet Drew for a Worlds, or a really, just really cool dude. And Drew and the team have been working on this product, which is a learn to play deck. I think the term that they use here is really cool. It's a very interesting term. I need to find it, but they don't call it, yeah, they call it first exposure decks. And the idea is that this product, and I'm not still sure how much of a product this is going to be, whether it's going to be for sale or something that you can contact. Like, I don't think it's going to be on their store page would be my guess. Maybe it is. Maybe they'll just make this super accessible. But the idea is that they want to get 2 decks that come, and when you buy them, they're kind of, you know, sealed, and you don't shuffle them, but you just put them down in front of your opponent, in front of 2 players, and it comes with an optional script. And the script walks you through the first X turns of the game. And the idea is that this is a way that you can give people cards and let them play immediately. They're meant to be pretty straightforward abilities. It turns out the identities are actually going to be built to last versus Zaya. So it's not going to be the Syndicate versus the Catalyst. And I actually quite like that because it does personify and gives, you know, a bit more to glom onto in terms of the narrative. Syndicate, I don't think anyone's excited to be the Syndicate. And then it walks you through things, and it actually shows you the different elements of the game. And the script is really interesting because it sets situations where, like, the runner takes net damage from running through a tithe, but the only 2 cards in the runner's hand are both the same cards. So the script continues no matter what happens. And you play through the first X turns of the game. And then once you're done through the script, hopefully both players have enough understanding to continue to play the game on their own, as much as you can be there as the person teaching the game to answer questions. And then they just shuffle the rest of their decks and continue to play on to probably 6 points. It's really sick. It teaches them everything. They play events, hardwares, they make runs, the ice subroutines fire, they break ice. And after, again, the first X turns are on their way. This is a product I definitely would like to have around. We'll probably put up a video on the channel walking through this, but it's a really cool thing. Learning to teach Netrunner is tricky. There's a lot going on. And specifically, if you're NSG, you're spending a lot of the time at a convention teaching people. And so you need a quick script. You need a quick, thing that you can bring in front of people. And this is like perfect on so many levels. So really excited. And they've been working on this for a while. And it looks like it's going to be at Gamma, people are using it. But notably, a couple of the cards in the iteration of this came from System Update 2021. And obviously System Update is leaving. So they want to make this out of their core set. Quotation needed, but they talk about this being, the learn to play decks are 1 runner deck of 40 cards and 1 corp deck of 44 cards, custom built for this purpose from cards in the NSG core set. That is System Gateway and Elevation. I don't think I've ever heard NSG talk about this, but actually System Gateway and Elevation being the core set is fascinating. I think of System Gateway as the core set, but the fact that Elevation, just like System Update, is going to be like an integral piece of every format it's available in, combining both of those things into one product and calling that the core set makes a lot of sense, as much as that might be confusing. But that's really kind of interesting and kind of cool. I've heard a lot of the testing that goes behind Elevation is also in the sort of environment of just Gateway plus Elevation, because I do think a lot of Netrunner players, that will be their Netrunner. They'll buy System Gateway and Elevation and play it like a board game. And hopefully that provides enough avenues and enough cards for them to explore. And I'm pretty confident it will, considering I think System Gateway on its own gives you a lot to play with. Let me catch up on chat really quick. Drew is super based. Yeah, Drew is really cool. I was very happy to meet Drew at Worlds. When organizing local events for video games, I was really surprised how much heat 20-something gaming setups can produce. Oh, that too, Piotr. How's it going? Like, just machines too. It's going to be available for bulk buy. It says late in the article. Milanomi. Okay, cool. So you can buy them even in bulk. Wild. Do we think it comes with tokens? This probably doesn't come with tokens. I'm assuming the price has to be low. I don't know what they do. I think they assume you have your own tokens. Again, Null Signal Games released their own token pack somewhat recently. But yeah, I don't know if it comes with tokens. Judge, first exposure decks don't have exposed on the cards. Hey, Brennan. I used to recommend starter decks from Nisei's core to show to 5 to 6 people already, and it worked quite well. Yeah, currently, if I was going to teach somebody how to play Netrunner, I would bring the Catalyst versus the Syndicate, the 30 versus 34. I think those are great decks. This is meant to be a bit more fast. Obviously, the fact that the first couple turns have to be scripted really has a squeeze on what cards can be in the deck to some extent. But I'm interested to see how this is different from the Catalyst versus the Syndicate, which I think is one of the best learn to play things Netrunner has ever seen. Decks are full size. They're going to 6 points on 7. I have no idea. I don't know if they say, but the decks do seem to be full size, so you can actually just use them to play games. We'll assume they're balanced even outside of the script. I don't know. Actually, I think the previous versions of the learn to play decks were gateway only. Huh. Oh, they're full 7 points. How much is one? How many is one? We have no idea. I hope the EU store will be ready for these decks. I'm assuming the EU store will be up for Elevation. I think if the EU store is not up for Elevation, that is so massively cursed. So I'm assuming the delay of Elevation is going to help the EU store to some extent. All right, Regardless, we get to see some cards, and they talk about the context of why these cards exist. If you saw these decks at events previously, you may have noticed that they initially had some cards from System Update 2021 in them. But of course, the final product will not include rotating cards. Instead, we chose to fast track 4 cards from Elevation to serve the same purposes in the Learn to Play decks. And as the folks who see these decks in action at Gamma get to see these new cards, well, it wouldn't be very fair to withhold them to the rest of you. So these cards are out there in play at Gamma. I heard rumors that there was a card maybe from Elevation that was in the Learn to Play decks at San Francisco. I never had time to see the Learn to Play deck, so I don't know if that's the case or whether that's even one of these 4 cards. But I think I heard rumors that the new cards were in the testing decks that Drew had there. This is our first card. It's called Anthill Excavation Contract. It's a Wayland asset. It costs 2 influence, reses for 3, trashes for 1. You got to see the new set symbol, which we saw before. This is art by Ollie. When you res this asset, you load 8 credits on it. When it's empty, you trash it. And when your turn begins, you take 4 from this asset and draw 1 card. If you lived here, you'd be at work by now, says a Wayland recruiter. Trashes for just 1. Yeah, new Elevation cards is pretty sick. So firstly, I think this art's fantastic. I really like this art a heck of a lot. I have like some strong, opinions on art for sure. And one of the big things is if you squint your eyes, can I Gordian Blade this card? And this Gordian Blade's really, really hard. No card looks like this from a distance, really, with the color and the framing. That's fantastic. My one shout out, I think, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, I think there's a shadow layer here underneath this excavator that might have been disabled on Photoshop the same way it's on these things because the light is up here. This one, maybe it's on the other side. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably on the other side. I think this truck looks like it's floating to me. I'm convinced there should be a shadow on this side, but it's not. But I love the art. I love the color. The person here looking down with the drill arm. No thumbs up on this one. This art is absolutely fantastic. I think this is really, really, really quite cool. Now, what about the card? Rashida 2.0. Yeah. So I think it's going to be hard to evaluate a card like this on the basis that we have no idea what the meta is going to look like, and there's going to be a big change for corporations. The big thing that I think is going to have, Rashida's rotating. And so for Corp meta balance in Elevation, like I have no idea what to think, because with Rashida leaving, I think corporations are just kind of messed up. I do think it's kind of messed up. On the basis that this is the card that is keeping corporations competitive, and the last 7 years of Standard have balanced around corporations having a full play set of Rashidas. So this is the big reason that corporations have tempo to fight against runners, and I feel like most of the corporations tools are rotating while the runners are not really. So again, you can still address that on the runner side by banning cards and context changing, but losing Rashida is huge because every corporation loses one of the best tempo tools they have. Now, for what it's worth, I really like Rashida. I've said this many times on the channel. She makes you not do the basic actions. She speeds up the game. She's a card that goes into remote server as soon as turn 1 that really does matter. So it's not just agendas and nothing else in remote servers. Having cards in remote servers that are not agendas that are important are very exciting for the game. Now, I think you could argue that Rashida is a bit too swingy, and you'll see the Anthill Excavation actually changes that design a bit, where it's not if Rashida fires, do I win the game? You actually have a couple, points in which the runner can interact with it. If you don't run the Anthill on turn 1, it's not horrible for you, but you probably should consider running it on turn 2, because that's where it gets really, really, really good. So I like that it's kind of Rashida-like as much as it is more money, less cards, but it takes a couple turns, and it's also more expensive to res. Being more expensive to res is a huge change on Rashida. The fact that Rashida is resable in all board states means pressure doesn't matter. I could go to 0 credits resing on my ice. I can still get a Rashida off. But resing an Anthill for 4 is a lot of money. So you actually have to keep your money up. You have to res ice. I don't think it's something you can push in a remote server turn 1. And those contexts, I think, are going to change heavily how Rashida compares to Anthill. My guess is going to compare something more to a Nico campaign, which Nico campaign sees very little play modernly because the Sorta slot in 95% of decks would be Rashida. Unless you're playing Asa group, Nico sees very little to no play. And maybe this will be the thing you put in the remote server turn 1, the runner has to trash. I don't know. But there's a lot of context here that makes it very obvious how this card is going to compare to some of the other stuff, because corporations probably are just going to slow the heck down. And I do not know how you protect this card that you res for 4 credits on turn 1, because you can't do it. Notably, if Rashida was like the sort of ability that forced you to res it when it was installed, there's a lot of ways to make Rashida more balanced. What's really interesting too here is it seems, and I'm not too surprised about this, that it looks like NSG wants to print Rashida type effects for every faction. This seems to be 2 influence. Nico, I believe, is 2 influence. So you can still play a bunch of them, but you have to make decisions. And I think that lines up with a lot what we've seen from Null Signal games, which is that your faction is going to matter a bit more. Null Signal games hasn't been classically huge on printing neutral cards that everyone plays. So neat card. Oh, it's 3 to res. I think I said 4. I think 3 to res, of course, because it gives you 4 credits. So on turn 1, it's a card and a credit. On turn 2, it's 2 cards and 5 credits. That's quite good, especially in 2 turns. That's another awkward thing about Nico to some extent, is that it takes up your remote server for 3 turns. This takes up your remote server for 2 turns. But if Anthill fires once, that's okay. But then you need to trash the Anthill. So it's basically like you pre-res your Rashida and show them that's there, because they really have to deal with it. And 3 is a lot to res. If our NBN version of Rashida is supposed to be JK, I don't think so, because JK doesn't really draw, does she? I feel like 1 credit trash is real cheap. 1 credit trash is like a real downside. Not only because obviously if they get in there, they'll usually trash this, but it's something that doesn't get mentioned too much because Rashida is too good that she balances out the downsides. It's having cards in your deck that are trashable, let alone largely trivially trashable, makes your deck more vulnerable to multi-access. The idea is that I can run R&D, trash a card, come back, run R&D, trash a card. That is a genuinely big downside. Now, that being said, there's a bunch of decks that just play like 3 Rashidas, 3 Spin Doctors, and maybe don't even play any other assets. Maybe 1 load-bearing Regolith, some upgrades. But this is the sort of card too, where like having this card in your deck, which is not busted Rashida tempo, but is trashable for 1, is a genuine downside. You also have to compare, like, how does this compare to other things? Like, if I'm playing Wayland Glacier, do I play Anthill Excavation, or do I play Wall to Wall, or do I play Regolith Mining License? And none of that is super obvious to me. I can't really tell. I don't know whether we're going to have industrial synergy to be able to res this cheaper, which would help a heck of a lot. The fact that if we could res this for free, like with op, it's also a 3-coster. That's kind of fascinating, but we're also losing border control. So like there's some like cool, weird things here where maybe having a 3-cost asset in op is fine because this does trash itself and becomes a 2-coster. Like there's really cool things about this card, but it's so hard to tell whether this is just like good enough on its own. My guess is modernly this would not see playing standard, while Rashida, like if you could play this today, I don't think it would move the needle that much, but it is very cool. Like I like everything this card does, which is a card on the table that you need to run. It's not feast or famine where if it fires, you lose the game. You still have a turn to react to it. There was a game in the last video we put up where we played Steve, and my opponent got a Nico off, and Nico went down to 3 credits. And so our opponent got 6 credits off of the Nico and Asa group, and I still ran it when it had 3 credits left in a card draw, and I trashed it. And I don't think that's what won me the game, but in the chat after, my opponent said, yeah, that trashing the Nico was the play, and it gave me nothing. And I really do like that again. Still trashing cards that have spent some value, because it's the last tick on this anthill that's like very, very, very good. The first tick basically just means you had a slightly better click for credit, and then the next tick, that's where it gets messed up. So do trash your anthills if you find them. Assets will love this for sure. Yeah, asset op is good for this. The 3-cost is kind of nice. Let me catch up on chat. I've just been rambling for a bit. Seems a good econ card for the corp, but maybe 2 to res, as pinhole threading makes a huge investment to easily trash. So it's designed about like, this is where this card changes. I like the fact that when you res it, it is tempo positive. That is one of the best things for Nico, and that is a big change between FFG Netrunner and NSG Netrunner, is all of the assets that you're going to res that give you money are generally slightly tempo positive. So the click you spend on the anthill at least is not bad, right? That's okay. Like installing this and resing it, letting it fire, and then getting a trash next turn. If it lost money on the res, that would be pretty bad. I do like how it's built, that like the first tick at least is a click and a credit for a card. Like that's fine. And then the second click is where it's really, really good. So if you make this cheaper, like even the cheaper you make this, obviously, even if it fires once, it's okay. And I think you want to design a card where you need to protect it because you really want to fire it twice. So I like that design. Whether it's 2 to res and then gives you 6 credits, like I don't know if you run that, but it's really, really tricky to do that because it needs to be like 1 is okay, 2 is really good. And I think res for 3, get 4, gain 8 is kind of where it needs to be. Trash or busto only. None of this nuanced talk about metas. All the boring stuff. On the Neon Stag interview, it said that every faction had some sort of Rashida replacement. I bet this is Wayland Rashida. Yeah, I think this is Wayland Rashida. I'm worried that Nico is HB Rashida. I'm sure it won't be. I think there's so many cool ways to use the HB card pool to make it more nuanced. There's industrial. Yeah, we've seen industrial in a couple things. I think Wage Workers is industrial. It shows up on a couple cards. Even FFG, I think, had industrial, but maybe not. Until seems it's such a simple but clever card. Yeah, it's simple. And that's the thing that we have to also keep in mind. The elevation cards, I think, are going to rival the complexity of system gateway cards, maybe a smidge higher, but we're not going to see cards that have like, you know, tributary type text or like MIC type text. I don't think that one's not even that complicated, but I think overall the cards are going to be simpler because it is, again, the core set. And like for as simple as system gateway is, that does not mean it's not an interesting set and you can't have powerful abilities, but I don't think you're going to have things like, you know, Arasana, where it's like you have to know about the timing structure really, really, really well. Until my fears icing a turn 1 so hard when it costs 3 to res without hedge. Yeah, that's the big thing too. Is like if your opponent runs the remote server and you res the ice protecting it, you probably can't res the anthill, which means it's not the Rashida turn 1 you want it to be. It's not the Tranquility Home Grid turn 1 you want it to be. Even though it's less money, getting it out of the remote a turn faster with Nico is nice. Yeah, I agree. I extracted so many regoliths because I just want my remote now. Yeah. You can, technically, this is like not a great extract target because like you really want that second click, and the second click is basically a free extract. I feel like if you res this thing as the corp and the runner pinholes it on the next turn, you're happy as the corp. Yes, if you, that's the thing. If you res this, you've gotten enough, and if they pinhole it, you're happy. Like it's not the end of the world. It's not like where you lose a Rashida, you have nothing, but still. When they pinhole this and you haven't res it, that's also like, that's fine, I guess. This is way too slow for this meta. For this meta, yes, but for the next meta, it might not be the case. I'm worried that runners are not slowing down though. More Audrey targets. Feels like one credit trash is too cheap. I think this is where it needs to be. I think if this is too trash, it's also kind of reasonable, but then again, it's all about wanting to protect your cards. I also do imagine overall, we're going to see the trash cost of cards come down. We saw a lot of very nice cards in the last set that had a low trash cost. 2 is like kind of the average. Whether we're going to see reprints of cards like Scrubber or Wizard or Parisha and all those cards that are leaving the format, Miss Bones, that's also going to have a huge implication on whether you can stomach a 3 or 4 trash cost that consistently. The bunch of trash tech rotating one to trash is probably fine. Yeah, Lockmanos, how's it going? That's what kind of I feel. I'm kind of obsessed with de-resing this on a Vovo with Elevagara out of PD. I guess. It's cool that it's like not like Nico where if you do de-res this, every turn you at least get a minimum, viable amount of credits. I think that's kind of cool. Still gives you a card and a credit if it doesn't get taken out. Take me to 1 credit trash, not a decision from runners protected. No, but there's board states where they can't, but it's still something, right? Like it's not 0, but it's like, it's basically as cheap as not 0. Obviously that's not a real sentence, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Changeling, when I saw this, I was like, Breaker Bay Grid, right? Like we're at a point where Breaker Bay Grid would actually be pretty sick when you res this for 4 and gain a card. I said not happy. Oh, sorry if I misrepresented that, Rahit. I don't know. I feel like if you res this thing as a corp and the runner pinholes on the next turn, you're not happy as the corp. I think for all the things that you could get your deck pinholed, this is probably not the most important, is the way I see it. Like if I'm playing Tucana and other stuff in op or what have you. Maybe Rashida's gone, pinhole should be gone as well. It wouldn't be against pinhole. No, Piotr, if anything, we're going to see another pinhole. They were very clear that they want a card in the core set, Elevation plus System Gateway, that allows runners and with a small card pool to interact with things like Managarm, Skunkworks, and Anoetic Void. And that is a pain point if you play, System Gateway, is that those seem really, really powerful, and they are very strong, but pinhole threading is just like currently not in the startup format, and that obviously it's a problem. So they're going to get a card like Pinhole that is going to be an Elevation, so it'll be at least as a baseline in every startup format and every standard format. So it probably won't be this easy to play. It probably will have a bit more nuanced text on it. I don't know, maybe less text. It is Elevation after all, but we're definitely going to see a card that deals with that. Every deck would be built with 2x pinholes. Yeah, it's been a while. Like the criminal deck I played had no pinhole in it, but I'm someone who enjoys pinhole more than most. If trash cards are coming down, do you anticipate runners becoming poorer? No, not really. Like, do you mean the trash costs are coming down? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if there's big parts of runners economy that are rotating. I don't think there is. I have to look at the card pool, but I don't think runners economy is going to change that significantly. I really hope this means we're going to see a ban list that really puts the brakes on runners. I think we are, Dave. And once we get to the couple next cards, I think there's a lot we can glean from this. This is the one card that I think shows you a bit more about what NSG wants to design in terms of like what they're valuing. And I like that. The next 3 cards, I think there's a lot you can kind of like see. At least 2 of the next 3 cards. There's a lot you can kind of guess about what the future is going to look like when it comes to things like ban lists. Very, very interesting. Do credits get unloaded if this card gets unresed? Hey, Benjamin, if this card gets deresed, the credits stay on it. So the next time you res it, it will still load 8 additional credits on it. So if you res this, de-res it, it could have 12 credits, it could have 16 credits on it, and you can just keep de-resing it. So in theory, credits and tokens on a card, whether it's res or de-res, the tokens stay. So de-resing it does make it go infinite and you don't lose money. Yeah. Oh yeah, they were clarified in chat there. Very good. Tread lightly. Yeah, I guess so. This card is interesting. I think it's going to depend a lot on context. I think there's a lot of like little weird things about this card that both make it exciting and make it slightly clumsy. It's definitely not Rashida. It being 3 costs is definitely a real consideration. We were in metas many, many days ago where the first thing you put in the remote server is an Adonis campaign and you would have to protect the Adonis campaign. And this was Netrunner. Now, I do think Netrunner right now, there's so many more ways to cheat through a single piece of ice. So getting your Adonis on the table, like this is a card that was tempo negative turn 1, and you know, circa 2012, that was a thing you'd still do. Modernly, we don't play like that. We maybe if you want to rush out a Regolith, that's the best you can do. And so if you need money now, I think you still play Regolith. If you need card draw, like maybe this is an option, and drawing 1 extra card a turn, you can deal with that. But again, we still have wall to wall, and wall to wall, mind you, doesn't work in every list, but this gives you, it's not credit positive the turn it's res, but this gives you everything that the other card wants to do, but just slower, and you can return this back to your hand. So this slot seems slightly crowded, and it's going to be like up to us to figure out, you know, the speed of things. I think the fact this costs 3 is fascinating for op, but it's not like a slam dunk, if you ask me. Very weird, very interesting card. Closer to Nico, which does see play. Nico barely sees play. Like Nico sees play in Asa because it's a card you install for free, but Nico sees no play in HB decks. And that's sort of the issue. It takes up the remote server for too long. You can play Regolith, you can jam an off-world office. None of that really works out well. Eve campaign. Yeah, Eve campaign was a bit different, but Eve did see play. We got Refuge campaign, yeah. This is neat though. I like the art a heck of a lot. I still think the shadow's on the wrong side here, but I'm not the person to make that call. I didn't realize there was a shadow here. I thought the shadow just didn't export. Wall to wall is a huge influence cost. I don't think you spend influence on this. I think I'm just talking about in Wayland. I think wall to wall is what, 3 influence? This is 2 influence. Like, I think there's so many other things you could grab before grabbing this outside of Wayland. I think Andale is going to go really hard in Atea. Yeah, Atea really needs just like value assets. But again, if I was at Atea, I'd be surprised if I'm playing Antil over Regolith. The benefit is like Atea really needs card draw. That being said, I think Atea's Rashida-like is probably Charlotte. And so you have to play Charlotte and this, and maybe that's a possibility. But that is a cool thing to say, is that Atea specifically does want card draw. It's a stealth drug. All right, next up, the new Wayland asset Anti-Excavation. Sorry, this is a bit of explanation. Offers a slew of great teaching moments, particularly how the corp can res assets during the runner's turn and why it's useful to do so. I actually don't understand that line. It's true that you can res this. Like, it's good to have cards that have start of turn triggers to tell runners that you can res this on their turn. But more importantly, you can res this on your turn before start of turn trigger. So like, it's good that there's a card that does that, but actually like, not really, but sort of. The previous iteration of the Corp Learn to Play deck was somewhat lacking in economy, and this high value asset helps close that gap. But this is really cool though. For a Learn to Play environment, having a card that the runner should trash either immediately or even between turns 1 and 2 is very cool. That's a very cool design. Of course, one of the most important core concepts of the game is ice, and with some iconic straightforward ice like Ice Wall and Enigma rotating out of the card pool, with the departure of System Update 2021, we needed replacements. Just so we're on the same page, Ice Wall is again one of the oldest cards in the game. A 2012 original core set is a 1 cost barrier for 1 strength, and you can advance it. So it's the cheapest gear check, and if you continue to scale this infinitely, that's fine. For what it's worth, I really don't like advanceable ice. That's going to matter in the future of this conversation. But Ice Wall is always the really weird one because it's baseline, medium, okay, gear check. But if you invest on this to make it taxing, you really have to work on it. And currently we're seeing so many like mid-range Glacier Ice where it already starts annoying and then you can make it more annoying. I like it more like this, where it's like if you're committing to the Ice Wall bit, you're not like, it's hard to make this thing annoying. You have to spend a lot of time on it. So we'll see how that comes up. The other card they mentioned is Enigma, which is such a shame it's rotating because Enigma is like the perfect Netrunner card. This is the most Worlds winning Netrunner card of all time, circa 2022. It might have changed by now. I haven't done the math, but Enigma has showed up in more Worlds winning decks than any other individual card, barring Hedge Fund. This card is just sick. It's just the end the run code gate. It's fairly costed. It has multiple subroutines. Running this last click is an interesting choice because you don't have to break this. I have a big hole in my heart for Enigma. Interesting to see if there's going to be something like this. For what it's worth, the code gate slot in core set is really important because if you look at System Gateway, the core code gates in System Gateway suck so much ass, specifically because Buzzsaw exists. So it's really hard to design a code gate in System Gateway that doesn't just get absolutely creamed by Buzzsaw. And so I'm very going to be critical about the code gates and Elevation because a lot of people are going to play with Buzzsaw and you need to make a reason why that's not the case. I guess we're going to see one now, honestly. So that's cool. White space is so bad. White space is like not awful. White space is the code gate you play, but like you would dream for better. It's definitely not Enigma. Vanilla was even worse, honestly. Vanilla was a very good card. Yeah, it's the Yogg problem. It is the Yogg problem for sure. White space destroys new players that I've taught. Yeah, white space like hits hard in System Gateway. It is the card I'm most worried about face checking. It's worth something. So we have 2 cards. We're going to start here. Entil Kesselroyd, an efficient new barrier, and then we'll talk about the second card. So this is Kesselroyd. It's a Wayland barrier, and it looks like a bunch of Wayland barriers. It's low strength, res for 2, has 2 end the runs, okay? It says the runner cannot trash this ice while it is resed. That is notable text. We used to have cards before that had that text, and it used to really matter. So the first champ card we ever saw was from Jeremy's Warren's Architect, and Architect says players cannot trash this ice. This is actually a very relevant text. Don't even look at the subroutines because this card is hella cracked. But this would matter because there was ice destruction, and a lot of ice destruction back in the day. Things like Apocalypse would wipe the whole board, and Architect would be left standing. That was really, 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 really relevant against combo decks events against Anarch ice destruction. Modernly, we have self-adapting Code Wall, which somebody regrettably played. I think John will play one of these in a deck recently. And this is the closest thing we have to the current card. It says the strength of self-adapting Code Wall cannot be lowered. And most ice destructions lower the ice's strength. That's how they interact with them. So this is functionally, you know, slightly more expensive, has one fewer subroutine, but this card is ass. It has never been meta relevant as much as it came out many years ago where ice destruction was a bit more prominent. But the strength of this not being lowered matters for ice destruction, which is not really a thing. Yeah, Lotus Field sees some amount of play modernly. You can technically still destroy a Lotus Field, and I've seen people destroy Lotus Fields with things like Spooned. But when it comes to ice destruction, this card's at least a bit more relevant in maybe startup. Even then, I think people are over-attacking for it because you cannot trash this with Aquaceres Crew, and Aquaceres Crew is actually a really big thing. And this is going to be a part of the conversation. Aquaceres Crew trashes ice in startup, and dealing with a 4-cost code gate in startup sucks because, again, the one decoder we talked about is Buzzsaw. And if you're just playing hard Buzzsaw, you're breaking Lotus Field for 4 credits without leeches. And you're probably playing leeches, so there's not a real point. Oh, sorry, leeches doesn't work on Lotus Field, so you're paying 4 credits. The other way you're breaking it is maybe you're playing Audrey, and Audrey's annoying because it's 4 strength, so you're spending, you know, 2 cards. So you actually have to have a reason. You need a way to deal with Lotus Field in the format if this is your breaker suite. I'd argue the answer is Botulus. You just put a Botulus on the Lotus Field. But the difference is self-adapting Code Wall is not an expensive card to break. If you play your Audrey, you go through this relatively cheaply. It's a card and a counter. That's okay. If you go through this with Cleaver, it's 1 credit. And that's the issue. Is like, if you're trying to build a piece that is strong against ice destruction, that piece itself has to be like meaningful to deal with. And unfortunately, this doesn't seem like it's not. This is Castleroyd. The detritus of failed incursions accumulates. Instead of sweeping it all away, the parsimonious sysop should nudge this debris into defensive positions in the server's meta-gravity well. From Moira Virtu, Ice Engineering KKU. So, the issue with this card is like currently, in the format, if you're playing System Gateway, if you're playing Core Set, the Fractor you're probably playing is Cleaver. Now, we'll come back to this point, but Cleaver breaks this card for 1. It is 1 strength. And we've seen so many busted 1 strength ice from Null Signal games in the last cycle. Just about all the 1 strength 2-cost ice they put in the last cycle have been mega busted, like top of tier list busted. Ablative Barrier, just disgusting. Ablative Barrier, why does that do that? Ablative Barrier, just mega busted. We all know this. Recursion, otherwise cheap end the run, has the same text. You'll functionally break it for just about the same. Of course, we have Tattoo Bola, mega hella busted. Just one of the best barriers. Why is that happening? Cool, fine, great. That's good. We have Descent, which hasn't really glommed on in a very meaningful way, but Descent is okay and has more meaningful text. We'll come back to this card because the artist is the same. I think that actually does matter. But yeah, this to me is not that big of an issue for my ice destruction deck. Now, speaking of ice destruction deck, currently in System Gateway, there is no ice destruction, which makes us think that Elevation will have some amount of ice destruction on the runner side. Now, corporations can trash this card. This is different text than the Architect, so the corporation can overinstall this if they want to get the cost cheaper. But in the original core set that came out in FFG, this card was key to Anarchs. It was Parasite. You install it on a piece of ice. Every turn it got a virus counter. When that ice hit 0, it deleted itself. And this was a big part about Anarchs being disruptive. I'm assuming Elevation is going to have a Parasite type card. For this card to exist in context, we're probably going to need a card that destroys ice. I just don't understand why you would want to destroy a 1 strength ice with no face check that has 2 subroutines that you break for 1 with Cleaver. Now, 2 subroutines is a bit annoying because Botchels has to work a bit harder, but like you still get through this with Audrey with 1 counter. I guess that doesn't matter in system update, but like very, 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 very weird. We'll come back to the second part where we get deeper into the conspiracy theory, but this card, like, I don't see how this could ever be important in any meta, ever. I don't get it. This card is cheap battlement, which already didn't see much play. Yep. Yeah, it's not good. Mind you, if it had 3 subroutines, then it would actually be quite good. because then it beats things like Boomerang. Like 3 subroutines matter. It's more taxing to things like Banhar in standard, but 2 subroutines is like slightly annoying. 3 subroutines is a magical point. If this cost more, had 1 more strength than another subroutine, like the math there doesn't work out. You can also guess like how much does NSG think this subroutine is worth, this text is worth? Because generally the cost of the card should be, what is the math? What is the Metropole Grid math? What it breaks for Mayfly, right? So 1, 2, 3, -1 is 2. It hard ends the run. Like apparently the sentence is not worth anything. It's really strange. Castleroid looks like really cool, but it's sad that the article has it in Ice Wall replacement when it costs 2. Yeah. I hosed a Crucico with Lotus Field recently. It was fun. Yeah, they should just botchless it. It's like, can be an issue. I think I prefer this to both Ice Wall and Lotus Field. It's good against botchless with 2 subs and can't be trashed by the crew. Yeah, but why are they not breaking it for 1 credit? It's fun to hint to new players that maybe Ice could be trashed, even the current deck doesn't do it. That is true. That is worth something to be like, wait, Ice Destruction's the thing, and then you just point at like the Automata Initiative, or sorry, Rebellion Without Rehearsal. Self-adapting Code Wall. Hey, Ba, was good in exactly 1 deck, the IG deck. I tweaked to specifically beat Cobra Bubbles, infinite credit, woo. Oh yeah, because of Worm. Maybe it was meant for op nerf rather than a core bonus. I'd argue that you don't really need to nerf op, and for what it's worth, losing border control op is kind of nerfed to pretty far heights. They have confirmed in announcement articles that there will be a runner card which trashes a corp card without accessing it. I'm assuming that's Ice Destruction. My working theory is Cleaver's going to cop a ban. Me too. And I think there's a lot of proof in the 4th card that Cleaver's not going to be around forever. Hey, Andrea. If Cleaver's banned but not Turbine, I wish it were reversed. It could be both. Conspiracy like me? Conspiracy me like one of your French girls. Okay, want to have a conspiracy here? This art is from Krembler. If you're not familiar, Krembler was, I'm not sure if still part of NSG, but was part of old NSG and has done a lot of art for things like the Ashes cycle and for System Update 2021. Notably, a lot of the early art from Ashes and System Up 21 has a very distinct visual style in which a lot of the in-house art, and that's a big difference, right? Modernly, NSG spends money to go to external artists and pays them good money to make art for cards, but early NSG didn't have that money or there's workflows, so a lot of the art was done internally and as, you know, relatively cheaply. So the quality of art, again, without being too critical, changes wildly from you know, set to set. It improved over time, as you'd expect. And Krembler was part of the early era of NSG where cards were internally made. And so, you know, extract from that as you will, I guess. So the thing is, Krembler hasn't put art out on a card in a really long time. The last time Krembler has art on a card was in the last set, but notably the last set, I think something happened. So we'll do by release date, we'll do images, and we'll do search. So like Krembler's done a lot of art, you know, for early NSG stuff, for Ashes, for System Update. It has this sort of like, you know, heavily Google Deep Dream type art filtering on it, where like there's some sort of AI work on top of it circa 2021, 2019. And it has this sort of style where things are like, you know, a bit muddy, a bit colorful. You get these like really high contrast lines. I'm not a big fan of this art style. It has a feel to me, like a physical feel, like rubbing on my skin in the wrong way. It's not my favorite, but you know it, you've seen it. It's a part of old NSG, that's fine. Now, Krembler hasn't put out a piece of art until Descent. And this Descent art, notably, was an old piece of art. This Descent art existed on the narrative piece that Shoeflower put out for Halloween, I believe of 2023, maybe 2022. But there was a Halloween piece about an old a person who, it was a really cool story if you can find it, about, it's basically a retelling of the Headless Horseman story, but it takes place in like a chat log in cyberspace in the Netrunner world. It was sick. It was really, really cool. 2 Byte Ike, thank you. It was from 2 Byte Ike. And that story was fantastic and it had this art embedded into the narrative. From my understanding, this art was not made for Descent, and this art was also not made for the story. This is one of old Krembler's pieces that existed in the NSG, like, you know, drive of art that they have kicking around, that probably at the time this was made, circa 2019, 2020, considering it's a similar style to some of the other stuff. Again, conspiracy, citations incredibly needed. This was a piece of art that either at the time lined up really well with the name of Descent, and this existed, and it was brought back up to light because of 2 Byte Ike, Or what does happen is that sometimes the art brief fails, or the artist can't deliver, or the result of what the artist creates is not what NSG sees. And so somewhat at the last minute, they have to shift and they have to change the art that they have on this card. And so they end up just reusing something that they had back in the day. For what it's worth, I actually like the Descent art more than a lot of the older NSG art from that sort of era. I think the Descent art is pretty evocative. It's pretty cool. I'm into it. But this is the last card Kremler put out in like a 2 to 3 year window, which makes me confused whether or not this art was commissioned or whether we're in the exact same situation in which there's an art piece that was necessary and this somehow ended up being the art piece. And it's not a criticism for the art piece, but it means either that something changed at the last minute. My guess is that this card wasn't originally intended to be in this pack, and there was something else in the slot, and this card showed up, and then this card needed art maybe faster than anything else because it had to show up at Gamma. But something is weird here, because Kremler's art doesn't show up on cards, it seems, unless something didn't line up behind the scenes. That's all I can say about this because I don't know, but something is odd because this card seems strange, but it is a bit spooky. It's a bit weird. Hey, Koga, how's it going? Kremler's new art had been really sick. This and Descent are hella hype. The thing is, Descent is not new art. It's very old art that was dug back up. And then if that's the case, my guess is this is the same thing, because this has the same sort of deep, dreamy, like texturing on this, like, you know, the high contrast stuff, the same sort of like color, like where there's like no texture on certain parts and then a lot of other texture. Like, I honestly don't know. I'm not going to be able to tell, but there's something conspiratorial in my head about this piece of art. This is weird. Corkboard theory. Fun fact, I believe Kremler lives in Edinburgh, which might be relevant to another piece of news. Yeah, we got there, John. How's it going? I will tolerate no trebuchet slander. Jason, how's it going? Biblically accurate Seisenton from Kremler. God, I remember the week after 2byte Ike was randomly spectating JNet games. I got super spooked. Yes, that account still exists somewhere. As someone who hasn't played since FFG killed the game and is getting back into the game, I want to thank you for the new player guides. How you made really helped to brush out the cobwebs, so to speak. Magico, welcome to the channel. We're like right before the FFG like rotation, so the new player content has kind of stopped for a bit because the new player, you know, ecosystem is going to change radically in like 60 days, but we'll be back at it. Welcome. Does this mean that there's ice trashing in the teaching deck? No, I would believe not. I don't think you give ice trashing to Zaya. Maybe, actually, maybe. I don't know. I'd be surprised if that mechanic ends up in this deck, which should be relatively like simple mechanics, but there's something up about this. I can't shake it that this seems like something changed at the last minute, either this art or this card or both. Now, the next card is another Wayland card. This is illustrated by Scott. It's, oh, I got a pronunciation guide for this one. Hold on one second. Cancel. Shailendra. Not that bad. Shailendra. Kogate AP, 4 cost, 5 res. So take that, Buzzsaw. You can advance this ice. As soon as I read that, I groaned. I really did. I'll be honest. I want to be very clear. As soon as I read the first sentence on this ice, my immediate reaction was, which tells you a lot about advanceable ice in this game. And for what it's worth, this one's an egregious one. When the runner encounters this ice, if it has 3 or more hosted advancement counters, place 1 advancement counter on an installed card you can advance. I groaned twice as hard. I groaned twice so far. We're 2 sentences in. No! 3 subroutines. Place 1 advancement counter on an installed card you can advance. 3rd groan. 3 groans in. The runner loses 2 credits. Okay, not a white space. Do 1 net damage. For those who don't know, there's a lot going on here. Firstly, this is a reimagining of an old card that existed back in the day that was really hella good. Notably, it was one of the first ice that came out in about the span of 4 to 5 years where Wayland started suddenly getting really good ice. And that was Mouseless. Mouseless was exactly the same stats. It was a 4 cost to res 5 strength 3 subroutine ice. You could advance it. It cared when it had 3 advancements. And on the base case, Mouseless said, gain a credit, do a net damage, give the runner 1 tag. That's a really good piece of ice. And specifically back in the day, Wayland had this sort of like tag and bag archetype. It was the Wayland thing to do. Where giving the runner 1 fewer card in hand and a tag meant that they were easier to like weaken them up to a Seasource, Scorched Earth, Boom combo or whatever it was back in the day. This card was hella relevant. And notably, it was hard to break because it was 5 strength and had 3 subroutines. That just is a very, very hard thing to boost your breaker up to break. So generally, it was cheaper to let these subroutines fire. Now, another notable thing is that Mausolus is one of the Wonder Ice. So this is meant to be the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, and we have all the Wonder Ice. I think we're missing one, if I'm not mistaken, across the whole card pool. So these are, again, cards that are, homages to the old wonders of the ancient world. So we have things like Pharos for the lighthouse at Alexandria. We have Akhet, which is the pyramids at Gaza. We have Hortum, which is the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Hortum is the Latin word for garden. And the Colossus is pretty on the nose. There's a couple more. But this is sort of a Mausolus. Notably, in the marketing article, they said that one of the pieces, one of the arts, I think even they said one of the ice, would be a UNESCO heritage site. And this is the UNESCO heritage site. So the Shailandra is, I got to spell it right, Shailandra. I believe it comes from a portmanteau from two words. This is a thing. So there's a dynasty, the Shailandra dynasty. It comes from the Sanskrit words of Salya and Indra, meaning king of the mountain. Specifically, the Borobudur is the UNESCO World Heritage Site on the island of Java, which is in Indonesia. It's a bit away from Borneo, but this is what this is. And it's this sort of temple that is made out of a combination of like these stone square sections and these curved sections. And this is what the art is depicting here. This Borobudur is probably a better way to pronounce it. Again, citation totally needed. So same sort of idea. We have this thing that's being reimagined. It is a World Heritage Site. It is kind of like the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, and this is what we come with. Notably, this art is hella good. I'm a big fan of Scott Minga's, specifically cyberspace art, and so Scott Minga doesn't do a lot of curved lines. I think Scott Minga is known for doing things like, Envelopment and Maskarovka, which are a lot of like harsh Wayland hard lines. And the fact that we actually get some like heavy curves here and the really nice color gradient and the mix of like the brutalist hard edges, this art really is quite good. Like I'm surprised how much I like this, considering I really don't like this art at all. This card, excuse me. I like this art a heck of a lot. The color grade is really nice. I'm interested to see the other Wayland Ice if it looks like this. But we already have like two really disparate art styles between Scott's style and this Kesselroyd, which you don't always have that. That's another notable thing where Kesselroyd kind of stands out, is that often there is like one artist who does like a whole series of ice, right? Like it'll be like, oh, we're doing all of the Anarch, virus programs. We'll have one artist do all of them. Like Kat Shen did all of them when it comes to System Gateway. The fact that we already have two artists on two Wayland Ice is strange. So something's up for sure. We missed the opportunity to do Cristo Redentor Ice and Liberation. Yeah, it's weird. I do think the Cristo Redentor showed up on the HHN alt-art from Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Andre, hey, chat. That being said, like religious, I don't know, like active religious monuments probably are a bit more difficult to show up in. Maybe this still is. Maybe that's probably an ignorant take, excuse me. We're missing two of the classic 7. Maybe it's 2. I'm not sure. Ain't nobody gonna speak to break Shailandra? Spend to break? Yeah, I don't think so. This is not as strong as Mausolus. So this card is not as strong as Mausolus. It's not. The tag is annoying. The tag is a really big punishment. So, okay, the Corp doesn't gain a credit. The Corp advances a card. That's pretty valuable. It has a card you can advance, so take that. Whoever wants to put snares on the table. The run to lose is 2 credits. That's kind of like a tag, but the tag is 2 credits and a click, so that's more expensive. And then you still do 1 net damage. So kind of annoying. That being said, you don't have to break this. Technically, you break this for 1 card and 2 credits every time you run through it, which is relatively fine. That's okay. The problem is that this is the sort of card, like a lot of modern Wayland Advanceable Ice, where you just build this absolute quagmire. You just get this on the table, it gets 3 advancements. The runner doesn't emotionally want to run this because every time they run through this, the logjam gets bigger for 2 counters. Like, fuck. Infinite advanceable ice is just my least favorite part of Netrunner. And this is a card that supports it. We saw a card kind of like this, where it's like, you technically can keep running through it, but the problem is it just builds like really ugly board states where interacting becomes wrong. Like the closest thing we have this to is Anvil. Anvil, gain a credit, lose a credit. The runner trashes one of their installed cards. You can trash one of your installed cards. And obviously in op, this does something. But this is like a combination between Anvil and Logjam, which are 2 of my least favorite things in the game, as much as you never see Anvil, luckily. I don't have anything good to say about this. This is just really, really, really rough. Like, at least Pharos doesn't scale infinitely. There's nothing currently in System Gateway that scales infinitely, but like 10 strength Pharos will happen. Enjoy that. Oh, man. Yo, how's it going, Floating? I think it's pronounced Shialigma. Huh. Hey, Avatar. Starlight Crusade funding. I really like Starlight Crusade funding as like exploring, or Order of Sol, exploring like, the future fantasy religion stuff is great. I'm hyped for mid-range Wayland. I would be excited if mid-range Wayland was a thing, but I'm not sure if this does it. Like, this is Central's ice. You put it on R&D or HQ. The idea is it doesn't keep him out, but like either they don't want to run through this that many times, or they just don't want to give you free advancements, which can matter. But I don't like this. I really don't like this. Oh, it's AP. Yeah, Thunderbolt is 6 strength and the run subroutine, but then you have to care about advanceable ice, and it's 3 influence. Mouseless as well, I believe it's 3 influence. It might have even been 4. But Mouseless was the sort of card that if you put it in your PE deck, you really had to think about it. No, it's only 3 influence. We talked about the Kirsch Huss interaction. Will you just hush it? Yeah, but like, ugh. I don't think this is good. I just think it's not gonna be fun to play into. Like, I don't like every ice is advanceable. It's just not fun. Just not fun. Yeah, it's like a Doodadwa, but like less good because the Doodadwa scales really, really poorly. Oh, he said liquid. Damn it. Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. How often does Wayland deal net damage? Isn't meat damage the usual? It's super not common. I don't think Mouseless was the first. We had some really weird stuff, but like Mouseless was very, very strange for being a good card. They just had good subroutines on almost all board states. Mouseless, like, for what it's worth, fits into the camp of cards, and not as egregious as Engram Flush, which is basically res whenever, right? Like, if you have 4 credits, you'll res it, because there's 3 credits. Not necessarily res whenever, like Engram Flush you res for 2, but it's the same sort of thing, where like the stats versus how bad the subroutines were for Mouseless lined up somewhat similar to Engram Flush. Engram Flush was a bit worse, but this obviously isn't it. Like, these subroutines are not super relevant. Yeah. Oh, Formicary did net damage too, didn't it? Yeah, there's a couple. Put in front of an Erdic Cipher and stuff bluffing. Yeah, you can. You can enjoy that. That is coin flip. You can do it. Yeah, Formicary does do net damage. I forgot this is a Liga art. That's really cool. The Curse Hush interaction is that if you hush it and the first sub fires and you don't have anything else installed that you can advance, you have to call a judge to prove it. Oh, F. Yeah, this needs to be changed in templating. You're right. So this says place 1 advancement counter on an installed card you can advance. This probably needs to be May, because if it doesn't say May and this thing is hushed, if you hush this card, it cannot be advanced. Hush is a program that when you install it on a program, it loses all non-subroutine text. So if this is the ice on the table that you have and it's hushed, if the subroutine fires, you have to place an advancement on a card that you can advance. You have to. It's not optional, which that means you have to call a judge over and prove that none of your other cards can be advanced. That is something that null single games have been very good at working around. This is the sort of thing. Yeah. This is the sort of thing that needs to be called out early before it's printed, but that is a real thing. Yeah, this probably needs to have an optional ability. That's a really good catch. Errata early, it's not out yet. So like this is the sort of time where you can give feedback. Mouse, importantly, could end the run if triple advance. Yes, and you would triple advance a Mouseless. Triple advancing this is just like, come on. The OG Wayland net damage ice. Yeah, free Rata. It's not the first time before where they've showed like spoilers of cards and there's been like a minor, issue either with templating or rules that are caught. But yeah, that probably needs to be changed, I imagine. Are the Learn to Play decks not already printed with this? There's a couple printed, but like a couple that Drew brought to Gamma. I don't think they printed a ton of them and brought them anywhere. And for what it's worth, in the Learn to Play deck, like that interaction is not going to come up, so whatever. Same is true for a Ket? No, I don't know, actually. What's a Ket's text? No, a Ket doesn't care. That's a big difference. Is that as long as you have a card, you can advance it. So a Ket can always advance itself. Could the ice not advance itself? So Cameron, we're talking about a situation where we put a hush on the ice and hush says host ice cannot gain abilities and loses all abilities except its printed subroutines, which means inherently this you can advance this ice is turned off. So it's no longer a legal target for advancements. It's a fairly complicated text box considering it's a new core set. Yup. So maybe you have to remove this can advance clause. That makes the card better. Anyways, not excited about this. Just not my thing. Don't like it at all. Art is sick though. Really, really good. Ice mostly does net damage rather than meat. Old combo. Yeah, Wayland has way more meat damage ice than net damage is my guess. Extra reminder to mute system sounds from the new machine. Did you hear system sounds? I didn't. I'm gonna go hit mute desktop audio there. Oops. All right, the last card is, I think, maybe the most interesting because I think it tells us the most about what's going behind the curtains. This is Rising Tide. It's another Scott-Aminga art. Stoked that Scott-Aminga gets to keep drawing water on stuff because for as short as it lasted, sorry about the system sounds, Tributary, really, really good art. Shame that we probably won't see this on anything because it is banned. But this art goes really, really hard, and this is no different. I really like how the textured water, even though it's made out of like blocky chunks, it looks fantastic. So Rising Tide is an Anarch Fractor, comes in for 1 credit, 1 MU. This program gets +1 strength for each fractor in your heap. So it starts at 1 strength, and if you play all Rising Tides, this eventually will be 3 strength, and you can play more fractors. It doesn't have to be Rising Tides. Interface to break a barrier subroutine, 1 credit for 1 strength. The water begins to roil, and bit by bit they swell. Another really great art from Scott. No surprise there. Notably though, colors are weird, aren't they? I saw this and I thought something was very wrong. And that's because I don't think we've ever seen an Anarch card that is this blue. And then I looked for like a little kind of, sanity check there, and it is the case. I'm just going to get to NetRunner. So say that we go to, this is the thing that happens whether you know it or not. Let's go to Rebellion Without Rehearsal, and let's go to, we'll do Faction Criminal, and then we'll go checklist, we'll see full cards. Sorry, we'll do images. Every criminal card that's come out of the last set is hella blue. And they do that. I don't know whether it's intentional or not. I imagine it is. But mostly every faction's cards mimic the color of the faction. Now, Anarch, I think, is the one that has the biggest difference, because there are Anarch cards that are slightly more blue. Generally, they're purple, but it's more red and red tones. So I think Privilege Access gets by on this red thing, which is kind of the focus, and the purple shirt. Heliamphora is the most bluish of them. Then there's a lot of purples. Friend of a Friend, I think the prominence of the figure in orange gets by there. But I don't think you look at a Friend of a Friend and think it's a criminal card because the orange is there. Darwin was pretty blue. No, Darwin had a whale on it. But I'm just saying that this notably is yeah, Darwin is very blue. You're right. Doesn't look like a criminal card. Morningstar is blue. Morningstar is pretty blue. These are old cards though. I just searched blue. I think it's been a while since we've seen a card that clashes. Why are you doing that, Netrunner B? That clashes with its the frame color as much as this card does. Right? Like if you put this in a blue frame, maybe then there's too little going on. It all looks the same, but that caught me off guard, which I think is pretty fascinating. Now, what do I think about this card? Well, Corroder's leaving. For what it's worth, Corroder used to be the best fractor in the game for the first 4 or 5 years of the game, 4 years maybe. And this thing is basically 1 cheaper Corroder as soon as you have a card in your bin. Corroder is not commonly played, and I don't think you want to play Corroder here. We have a much better fractor, let alone not only in System Gateway, but in the core set, which this elevation thing happens, which is Cleaver. And Cleaver is higher strength, and it's just going to break everything super cheaply. In a world where you're playing with only 3 copies of, your Rising Tide, it'll never be better than Cleaver, unless you're breaking really high strength stuff, right? The idea is that Corroder does, I think, technically break Brawn cheaper than Cleaver without leech support. But there's only very few ice in the game where that's the case, where Corroder is actually better than Cleaver, and that's obviously an issue. But this is where it gets really strange, right? Why are we printing a card in Elevation that is so close to Cleaver, but not obviously better than Cleaver, when every person who has Elevation has Cleaver? It doesn't make any sense, right? This card is super comparable Cleaver. It's very narrow in which cases this is better than Cleaver, but you also already own Cleaver. And my answer is I don't think Cleaver is going to be here much longer. I think this is the closest we've got to pretty explicit NSG saying we're banning Cleaver when the set comes out. I just do not know why they would spend effort putting this in the Learn to Play kit, or even showing this off in a world where Cleaver existed. Because you don't need to print a card as so damn similar to Cleaver. As a new player, you're going to have 2 Anarch Fractors and they're both going to be 1 number different. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, people are saying you can play this in Shaper. You could play 3 Propeller and Rising Tide. And I imagine, yeah, maybe. I would still maybe consider playing Pressure Spike. Obviously, with startup, that matters. But I don't think I want to spend 4 slots in my deck for a Fractor. Maybe in a world where you don't have that much recursion, that's a thing. But yeah, for what it's worth, if Cleaver gets banned, I'm relatively happy. I think Cleaver is it's very, very hard to design ice into Cleaver. We even looked at Kesselroyd. If you're breaking Kesselroyd for 2 as opposed to 1, that's actually a relatively reasonable difference that in a world without Cleaver, it makes slightly more sense. I think that's for sure. But it's almost impossible to design an interesting barrier without either giving a busted text if it's low strength, like Tattooable or Ablative, or if it's 3 strength, it doesn't matter what the numbers on it are, right? 4 strength or bust is the world that Cleaver lives in, and that's not happening. And if Cleaver goes, that actually changes a lot. Like runner's economy, runner's fractors choices, we're going to change up a lot. We start to be able to play like weird cards that we didn't before. Like, what is it called? Transistor? What's the one that I'm thinking of from the last set that's pretty bad? An Eternal installing it with Page Piper, best fractor in the format. Hey, Silent. I don't even know that's Clays. Yeah, you still play Paperclip, don't you? Capacitor, right? Maskarovka. This is the sort of thing that gets really interesting. If we lose Cleaver, why are you doing that? Like, some of the cards actually get a bit more interesting. Like, when you have to break this with your Corroder type equivalent, is Capacitor cool? Yeah, maybe Capacitor's worth looking at. I'm actually kind of, I think Maskarova is pretty interesting in a world with that Cleaver. This is kind of fun. A little nice cheap face check. And when you face check this on turn 1, you'll have enough money to res your anthill. Isn't that kind of cool? So that's sick. I'm not sure I'm on board with the Cleavers getting banned speculation. The set seems to have advanceable ice theme, which the card is technically better to compared to Cleaver. I would bet big money that Cleaver is not staying around. There is no way they would put this in elevation if Cleaver still exists. The cards are just too damn similar, let alone in the learn to play product. I really think that Turbine is more of a problem. I don't think it is. Like, the problem with Cleaver is that any ice that's 3 strength or less, it just eats it. It's impossible to make an interesting barrier. Like, play System Gateway and play a Fractor. What's your Fractor? There's only 2 choices. You always play one. Play Elevation and play a Fractor. It's always going to be Cleaver, right? The only thing you lose to is high strength ice. And for what it's worth, it's not like you break it well with Rising Tide anyways. Like, you have to just play Leech and Botulus and all the other sort of stuff. It's just very, very hard to design barriers in a world where Cleaver exists, Turbine or not. Sure, you have Turbine now, the 6 strength barriers get interesting, but like still 4 strength and 5 strength barriers are like, you know what I mean? Cleaver errata, we're never going to see functional errata from NSG. They're definitely just going to ban a card and then just give you a new card. This to me is the Cleaver errata. If you ask me, this is functional Cleaver errata. Hazy Beast. Turbine is also uninteresting as a card. I think it's a separate issue. Like, I think in a world without Turbine, Cleaver would have some downsides, that's for sure, but you still run into issues, especially with a small card pool. Like, there's no Turbine in Elevation. But I could see Turbine going 2. I think if Turbine goes 2, though, it changes the math, and maybe that's what corporations need in a world without Rashida. I honestly don't know. That's a much bigger picture thing. I just don't see a world where Cleaver exists. This card, to me, says Cleaver's banned. When clicking on a list, you don't need to click search. Clicking search interrupts a 1-click jump. Thanos, I think you're right, because it seems like this is what I'm not used to. Maybe this is the new computer. If I do card search and I type in the name of Cleaver, hold on, no, I have to do it here. If I do Cleaver and then I click here, it auto searches. You're right. I'm hitting enter, which interrupts the search. Because on the other computer, for some reason, I actually have to hit search. That's probably a setting somewhere. But I'm used to actually clicking search. So this, technically I click less, and I am my own worst enemy. Good catch. I think Cleaver being 2 strength or not 2 for 1 subs is much fairer if it was competing with Paperclip. Yeah, I think Cleaver like could make sense if it came in at 1 strength. Honestly, 1 strength would be interesting. I almost clicked it again. I almost immediately clicked it and broke the search. If this came in at 1 strength, yes, fine. 2 strength, maybe. Probably would be fine. I think on 1 strength it'd be a weak, but on 2 strength, so now all the 3 strength ice gets more interesting. Like, that's cool. Like, Cleaver at least is interesting in at least System Gateway on the basis that Palisade exists. And so like there is consistently 4 strength ice. Yeah, hitting enter is breaking it. This is a new core set. You can easily just put Cleaver in it with a replace old Cleaver and have it be 2 MU or something. I guess you could. I just feel like a lot of players will want new cards. And for the players who don't do errata, they're not forced to do errata, right? Like, if standard bans Cleaver, that's not going to matter for people playing in the core set environment, which a lot of people will. You can hit it down arrow. Yeah. No, but genuinely, I would bet a lot of money that we're not going to have a Cleaver anymore. Whether that says anything about Turbine or Buzzsaw, I wouldn't be that confident, but there's no way this exists. There is no way this exists in a world with Cleaver. It just doesn't make sense. This card design is cool, mind you. And whether we see a whole cycle of cards with this text, I wouldn't be super surprised. I think it would be cool. I would actually be pretty happy if Mimic got reprinted with exact same stats, except say Killer wherever it says, what's it called? Because Anarchs are struggling to find a Killer in Startup, from my understanding. I think Mimic is fine, but I think a Mimic like would be cool. I think Turbine's still a problem. Yep, I could see it. I could definitely see it, but I don't think it's something you can just ban Turbine without, like, then what happens when everyone plays like 10 strength Pharaohs and 7 strength Logjam and all that stuff? Like, Hush doesn't beat it. You take, what if Cleaver 2.0 was the same effect but 6 credits? Hard to tell. Depends on the speed of the game. But if the game is slow, that's probably fine. Just play Carmen. Yeah, I do play Carmen in Startup, I think. Mimic plus Monkey Wrench. Bridgman Lab doesn't play Carmen, plays Boitada. I don't want to play Monkey Wrench usually. What if Cleaver was 2 strength that paid 3 cards to gain 2 strength and break 2 cards? Wait, what? I can't follow. I can't follow that. Overall, though, these cards are really, really cool. Again, it looks like it's going to be Zaya versus Built to Last, so we see a lot of Wayland cards. I'm assuming that this means that these decks are going to be tournament legal, so they are going to have 15 influence. If you want to guess whether this deck is spending 3 influence on Spin Doctor, I honestly don't know. Yeah. This is these are looks like they're standard legal decks, which I think is a cool thing to give to someone after the event and be like, you can go bring this to the thing. I think that might actually be the coolest thing, is that if you go to, say, like I don't know, an upcoming convention and No Single Games teaches you the game, and then you leave with your corp or your runner deck, and it is a standard legal tournament deck that you can bring to a local play event, like that is so damn cool. And that lines up with NSG. Spin Doctor's a pretty nuanced card for learning. I agree. I do agree. I'd be surprised. But it looks like this deck probably is going to be spending 15 influence because it looks like it's a legal deck. If the Learn to Play decks have Spin Doctors, I'm going to buy those just to get Spin Doctors. Hey, Philip, you can just sign up for some districts, or yeah, just sign up for some districts. Introducing new players to Spin Doctor is both important and hard. Yeah. Overall, this is a really exciting article. I think getting to see like Elevation has just been awesome. I think some really cool cards in here. There's some interesting behind the scene narratives here, I'm convinced. I think this card is super cool. Excited to see more of this. Something is fishy with this card, unfortunately. I think there's something up. No disrespect to Krembler, but you don't pull out Krembler unless you need that sort of Krembler touch. And there's definitely a Krembler mystery going on in here. And then we have Shailendra. Nice try. And then we have Rising Tide, which will it see play? Honestly, don't know. Spending less than 15 influence in a 15 influence today has won tournaments. Yeah, but I think you want to teach new players to be like, cool, influence is fun, isn't it? I think making them tournament legal is a sick move. Yes, I think that is a really cool move. If they're tournament legal decks, you can just bring to an event. I think that's awesome. All right, that's mostly the news. I guess there's one more news thing that I meant to mention earlier because it's just kind of weird. See this number here? What happens if I hit refresh? Oh, it's still 799 because this hasn't concluded. This is the 800th video on this channel. What the heck? 800? I feel like we did 700 like 2 weeks ago, but I have a really bad sense of passage of time. But yeah, this is 800 videos. Some of them were good. Some of them, it's just a numbers game at this point, but that's very, very, very strange. We technically have our birthday sometime between July and August. I think I'd have to check, but like that is just an absurd number. For those who've been tuning in recently or been tuning in for a while, thanks so much. It's been a wild ride, that's for sure. But yeah, that is just a goofy number. If you're one of the lucky few that gets recommended live streams when I'm like in my college apartment and I'm like 12 years old, enjoy those. I can't watch them. They're embarrassing. The deck isn't even importing. Maybe their faction is too good. See bin breakers. I like theming around who's best at breakers, and I'm a bit concerned that pressure spike is better. Yeah, it might be. It might be. Holy crap, congrats. Thank you, Brennan. Isn't that more cards that will be in standard post rotation? Sorry, Solomir? Oh, is there more Metropole Grid videos than cards and past standard rotation? I don't think so. So we can put one video per card. So you could pick your favorite video, your least favorite card. So how big is the card pool? If we go to sets, if we just do Z standard, this is hard to check. This will take us a while to check. So standard is currently, this is without bans. I thought that would work. 853 cards with some asterisks. Yeah, so it is going to be big. We're definitely losing, yeah, a bunch of cards there. So we're losing all of Katara, which is 120, Rain and Reverie, which is 58. Let's round that up to 200. We're losing Red Sand, which is 120. We're losing, yeah, it's going to be like 700 cards. Oops. Time to watch Metropole stuff. Sorted Oldest First. Sorted Oldest First actually is really cool because you get to see old FFG tournament era. But once you get to the live streams, that's where it's like, oh, okay, what's this kid talking about? Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Thank you, Jai. No space. Yeah, thank you. Heart, by the way, how's it going? Yeah, it's going to be a bit more. Re-upload all videos with thumbnails as every card in standard. Oh, boy. I like some of the old tournament footage. It was really good. Some of the old tournament footage is fun. People still watch it. Like, it's still worth watching. The production value is not that different than what it is modernly with like card pop-ups and stuff like that. The audio quality is a bit worse. The camera quality is technically still this camera, which is like not fantastic. If you watch Metropole Grid from the start, you'd make it just in time for Elevation's release. Yeah, just about. Make 53 videos before rotation. It's often been the case, but I think the ideal is that breakers are good in certain iron types, but not in everything. Yeah, I enjoyed when you played my old Next King of England deck on video. Yo, I remember that name. Next King of England. Did I actually get ice on turn 1? There's a chance I didn't, and then you get roasted. Decklist name, King of England. Next was this ID that had like 10 or 12 influence. There you go. It's probably this one. Circa 2016. Nice. We were already in the GIF or image meta. So next design was an HB identity that came out in the first deluxe box. You only had 12 influence, and you basically just had this weird mulligan. Before taking your first turn, you may install 3 pieces of ice with no more than a single ice per server, and then you draw back up to 5. So you basically save 3 clicks. Was his ability good? No, but there also was Next Ice, which was synergistic, kind of like Harmonics are modernly, but they scaled a bit more linearly in obvious ways. So you just need a lot of ice on the table. A lot of Next Ice would run, Next decks would run like 20 plus ice. Oh, this had Grail too. That's why it has that name. That's really fun. Grail's fun. There's a chance Excalibur wasn't out by now, because Excalibur, I think, was the last Grail Ice to exist. So if we're at 23 seconds, I can't tell you if that's the case. Maybe there's no Excalibur. Mogo is out, so we probably had... No, Mogo came out in the first pack. Oh, hard to tell. You rushed behind Mogo? You scored a 7. You had Global Food Initiative. There's only 7 Grail Ice in this deck. 3 Galahad, 3 Merlin, 1 Lancelot. They were influence. Mind you, Grail is a really cool subtype of ice, that they were neutral influenced ice. So if you want to play the full suite, that was 9 influence. And then there was a couple Grail Ice that weren't influenced, mostly Excalibur, which isn't in this deck. And they all were just like, had 1 subroutine. But whenever the runner encountered this, you may reveal up to 2 more Grail Ice from HQ, and they gain the subroutines in your choice of order. So you always wanted the end the run from the Galahad. Merlin was 2 damage, and Merlin was the most expensive to break. It was 6 to res, but it was 4 strength, so that was definitely pretty good back in the day. And then Lancelot was just like a cheap roto turret without end the run, and it was a bit more strength. You can do some really wild stuff. That D only has 12 influence. Yeah, spending already like 8 of them on Grail and then 3 on Jackson Howard. It looks like that was it. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and then 2 on Global Food Initiative because you need to. Would Next be better today when it can make 3 remotes during setup, then jam Wage Workers and 2 assets on turn 1 and play fully op? I think the thing that would actually make Next better today is there's no ice destruction. Or not that much nice destruction. But notably back in the day, like Next Silver was 1 strength and scaled with as many end the runs. And unfortunately back then, like Parasite was common, like ice destruction was just a thing, mostly out of Shaper, honestly, than Anarch at some metas. And then same thing with, well, technically Next Bronze actually had more strength, but ice destruction was the bigger issue with Next. Modernly, I think you actually need your ice to do something. Like, I'm convinced if you played ASA and I ran into the remote server and you res the 3 cost and the run that did nothing, like, I think I'm happy with that. When it could have been like a Hog and a Gatekeeper, you know, a Drafter, stuff like that. Was Cipher legal in 2016? No. Cipher came out, I think, a bit later. But Cipher was very good at destroying ice for sure. Mogo, mind you, is nice with no types, if you res nothing else. Live stream tier list. Cipher was the last pack of Flashpoint. Yeah, Cipher came in the end. Cipher was a problem. Cool. Thanks for tuning in for the news section. Honestly, yeah, I'm usually happy whenever I see an end the run do nothing. Yeah, it's a really, really hard thing in this game right now. It's like hard end the runs that do nothing, which is like why I think Lotus Field is kind of shit. Is if I pay 5 credits, I'm expecting your ice to do something to push the game forward. And I think it's good that in theory the game is like that, like ice subroutines matter. But it's like why we don't see Palisade as much as Palisade is cheaper. It's like just hard end the runs as much as this math that costs you to break the ice. Generally, you want your subroutines to do something because you pay money, the runner just spends a click, and so you need that trade to work a bit better for you. If it's a Drafter or a Gatekeeper, right? Like Gatekeeper drawing 3 cards, shuffling your hand, like that's huge, as much as the strength of Gatekeeper changes over the next couple turns. And there's some downsides to that for sure. But it's just really hard to not feel great. Oh, I did it again. Where you just like bounce off the ice and say, cool, keep your secrets. I just wanted you to spend money. Right, we saw so many cards like that. Right, like this card never popped off, and it's the same thing. It is a barrier that eventually gets really, really big once you get a lot of ice on that server, but like you spend 4 for them to run. That's fine. 2025 World Championship got announced? Yeah, it was this morning, Meether. It's in Edinburgh. In good old, sunny, rainy Edinburgh. I'm a big fan. Was there 2 years ago. Had a great time. Excited to go back. All right, what are we doing today? It's 2 o'clock. We've been doing news for about 2 hours. That sounds about right. There was a lot of news. I don't know honestly what we're doing. It's at that weird time. I don't know where my windows are. Where's Netrunner DB? I guess I'll just open a new one. Actually, we can just do a bit more searching online because we've seen a lot of deck lists recently. I'll miss Gatekeeper a lot. I hope Elevation has a sick HB goat gate. I think there's... Hold on, is this coming off or on? Sorry if this sounds terrible. Yeah, I think I need to do a video about all the cards that are leaving that I think are going to hurt the worst to see go. But then equally, the cards I think are going to be reprinted in Elevation to some extent. I think seeing a card like Gatekeeper would be very, very cool. I think it's just like a fascinating card. And what it does lines up really well with Null Games' ethos of like not res all the time. You often do res the Gatekeeper, but like resing the Gatekeeper at the right time can be the most important thing. And I like that a lot. I would say arguably that this face check is actually pretty brutal if you're playing against your digital life deck, because your digital life bounces them back to the moon. But very, very, very cool card. Very good design. Build Acme deck. Ugh. What's your take on how many IDs will be in the set? 7. I think we're going to see 7 IDs in the set, 1 for each faction. The set is like 80 cards, and so I would be surprised if we see 2 IDs. 2 per for SU21. SU21 only had 2 per on one side though, Jai, right? Because SU21 had 2 runner IDs, but only 1 corp ID. SU19 had 14 IDs, if I'm not mistaken. But SU21 has 2, 4, 6, 10. My guess is that balancing is already so difficult that we're more likely to see just 1 good identity for each. That is my hope, that they just get 1 good identity for each. Because this is, mind you, System Update 2021, and these identities were just like picked from the card pool, so not really balancing. These just existed. They're all old FFG identities, and so there was 2 for each for the runner, and then 1 for each corporation. The corporation choices are half good. Half of them aren't good, but there's only so many options. If you go back to System Update System Update 19, which apparently has a different handle. Oh, System Core 19. Oh yeah, right. It was, I think you had 2 for everybody. Identity. Yeah, a lot more. Because everyone just had 2. I voted for 10 IDs on the GLC pool. There's no way it's 10. I'd be so surprised if it was 10. The amount of work to balance an identity is a lot of work, and then balancing a card pool around 2 identities is huge. I think we're more likely to see not so much like the focused design of something like the Borealis cycle, where it's like, here is, you know, the Mark Runner and Mark cards, but I do think we're going to see things that are a bit more synergistic than not, right? It's not like System Update where it's like, here is Reina Roja and here's a bunch of cards, one of them is Xanadu. I think we're more likely to see like, yeah, here is a Virus Anarch and here's some viruses, something like that. This was a cool choice, like Blue Sun. Hard to balance around. Man, I miss Blue Sun. Spark Agency, I forget that was there. Making News was around. I guess Neural Hub was still standard illegal, so why not? I think it was, at least. Very cool. What would you want each faction's ID to do to be both unique and playable? Ooh, interesting question. Interesting question. Huh. Each faction, what would we want them to do? HB? I want HB to be an efficiency puzzle. I think there's a chance we won't get that because we already have Mirror Morph in the card pool, but I want HB to not be like the Thunderbolt. I want HB to not be like Thule. I want HB to be back to basics, HB efficiency puzzle. I would love an ASA group. I want to go sideways. I want to do stuff. I want to install things clicklessly. I want to interact with the card pool. HB's got to do with Bioroids, non-negotiable, unfortunate but true. I really hope it doesn't. I don't think making... We've never seen a deck that makes its ice interesting be either fun or cool. Yeah, I'm worried that Mirror Morph is the puzzle, but I would want, like, I just want to be an HB sicko. Like, I want to do cool HB stuff, and currently PD is just like score agendas and rush. But I want to care about tempo. I want to do something with that. Jinteki, I would be happy if it was something that dealt with damage. Whether we don't get a Ronin or a Snare reprint, that's up to us. I clicked it again. I have to learn about this new non-clicking meta. I would love it to do with net damage, but in a way that is at least healthier than this, that you can't afford to play Grinder. Yo, Jakub, how's it going? So I would like net damage to matter, because currently net damage doesn't really matter. In startup, it won't matter. We have Atea to do like horizontal efficiency tricks. We have RH to do whatever RH wants to do, keep your secrets. But I want something that does net damage. I hope it's healthier than this. PE physical education, when an agenda scored a stolen, do 20 push-ups. I mean, like, you're gonna have some accessibility issues, but I probably could deal with that. Like, I could probably use that. It would probably be bad identity for me to play. I kind of think it would be cool if it were a more random assortment of cards like SC21, but more playable rather than focused archetypes like all other sets. Yeah, you know what, Rohit? I think you've convinced me relatively quickly that, yeah, maybe it would be a bit better like that. If it'd be like, here's just some like uniquely, not like, here's just a melange of like Anarch cards that can support different things. Reality minus. Over under on how many runner IDs will say draw a card on them, I would say maybe one. Honestly, maybe one. I don't think we're going to see a lot. Ace of reprint or bust. We got Jeff on the inside. That's fantastic. NBN. This is really weird, but I wish we had an NBN that cared. Like so we have the tag NBN that's banned. So I think there's actually a big chance that we'll see tag NBN revisited because that's obviously a big part of what we imagine NBN to do in the card pool, but we need it to be more healthy. I think it was largely admitted that Reality Plus was banned very early on and was planned to be banned around the release of Elevation, regardless of whether the balance team banned it for competitive standard play sooner than that point. So whether we see Reality Plus or something that cares about tags, I think that is what we're going to end up on, unfortunately. But I think you can at least make it not like this, which is like PE, where you want to do this every turn, it becomes attritional and sucks. But yeah, tags are going to matter. I like the idea that tags are spent for an effect. I think that's something I've just been pleased with, so that you don't have to clear the tag. The corp clears the tag for you for a benefit. I like that overall because it means clearing the tag, which is the bad part of tags, is at least a choice, and you don't end up in tag hell forever. I think that's kind of neat if that is the case. Otherwise, though, Arish Chandra. I would love some market research. I wish we had NBN that cared about psychographics and seeing the runner and what they're doing and sweep sweeking and caring about information. It's clearly not this, but I miss info-based NBN and it has never really landed. So I think we might see something based off of that. I would hope for that at least. When it comes to Wayland, honestly, I don't know. Big money Wayland exists in BTL, like Rush Wayland. We have Op, which is like the creative Wayland. I think that's cool. We have also big money, like Dirty Wayland is technically New Vang, whatever. And then we're missing Bad Publicity Wayland. I'd be surprised if Bad Publicity was showing up in Elevation. I feel like you need cards pool to support that. And the idea is like if you printed something like Outfit and then you didn't give people, you know, access to Valenchow or access to Trebuchet, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So I don't think that we're going to see that be an evergreen thing. I think that's the thing that can change. Public agenda Wayland, I'd be happy about. I like public agendas and all the public agendas are rotating. I think it's nice. That's a really cool thing too, to understand like how much of Elevation is going to be neutral agendas versus more faction agendas. And I do think it's actually going to be faction agendas. I'd be very happy if every faction got 3 different agendas at a minimum, because one of the downsides of playing System Gateway is that every faction plays the same agenda suite. It's all the neutrals and you're one of. And then Elevation being the opposite of that, where there's no neutral agendas, but every faction now has 3 agendas, means that you actually can build a bunch of different agenda suites. That's one of the biggest things. My biggest complaint about System Update is that, System Gateway is that because it is such a small card pool, you have to play the neutral agendas, and moving away from that would be sick. So Wayland having a bunch of public agendas, I think that'd be really, really great. I would be totally down if Tag and Bag came back, and if it was part of Elevation, so newer players could get used to that, and we had something like Argus, like, you know, where damage matters, tags matter, being aggressive matters. I'd be down for that because it feels like modernism just hasn't existed in the card pool. I don't think we need something that supports Hyperglacier. We already have that. Wayland ID lets you install an agenda face up, gives a public, and lets you advance a public agenda for free at the start of your turn. Yep, stuff like that. The Wayland public I've been working on is like you can install an agenda face up, and it's too much text for Elevation. The Wayland I've been working on is that if there's an agenda installed face up, the first time the runner, there's a nice way to write this, but as long as this ability works once per turn, as long as there's an installed face up agenda, the first time the runner accesses HQ, you can put a card aside. Return to HQ after the access. So it's public and private. I think it's fun. Wayland ID that gives all agendas one Alice counter. Last up is, that's all of them, right? Jinteki, Wayland, NBN, and HB. Okay. Anarch. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Hoshiko's kind of been the generalist pile. I hope Anarch is something that we're actually surprised about. I think a lot of the last Anarchs we've seen have all been build-arounds to relatively different success. Like, as much as I don't like Seb, as much as like Seb is Seb, I think I'm going to be excited for the future of Seb, and I think Seb can be my favorite identity in the future with just a couple different cards. I think we're getting there. I think Essa is also similar in that case. I think a lot of the Anarch cards have been a bit too, like, obviously synergistic package melange, where it's just like, oh, you're playing an Anarch deck, you're playing the same 30 or 40 cards. I wouldn't mind if the Anarch did something slightly different and played with the card pool differently, and I don't think we're going to get a generic value Anarch unless Hoshiko gets banned at the same time. Wizard 2? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm worried. Like, your Anarch needs to do something that's better than Hoshiko, which means that you generally have to have something that's a bit more built around. first time each turn the runner accesses HQ, if there's a face-up agenda, set one card aside, return to HQ when the run ends. Yeah, something like that. I like that a lot. Bring back Max. Yeah, Max type effect actually could make sense, especially with those fractors. Like, it looks like we're going to be trashing our own cards. And I don't think you need to imagine a bigger card pool, but for what it's worth, right? Like, this card needs support in elevation, which means that we might see like Max type effects. Like, this is the format where you don't have moshing, you don't have price, you don't have Lagu, but this card still has to do something. So imagine we'll see something destructive, as much as you could just use Rising Tide and feed it to your Carnivore, which is, you know, I guess you could do that. I've never played Hoshiko. I won't ever. Tyler, you're really messing up. Genuinely, Hoshiko is really fun and it teaches you good fundamentals. It makes you plan your turn. It gives you free card draw. People demonize Hoshiko because Hoshiko is just kind of like everywhere and it's good. But like Hoshiko is just very good Netrunner. Just is very good Netrunner naturally. You can swap an Anarch ID to be anything at this point. Sly, how's it going? Max with Sealskin Eternal is really fast. Yeah, Max and Eternal sounds really, really fun. Lou exists, so I don't expect a trash forward Anarch. No, I don't think it's going to be super, super trash based because Lou has your bases covered if you're playing core set. So I imagine it might be a different angle. Whether it's ice destruction, that feels trash based. Lou doesn't trigger on that though. Trash archives matter. Yeah, we could see an archives matter Anarch. I think this is one of the things that I'm excited to see. I think Elevation will fix is that currently in System Gateway, besides the one busted card Leech, which is like just one of the best cards in System Gateway, if you ask me, especially with the environment of breakers, is that there's not a really big incentive to running archives or running HQ. And I do think we're going to see an account siphon equivalent. I think we know that. So having a card that actually matters that you run archives could make a lot of sense. I do think, though, for what it's worth, that Null Signal Games has largely kind of walked away from things like Gabriel Santiago or Steve Cambridge or Alice Merchant, where they generally want their IDs to matter a bit more and have a bit more easier ways to interact. That being said, oops. But yeah, I remember how much I missed Kim. Oh man, I don't think I've ever really played a Kim deck besides Rebirthing, but yeah, Kim is a fun ID. That's kind of cool. I think last week we talked about how do you redesign Imp, and I think like having Imp with some sort of conditions like Kim, where it's like, oh, this can always trash one event a turn, like something like that I could see seeing play for sure. All right, so I don't know about Anarch. Criminal. That's not gonna work. Criminal's really tricky because Zaya is just such a good starting point. Zaya teaches you everything you need to know when you're learning the game, which is touch cards get paid, 40 card minimum. I'd be surprised. Ooh, do you think that the system, the elevation decks will be 40 minimum or 45? I'm assuming 45. I feel like 40 is just kind of a bit of a balancing problem overall, especially on the corp side. I think they should be avoided. Hey, how's it going? Howdy, Andre. Do you think Op somehow limits design space due to tutoring ability? 100%. 100%. We're going to see this constantly through the history of Op. So like one thing that comes up is in Eternal, which has the big card pool, a card like Markiel sees play. And that's because Markiel is a one cost trashable. You can trash at any paid ability window. And because you're Op, you can get a zero coster. So while that means you can feed your opponent a snare at instant speed, and that doesn't really matter in Eternal, it means you can at instant speed get things like Spin Doctors and Rashida Yahims and stuff like that, which is obviously very, very good. Basically untrashable Rashida, you can move to a different server. That's very, very, very good. So I do not think we're going to see a one cost trashable card ever while Op exists, unless it has really strict conditions on when you can trash it. Like can't trash it during a run or something like that. And even those abilities I think are a bit tedious to play around. They're very, very tricky for the rules interactions, unfortunately. So I think we're just never going to see certain cards. Like if you ask me again, this came up before, Cyber Sand Harvester, this would be perfect as a one cost card, but it can't. Especially with N6 changing. With N6 changing, it seems like the future of Netrunner, you are going to be able to trash this even if there's no credits on it. And that means the Op design space problem is even more difficult. Shout out to N6, which might be ironed out by the time Elevation comes out. But you have to reevaluate old cards because there's a chance in a world without N6. And I don't think we're there right now. You can always just take a tag with crew. So if you ever want to just install a resource when you're playing Seb, you can just take a tag whenever. You don't need to be interacting with an ice. Technically, based off of the change of N6. Every card limits design space. I think the better question is, does a card provide more interesting space than it restricts? Yes, every card definitely restricts design space, but Ob is one of the bigger ones, obviously, because it restricts an entire like mechanic of trashing cards at instant speed. But I'm glad we have Ob. Crew is limited once per turn. Yep. Do this on the corpse turn. Speaking of ideas, I want a Wayland ID that promotes the wide, thin ice, Asa-like play. Yeah, we haven't really seen that. I guess a lot of Nuven players do play like that, though. Advanced assembly lines would be extremely strong at ob still. Yeah, AAL is another card that you can't print. This card just allows you to install cards clicklessly. This card's just really good, mind you, in Eternal for many, many reasons, but also just allows you to trash and get a 0-coster. I think 1 cycles of 40 minimums is plenty. I'm kind of hoping for more 50 minimums, maybe not an elevation. The problem is like competitive players shit on the 50s. And for what it's worth, I think making your deck bigger, making the game more like less consistent, making the game less consistent doesn't make better Netrunner. It also just is harder because you need more cards. And I think that's something with elevation you have to watch out for. It's like a lot of those players only have elevation and core set, system gateway. So sometimes building a 50 card deck might be tricky. And it means that more of the 50 card decks end up being similar overall. Hannah says you are encountering, so is it really at any time? Yes, but from my understanding, N6 means you can just pay the cost regardless of the effect it works. As long as you can pay the cost, you can do it, is the change to N6. It's interesting, though, that there aren't actually that many trashable, even internal. Mostly trashable effects, corp side, or just operations. Yeah. Gagarin, no notes. Yeah, we do have a horizontal Wayland. I forgot about Gagarin, reprinted no notes. Yeah, very good. This is not fun. Okay, so Anarch, honestly, I don't know. But I'm assuming the Anarch has to do something a bit more nuanced. I don't know if we're going to see Virus Anarch.deck, but we're technically lacking Virus Anarch because Freedom is leaving. That might be design space for the future, not exactly for the next upcoming set, but I do think like having a pure Virus Anarch would make some sense sooner than later. Whether or not Elevation plus Core gives you enough cards for that, I don't know. Criminal. Give me Crime? I don't know. Well, we were talking about Criminal. Zaya is hard. I don't know what you do for Criminal, honestly. I don't think we're going to see a Shaper Criminal like As, because we still have As, and As requires building around. I have no idea what you do for a criminal identity, but I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised. There are a lot of Gateway virus cards that are so good. Yeah, Gateway, it does have a lot of viruses. The majority of the Anarch card pool in Gateway is virus coded. There's so much balance around N6 that the rule that replaces them must also probably stop, just get the cost stuff. No, you say that, but I think it's not the case. From my understanding of conversations I've heard, N6 is just going to say like, F it, we'll figure it out. And then errata things that we have to errata and then just design with the future in mind. Criminal's going to be credit denial. I don't think you can build around full credit denial. Like, is 419 credit denial? I guess. Corp ID that allows you to move your ice around would be nice. That's mostly what Jinteki classically used to do. I don't think repositioning ice is super, super powerful. I think you might see something like Thimble Rig. I think as a Corp ID ability, that would have to be much more powerful than that. Crim should be more Jaichinyo coded. Yeah, but a lot of people won't have Jaichinyo if they just buy this. Account Siphon, we're going to see a new Account Siphon. There's no way it's going to be as powerful as Account Siphon, but like Diversion leaves, we're going to see a new Diversion. I'd bet on it. But like, you can't make that your deck, right? Like 3 diversions does not a deck make. Now 9 Account Siphons. Okay, now we're playing Criminal circa 2015. That's a deck. So I honestly don't know. The trace level on this is only 35%. It's not that bad. Just a couple tags. When agenda is scored or stolen, place a bypass counter and a piece of ice built in Fem. I would not expect it, but I'd be okay if we had counter tokens in Netrunner. I think that could be kind of fun. Would you bet your Corp money on a new doof? Yeah. 100%. I think they've guaranteed it, Koga. I think designers have been pretty clear in last articles that there would be a diversion of funds replacement. I think in the Neon Static interview that came up. Even one of the marketing points would have been there. Shaper, honestly, there's a chance. Nullsignal Games has been pretty good at making Shaper a bit more interactive, but there's a chance that we'll get like Euro board game Shaper again. Because for what it's worth, as much as like, Kate's not super exciting, I know so many lovely people who got into the game because they can play the Euro board game Shaper, where they just have an identity that lets them set up and means that they have these things to build, because a lot of Shaper players want to build boards. They want to put cards down. Now, whether you argue that's more interesting or better than Lat, that's up to you for sure. But I wouldn't be like, I feel like the sort of like Euro board game Shaper doesn't really exist modernly. Criminal ID that says draw a card. That'd be pretty sick. Pretty good, honestly. When a run created by a card finishes, gain 2 credits. That's just Ken with more steps. Lat is already very Euro board game feeling, but not necessarily. Like, I'm talking about Kate, who like, plays personal touch. Like, we're talking about real in the weeds setting up stuff. You know what I mean? I do have nostalgia. Like, I want to be clear, I'll probably complain about this if it's good, but there is a bunch of Netrunner players who want to just build things. And I don't know what ID ability they're playing to build things. Right? Like, just strap things on things to make them build, or like just make weird, big, tall stuff. And then eventually you lose to their icebreakers and their turbine. But I do think that's part of the card pool that isn't really well explored right now, but there's a chance it's for the better. Like right now, Modernly Shaper is creative commission. It's like just very, very different than it used to be, where it's like they're running, like, you know, trick shot, burner, like they're interacting, and it used to not be like that. So just reprint Aesops. Honestly, if they reprinted Aesops with an ID, I would be bummed out because I can't play it in as or any other like weird identity. I don't really play Aesops as. That's a bad idea, bad example. But yeah, I could see Aesops being an identity. I'd be much more happier if it was a resource though. This is the card that I'm set to go. Andre of the Shaper is good, the game is bad, Métropole. I'm like, if Control Shaper is good, the game is bad. If like Aggro Shaper is good, sometimes the game is bad. I'm in the middle. It's not obviously as black as white as that sentence is meant to be. I think that's mostly it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of, I think we're going to see 7 identities. I'd be surprised if we see more. I came from playing Bridge, and Shaper is by far my favorite. I was so sad when they banned the tree. We could get Aesops themselves as the ID. I don't think we will, because we're not going to see named characters from FFG World. We're just not going to see it anymore for a couple reasons. Shout out to the FFG Aesops altar, which is really, really fun. Has a lot of little like nice details in the background. I also didn't know, another card that I didn't realize had an FFG character on it is the altered boomerang has Geist standing in the background. And I don't think I realized that until I was looking at the altar. Ultimate Shaper Euro board game, when you have a full rig installed, get an agenda point. Woof, and they just keep uninstalling or reinstalling. Aesop's packed up shop and moved up to Kota Kalimantan. Cards like this, for what they're worth, are really, really good cards. Like cards like Aesop's Pawn Shop, and this might be just some of my like, you know, jaded, been playing for a while, but cards like Pawn Shop, cards like Professional Contacts are really good cards for system update type effects, like for elevation. Because whether or not you could say these cards are good enough in terms of their money and the numbers on them, they are cards that can be inserted into just about every deck. So they really open up your, you know, your card space, and they just add a lot of like flexibility, right? I like these cards a lot for elevation, where it's like Aesop's Pawn Shop existing can create not one deck. It's not like the Sabotage creates the ESA deck, but it creates potentially like 6 or 7 different decks and different archetypes. Like you see Pawn Shop in weird places in startup. You can see Pawn Shop honestly wherever you want. And not that Proco is fast enough, but Proco is the same sort of thing. It's like, can you play Proco in Seb? Maybe. Can you play Proco in Az? Yeah, maybe. Can you play Proco in Slow Shaper? Yeah, maybe. Actively, no, but you know what I mean? If only Proco was 3 credits install, yeah, probably be a bit good. You can shave 1 off of this maybe. But Proco is just a bit slow. But you see what I mean? It's like cards like this open up a lot. And I really like cards like that. Mope is the idea. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Flip IDs are fun, but definitely extra mental load. So I'll flip IDs to make it more habitual. But you need like the Marvel Champions flip IDs that are 3 cards. Okay. You have front, you have back, and then you have inside. That's what you need. No Signal Games needs to figure out where that printer is to print the 3-sided identity. And then you just keep once per turn, you can switch side. It's really fun. You got 3 Hoshikos. One of them's half digital. Have you not seen these? Actually, wait, they're really, really good. How do I sleeve that? The answer is some people would buy side loaders and stitch them together. That's one option. There's also ways that you can do it. I think it involves the Transformers card game. Transformers card games has cards like that. So some people make sleeves like those. I think Etsy has sleeves like those. But the technology is really cool. So Ant-Man, Hero, Marvel Champions. They've done a couple heroes like this, and they've done a couple of a villain like this. It's hard to show. But yeah, the card folds out, so you get big Ant-Man. So that's like, you know, 2 cards tall. And then if you close it, it's little Ant-Man, and then the guy on couch, Paul Rudd. It's really, really cool. And I have mine. I don't have it sleeved. It hasn't broken, but people will sleeve them. This seems to be a hard sleeve. But yeah, it's like 2 cards, and this is fused in the middle. And so the other side is big Ant-Man, which you flip. It's cool. Should remake Jinteki Biotech? There's that too. There is that. Yeah, people are apparently sleeving in hard sleeves. I don't know how they do that. I guess they just have a couple Ant-Men. An ID with a window through which you can see some back variants. Jakob, So I do that all the time. Oh man, I feel really bad about this. If someone has an extra, please hit me up. But Nelson Games put out acrylic versions of some of the identities. So like acrylic Netrunner. Who is an acrylic identity? Lat. So it was a lat that it doesn't look really good if you see it online, but the background is clear, so you can see through it. There was an acrylic, I think these are from Worlds 2019, like these are old, but there was an acrylic as, and I was out Toronto, this one, so where it's white is actually clear, right? So there was an acrylic as, and it was at the sign up table at Toronto Regionals, or sorry, Toronto Nationals last year. And I was the last to register because I was helping set up stuff and I didn't get one. If anyone has an extra as, please. But what I do with these is I sleeve them and I put a full art behind it. So I can basically change Az's background or Lat's background, or the Anarch one is probably not Hoshiko because it doesn't work. But it's really fun to have a nice little acrylic overlayer and then you choose your background. No mechanical text. As was Regionals 2019. I don't have one. I don't know why. Yeah, it's really cool. I like that a lot. That you can slot. And if you have the full arts, like it takes up the full thing. So I think I had like a full art Chesva behind as, and it looks great. It looks really, really good. Well, if I had an as, but whatever. I should do that with Steve. Oh yeah, Steve has one too. Yeah, Steve has one. It's really fun. I think for the Shaper ones, I would use like full art, some of the weird full arts from the 2016 or whatever the Haley Shaper deck was. Hoshiko has a reversible acrylic ID. There's no way. Anyways, you got an extra ads kicking around. Hit up your boy. I have a full art Sunny LeBeau. Yeah, that one's not acrylic though. That one's nice. I like the full art Sunny. If new Crim is Ken but draw instead, that would be sick. Yeah, actually, if Ken just drew a card, I'd be really happy with it. That's like the biggest issue is like you play events, you need card draw more than anybody else. If Ken just says when the event is, if the run is successful, draw a card once per turn, yeah, I'd be totally down. That'd be really, really fun and really straightforward. I think that's a pretty reasonable design. As much as you need enough run events in core. I have some smoke art alters you might be interested in. Oh man, DreamNet on Crim ID. That's an interesting thing too, right? Like if there's bans, and I'm assuming we're getting bans, I believe we're not gonna see Cleaver. It's like what happens to DreamNet? What happens to mostly DreamNet? Like I think this card is a card that could be on the verb of being unbanned, the verge of being unbanned, but I think to unban DreamNet, you have to like probably ban Hoshiko. I don't see any other way. But this is a card that criminals would like a heck of a lot. The only acrylic card I have from the Legend of the Five Rings Gen Con release event. Oh, cool. DreamNet on the criminal identity, I don't think would be a good enough identity, which is weird. And I don't think they would do that exactly, considering we live in a world with Sydney chip and other like payoff triggers like this. Right? Like, I don't think you do that. I think the run event on draw is kind of fascinating. As much as you could just play Swift and they get free card. Oh, it'd be fun. It'd be really fun. I like that. Okay. I think we're just going to do some gameplay for the sake of the stream. Let me just clear up some tabs really quickly. It's already kind of late. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. The news has been really exciting. Excited to see more stuff from the upcoming set. Again, comes out April 24th. So I'm assuming spoilers will start proper, like community spoilers and NSG spoilers in April, which is a bit away for sure, but we'll hold on. Wasn't orbital superiority on the list you showed? Which list, Spark? I think there are too many draw effects already runner, and that is one of the bigger issues at the moment. I think they're not well distributed though. Like, we're losing Diesel. Like, I want to be honest. Draw is going to change to some extent. Like, these cards have to be designed around elevation and system core. System update, excuse me. And in elevation and system update, there's not that many draw card effects. Right? There really isn't. Right? Like, you have VRcation, you have the neutral one, and that's kind of mostly it, if I'm not mistaken. You don't have Diesel anymore, which is kind of a big deal. Now, you could argue that Shaper can get away with playing Nuka and VRcation in a bigger or the same card pool, and maybe they can play Joyride. Honestly, we don't know. That's going to be a fun thing to figure out together. But seeing if there's a Diesel reprint, I don't know, trash a program, draw 4 for 0, hard to say. Yeah, we're losing Earthrise. That really does matter. Class Act is not in that format. So I do think looking at card draw is going to be very important. And so having card draw, especially on criminal cards, makes a bit of sense. Shaper still has access to a couple good card draw cards. Anarch still has moshing and I've had worse, or sorry, Steelskin Scarring. So draw on successful run ID with Class X seems really good. Yeah, Z, really fun too. I think it would be after the run ends though, just so there's weirder triggers. Oh, maybe that's hard too, because you'll forget about it. I thought the game was just making decks on Netrunner B and looking at your opponent in the hand for hours and being sad. Well, you could argue against your opponent who has the better deck, and you don't have to play. You can just win. Joyride and VRcation, their time is now. Yeah, there might be a case. It's like really strange how clumsy VRcation is. Right? Like this sees no play, and it easily could have seen play. But the problem is obviously playing with last click kind of sucks because you generally want to draw early in the turn. That's also the click you play Creative Commission, which is not really great. Spending 2 to draw 4 and a credit doesn't feel fantastic, but it might be fine. This is like my least favorite thing is like Diesel rotating. Oh, I need to shout this out actually. This is really good. Rascal Radio Netrunner. So I'm not familiar with this, but this came out 6 days ago. Pat shouted this out. So Rascal Radio is an independent media source that covers tabletop games and card games. And recently Kato was on there. You might know Kato. Kato's great. And Kato did an interview explaining what Netrunner was and talking pretty effusively for an hour, 40 minutes. It was a really great listen. Kato's great. I'm a big Kato fan. And one of the things came up was talking about rotation and stuff like this. And I'm glad that Kato brought this up. But this is a card that's rotating with Elevation coming out. I'll share the link to that, mind you, in the description. And Diesel is one of my favorite cards because since it came out in 2012, this was the card you would show a Magic the Gathering player and they would brick. They would be like, what are you talking about? And then they would realize, wait, Netrunner is really cool. Because in those games, you draw 1 card a turn. The fact that this card draws 3 for no credits and it's not the most busted card in the game is like unbelievable for people who come from a certain card game background. Cards like games like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And it highlights how Netrunner is different, where it's like, it's the action, economy. It's not so much like you can always draw new cards, but it's like, what click do you play Diesel? There's costs associated to this. It's about an action economy, not about like a hand economy all the time. It's not about like the linear scaling mana system. Like this card is just one of the coolest ways to convert people into Netrunner, and it's leaving. I don't know what Ancestral Recall is. I'm not sure. New Diesel flavors. Rona, how's it going? Yeah, maybe we might see it. I'm not sure, but like it's a bummer that a card this simple is leaving. I hope that we see something like this because this is just like such a core Netrunner card to me. People have argued that this card isn't even good. I remember being in metas where people would not play Diesel in their Shaper decks because they were like, it's not worth it. Play 3 fewer Diesels. Your deck is more consistent, and like the argument is pretty wild sometimes. But yeah, very, very cool. Very, very cool. I vote Strawberry Diesel. What grows in Borneo? Borneo fruit. Quality Time. Yeah, Quality Time was playable. That was a bit more work. But draw 5 sometimes is too much, Play your Joyride. Okay, what are we playing? I don't think I have time to build a deck, so I think I'll take any like suggestions of what to play. We'll just pull something off of Netrunner DB. A bunch of events went on this last weekend. Got Wenjong playing. This is Price Lat, and then just like Issuaq. Classic. Go Tango Diesel. Reprinted as draw 3 cards, gain a click that can be as busted as MTG players think. Gain 2 clicks, why not? Not Again brought this to the districts in Boston. It is asset spam, 23 assets, MC Austerity, Amani Sanai, Probably good fun. Enjoy game eventi. Warlock, how's it going? What was the take on Rising Tide, trash or busto? Oh, I think it's trash. It's not good. We have to see enough synergy pieces for it to be good, but building a deck with like 5 fractors in it does not make a lot of sense. So I'm saying it means Cleaver is banned. So grab my Hyobu deck. I know you love the idea. Brennan, did you publish recently a Hyobu deck? It's like I'm in the mood to play Hyobu. We've had enough good news today. We could use some bad news is all I'm saying. Simple Rush Up. 12th at NACBI, 5th at Cambridge Regional. Oh, just missing the cut. Yeah, Kolava mentioned it. Play My Worlds Hoshiko. Do we want people to be excited about the stream? Not Again is a superpower making any deck list sound miserable. Well, it is a miserable deck list, but like Not Again does want to do that. No, not recently. Quick Eternal game? Yeah, Toronto's been putting out some good deck lists. Oh, shout out for those who are watching the ESL. Something unfortunately that I learned is that if you want to do the timestamp thing, you can't do timestamps. You can do them in the comments, but the sort of timestamps that I know I put on my live streams and videos, which like it blocks it into chapters, you can only do that if the channel has 1,000 subscribers. That sucks. What about posting links? You also can't do that unless you have X subscribers. So if we want to put in the description the link to Tron's Eternal, like guide to Eternal, we can't put links in the YouTube description because the channel is just not big enough. If you want to go over and subscribe to the Eternal ESL channel, that helps. But unfortunately, like some of the like best features on YouTube, you cannot use if your channel is not big enough. So that sucks. Bummer. All right, this is just Rush Wayland. It's op. That's bullshit. Well, like it means that people are not spamming, you know, link farming and stuff like that. Like that kind of makes sense. The chapters makes less sense to me. I feel like 1,000 is pretty high. I don't know what that cost the YouTube people, but links, I kind of get it. It just sucks. We're trying to make like Eternal, you know, accessible, and I put the time in to do all the timestamps. I'm like, it's not showing up. Why? So you can find the timestamps. You just have to click on the description button. They're down there. But yeah, timestamps are locked behind okay. I thought they were accessible to me a bit earlier. Jeff, that's from what I saw. At least modernly, it seems to be okay. They might have slid the goalposts since you've unlocked it. How does ESL not have 1,000 subscribers? They have like 100 and something, which is pretty good. But yeah. The Powers That D. That's a good name, Sauce. Netrunner is a game we play with that trick shot. Very, very good names. Good old Canal. February 1st, AMT. 7th in London District from off. We're going to have to play this Kokoro on the weekend. Or sorry, on Thursday. When was German Nationals? If ESL had 1 subscriber, then I am alive. If it was 0, then I am dead. Oh, man. How many players do you think Netrunner has worldwide? Dan, hard to say. And that's because people interact with Netrunner in a lot of different ways. If you're watching this stream, I don't think you're in the majority. I think a lot of people interact with Netrunner as like a board game, right? Like a hobbyist board game. The minority of people get involved in like global metas and organized play and come out and hang out in chats and stuff like that. And that's just the reality of it. Like the majority of people buy a core set and nothing else. Are they Netrunner players? Yeah, they know how to play the game. They enjoy the game. But I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. Are there more people playing Netrunner now than when like the core set came out in 2012 from Fantasy Flight Games and it was on top of like the Board Game Geek hotness list? Probably not, but I think we're getting there. The thing is, like, we're probably seeing a bigger skew of players who are a bit more engaged at this point, which is kind of nice to some extent, because if you're engaged and you're aware of Netrunner, you have to be a bit more plugged in. It's not like you just went to the store because someone recommended it and you grabbed it off a shelf. A lot of stores don't carry it. So imagine now things are a bit more skewed towards like the hobbyist side than the casual side, but I don't know. Apologies again. Sorry, Jay. I'm just having fun. Maybe we do build an Acme deck. We forgot that's real, right? I have no idea. I don't know if NSG knows. They probably have a better idea than I do because they sell products and stuff. But like, how many print and play PDFs got printed in the last year? Probably lots. Are we playing Wenjong vegan Issuaq? We could. I'm not a biggest I'm a big Wenjong fan. I almost said that wrong. I'm not a big Issuaq fan. We could. If people know your deck, this is a lot worse. So the big thing with this deck is they don't know if you're on punitive or not. So this being posted on Netrunner DB is one of the worst things that you can do to yourself because we cannot flatline. All we're trying to do is put an agenda behind ice and then just hope that we can get a seamless launch off and then win in 2 turns. We have played a bit of Issuaq on the channel, and if it goes off fast, right? Like you can go from the corporation being on 0 points for them being on game point in 1 to 2 turns. Like that's really, really frightening. But until then, who knows? Andre hates Wenjong. Terrence, how you doing? Remote bait. Okay, I would play Snare, yeah, instead of Urtica. I don't think a lot of times they bust the remote server. We're on, you know, this many agenda points. So ideally we're scoring to 6 because of Issuaq. Otherwise we have to score to 9. I don't know how bad data loop is right now. It's probably pretty good. I think the magnets in here, we have a sprint. We can try it. We can try it. Z, did you publish an Epiphany deck? You played Epiphany on the weekend, right? Yeah, let's play this. It's fine. It's a whack. Andre, I have a Virtuoso Sable. I'd love to get some advice, please. I promise it's not bad. Yo, that sounds hot, Wenjong. That, I'm like, I want to find an excuse to play Virtuoso. Like, yeah, that sounds great. What do you got? Virtuoso, like, honestly, is almost a really cool effect. The problem is it's very expensive. Gives you 1 MU and it's in the console slot. Oh, let's make some small changes here. So we're going to drop the Urtica and just play a Snare. Now, I don't know if the Snare actually does anything because we're not actually on kill. But again, ideally, our opponent doesn't know that. Sending you the list. Okay, thank you. Virtuoso is close. Yeah, Virtuoso is almost really fun. I just don't think it's the best even mark console, right? We're a court. Oh, you have JNet sounds because we've set this up in a new way. Do y'all want to hear the JNet sounds or do you want to not hear the JNet sounds? Classically, we've never had the JNet sounds on. I'm moving soon and want to organize my card collection. What do you use for organizing physical cards? One large box, something more piecemeal. Any product recommendations or sellers? Floating, are you going to be around after this game? Because I can just show you my collection. It's like right next to me. I can't do a mid-game because it'll be a bit disrespectful. Let's hear the JNet sounds. Okay, we'll try it. Tell me if it's too loud. It's probably too loud. I'll send you the bingo board next stream. Thank you, Jai. I'd be very excited to see it. I'll let you know what I think is going to be the closest line. We're playing against Steve. Cool. This could be Tag Me Steve. There's a deck like that posted. I'll stick around. Okay, cool. Remind me if I forget. My memory is not great. So Tag Me Steve wants to get into HQ and D-Res. The deck, if this is the deck list we posted, which it might not be, we definitely want to get an Anansi on HQ and not have it D-Resed. This hand has Hedge Fund, which is nice, into Anansi, and Anansi is hard for this deck to deal with because it's a very bad inside job target. It doesn't boomerang well. So I think Anansi on HQ is probably the start, and we just keep this hand. We're clamoring the greatest of Virtuosos for a while. Next iteration will be to use it out of faction. It's a lot of influence, but I think using it out of faction is actually kind of fun because it makes any run like a reasonable run for you. But it is like 4 influence, unfortunately. I think Toronto's building like a Virtuoso shaper, and it's just like the influence is the thing that stops you, not the text on the card. All right, I think we can play it a bit slow here. We could draw once, but I think I'm just going to do Hedge Fund credit Anansi. If the Anansi gets shut down on this turn after you tank it, we have to res it again. How's that volume? That seems way too loud, doesn't it? I was tempted to hop into the game with Lou, but I have to head to work. Sorry, Harp. What's the deck I need today? Blurry, this is Wenjong's deck. Wenjong, mind you, is the Issuaq player internationally. Played this at the Path CO in Toronto. It is just trying to square out with Seamless Launch. Nothing too fancy. Our opponent doesn't know that in theory that we could be on Punitive, which is like the real threat because we're running 5-3s and have a lot of agendas. Are you sure that's not too loud? That seems pretty loud. Let me know if it is. I'm not used to the sounds. It is. Tag me. Okay, sick. So this is the DECKLISTS I reckon we did a video on. I imagine our matchup might not be awful. It's a little loud. Okay, that's fantastic. I'd rather have it be a little quiet. So notice there's a magnet here. We can do magnet to Rashida. I don't mind that. We just want to be able to res all this for 11 because the line that's bad for us is run remote, run HQ, shut down. I think leaving R&D open is fine. That might be too quiet. I think that's fine. Gotta head out and watch the VOD later. Have fun. Thank you, Jakob. Enjoy the rest of your day, huh? Feels weird with the sound? You and I both. You and I both. I never play with the sound on. It makes it harder to miss clicks, though, which is good if the corporation installs and you don't remember. Bravado, it's into a magnet. No surprise. Our opponent saw that off the top. I don't mind resing this, especially before Cat's Cradle comes down. We're still on 8, so we can res the Nancy. Wenjong, I'm coming for Issuaq round. I don't think it's too loud in that it's not too loud, that it's unpleasant, but I might be a little loud that you might be fighting to be understood over it if it plays at the wrong moment. Okay, that's good. I just want it to be like technically there. All right. Let's see the HQ run, the Hawk Pursuit. Diversion. Okay, this is not a great diversion if you ask me. On average, our ice, unless it's a Tattoo Bola, usually costs like 5 to 8. If we res a 5-cost ice here, maybe we duck it, but this is like the best case. We don't strength the Boomerang. Looks like Steve is going to get back a Barado or a Sure Gamble, but some part of the Nazi is going to hurt. So this is why it's really good. Now, with no clicks left, we're not worried about E shutdown, and that's the biggest thing, is if they force an Anansi res and then we E shut down. So not all the Sabretines are going to be broken, so this is going to be at least 3 net damage. It could be 4. Mind you, Edward can always draw. And technically, getting the damage into Steve is fine. But look at all the Steve options you'll have. Yeah, Steve could get hit on damage, and then you can get like extra cards back. I like to listen to the stream in the background, so the sound helps me with visualizing things. That's good feedback, Justin. So breaking the net damage, rearrange the top 5 cards of R&D. So we'll fire the subroutine. So the subroutine is you may draw a card, the runner may P2. I don't think we actually want to draw a card here. We have Rashida coming in, guaranteed. Oh, it actually probably is an access. We'll draw a card. That's fine. Paying 2 to draw. This is scary. At least it's class act, because if you hit like a program here, we could trash it. And this Steve deck only has 1 of each of the programs, so besides Revolver, so you can't recur your programs that easily. So there's actually a chance here, class act, you pick your worst card because you're about to take 3 damage. We just have to watch out that we don't get E shut down. So we need to get an ice on archives so it's not sneak door into E shut down to lose on Nancy, because then we lose the game. We're going to play pretty slow for the first couple turns. We just want to get a Charlotte cooking, and then we can start trashing resources. All right, let's see what we hit. We hit Diesel, credit kiting, mutual favor, so they can go for a double kiting. We're going to go for an axis here. Sometimes it's bad, not often. Like back prone to punitive is game losing. This is where like you might will not want to axis if you think we're on punitive. That being said, we don't have money, so you know you can touch. Unless it's like back prone to YDL. But notice how Issuaq text doesn't matter. Diesel or Bravado. You can actually have Bravado here. I don't want you to draw cards. La Costa, okay. That's the worst hit, I think. That's good for us. It's a lot of money to trash. The server one threatening to be a Rashida. There's not that much else on the table. It makes sense, especially when you see a La Costa in hand. But that is a lot of money, and a lot of this deck needs to be able to get through an Anansi to catch forward momentum. So, tough choice. We also need Ice Up R&D sooner than later so we don't just got mauled to pieces. All right, we get a Rashida. They trash the La Costa. Draw 3, gain 3. Sick. Oh, well, not that sick. Revolver breaks Anansi quite efficiently, at least. Yeah, it breaks it a couple times. It's still 4 credits, which is not bad. You have to boost twice, but you can only break it twice. So in theory, Edward can only break, I think, if you get all the revolvers and throw all the revolvers, which you have to figure out how to throw it, which can be somewhat tricky. You only break this a couple times. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 Anansi breaks. Is it not 1 boost? No, 1 boost gets to 4. There's definitely something in my hair. I know it's been here. What is... peanut butter? Again? All right, so Rashida goes on the remote server, I think. I'm just going to put a Thimble Rig on archives and then just click for credit. We'll Hansei an extra card next turn. I just don't want to get E shut down into losing that Nancy, because if Steve fires, we lose the game. I do think a lot of people don't respect Steve as much as you should, but the only way we lose this game is if Steve gets cheap HQ runs to fire efficiency, and the only way that happens is sneak door beta. You could like inside job or boomerang the Nancy and it'll still fire. And then if you still shut down the Nancy, I don't think you're the worst spot. We know Edward's hand has just a Bravado. But I'm way more worried about like, it's not likely because we haven't drawn that many cards, but like sneak door beta, shut down, run HQ. We lose to that. Let's not lose to that. Did we lose Edward? Nope. Sneak door beta also rips when Dawn arrives. Yeah, we lose sneak door. I'd be interested. I think sneak door could have text on an event. In one of the Nemec sets, we saw a really cool event. It was like run archives for 1 credit. If successful, access HQ, access an additional card. I think that's a card that you'd really like in Mercury. I think that's a card that you would really like in general. Whether it says sees R&D or HQ, that's up to you. But I think we're in a reasonable spot for in Criminal Archives run event. Ben or Steve would not try versus Nancy? Yeah, Ben or Steve, you need a revolver than Nancy. All right, we have to trash that. You mean divide and conquer? Yeah, sorry. Card like divide and conquer. So the Rashida replacement just doesn't cut it. 3 cost Rashida for 1 credit and card is pretty bad. It's not as good as Rashida, but I wouldn't say it's pretty bad. I think there's some use cases for it. The game might just slow down. But nobody's saying it's as good as Rashida, and it's probably for the best it's not. I don't think we res the Rashida. I think we just trash the road crating. If we res the Rashida, thinking, we're on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. Hansei puts us to 8, 7. We could discard a card. Don't forget the res. We might not res because we might just trash road trading and pass. Because if we res the Rashida, we discard cards. I guess we'll Hansei because we're going to Rashida, Hans. Yeah, it's fine. But it might have been right not to Rashida. If we were on 5 credits, it would have been possible. Okay, so we're going to Hansei first. What's the card we don't want in our hand? Honestly, the snare, probably. We need to trash the 12 credit button. And then we have 1 click left, so we're going to discard another card. I think we just put Tattoo Bola on R&D or HQ. We have nothing in the remote server, which sucks. Sneak Door Prime Series from TD was a fun variation. Yeah, but like very hard to play around. I'd be interested to see another card like that. I think we have to put Tattoo Bowl on HQ. That's another really good card against Steve. What are we throwing out here? I want an enemy. I want a Nancy. We have 3 Seamlesses. Anoetic is really important. We could throw out a Back Pro. It's not that bad in Archives. This deck isn't on Hermes. It's on Maw, so our agendas are only a liability in one way. I think we get rid of the Anemone. Anemone's actually really good, though, against Revolver. It's not good against Makua. We might have been better icing up R&D there. But we have drawn through like 16 cards. We're assuming we're going to see some HQ pressure. We have Sneak Door Prime and Standard. It's called Pinhole Threading. Yeah, Sneak Door Prime was weird. Very, very powerful. Sneak Door Zeta was fun as an anti-acid tech. So the more that Steve doesn't fire, the better we are. Anansi is going to be a problem. We don't have Mindscaping, and for what it's worth, Mindscaping is actually like a real issue for this deck. Because if you just tempo Mindscaping, I'm surprised we're not on Mindscaping. I feel like it's just an okay enough card in these sort of decks. Yeah, we're not. 2 Hansei, 3 Hedge Fund, no Mindscaping. Maybe that's a sort of sprint slot. I think I'd rather actually play it than Snare as well. Charlotte would be good. And a Spin Doctor would be good. We want to get the Lacostas back in. So the only thing we threaten is a Lacosta. Otherwise, our ability doesn't matter. We could do Install Advance, but that doesn't mean we can fire our ability. That being said, we don't need to fire our ability. We can get our ability to fire on the second agenda. We don't need it to fire on the first agenda. Okay, I'm glad that we got ice up here. Okay, that's good. As much as it would be 4 credits against HQ, but we probably see E shutdown. So at least with a Tattoo Bola, we can swap and make money off the E shutdown play. But again, just respect Steve. Yeah, the more that Steve doesn't fire, the worse this deck is. That should be clear. The Revolver looks like it came down off the Diesel. I'm assuming that E shutdown's in hand. Second class act. Okay, only on 3 credits. There's 2 Dirty Laundries in the list. So if we get ice on R&D, that's good. Oh, that's a really good draw. I think we draw once Hedge Fund and non-C R&D unless we get something to push. That's better on R&D. Revolver. Yeah, we don't need to make it too expensive. HQ can be 2 Anansis eventually. It actually might have been okay to get this Anansi on the table because send a message is in hand. Getting a message from YouTube. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Huh? Do I sound okay? Now, our remote server is probably going to be a Nancy, Void, and an Agenda, but we really want to have a Lacosta so we don't have to actually advance our cards. Sounds fine? Yeah, thank you. I hope so. I think on the last Steve video, the audio was a bit hard on the intros. I think I peaked a bit. And I think on the last Crash Space stream, that was the same case. I mean, sometimes we just win. Oofa doofa. Okay, we don't win, but we hit some of the cards we wanted. We hit a Mutual Favor, a Shutdown, a Chesva, and a Maw. So the deck has 1 more Maw. It doesn't have another E Shutdown. If you want to respect Snare here, you don't touch, but I feel like our opponent is in a bad spot. They have to touch. Fuji doesn't kill. Oh, Pack Pro for 7. You never win with 6 in hand? Oh yeah, the most we can do is 6. Don't call event. No, we want to call event. It does more damage. The deck is on 25 events. Okay, so at least we can set this up. I would have broken this Saisantan. Edward didn't have money. All the money was in the Bravado. We're not going to discard anything. So we want the Spin Doctor. Move a card to HQ. If they're bravadoing, they don't think call event is always correct. The deck is on 25 events, and like the hand had at least an event, 2 events it seems. Yeah, we have no Charlotte, which we definitely want because we need to establish our economy a bit better. We're gonna get the Spin Doctor. The double Tattoo Bowl is really, really good. We'll bottom the Bacterial, and I don't think we want to draw that many of these cards. So I think it's just Tattoo Bowl, Spin Doctor that we want. So we'll add the Spin to hand, and then we'll just stack this deck. I don't know why we're on an enemy. I guess so they can be scared. Tattoo Bowl is money. Like, I'm assuming that run also exists so that they can maybe credit kiting a mob, but we've seen 2 credit kitings. Yeah, I know this deck. This deck is more than 50% events, so I just call event almost regardless of board state. Like, we got unlucky, though. Our event damage hit another event. And he's behind the data loop and repeat void data loop for the kill. Oh, like no res? Yeah, it is pretty cool. So we do Spin Doctor on the remote server. We might have to pop it sooner than later. Fine. Our money sucks. We're going to shuffle before we draw. Edward can run R&D. And whatever we'll put in the first, we'll just trade for Tattoo Bullet. We can res Thimble Rig, which is our good check here. We don't want to draw this Bacterial, I don't think, so we'll throw it out to clear our hand. Hey QHDZ, I want to get into Netrunner. Is there any video that goes into details about all mechanics and triggers? Yes. Well, sort of. Kind of. Null Signal Games on their website has a learn to play video. It's not bad. It has some errors in it, but they're corrected in the description, but it's definitely a start. I have on my channel a video which is a bit more complex. It's like 40 minutes, unfortunately, but it's called Netrunner Timing Structure, which explains like the basis of paid ability windows. I'm not going to play it because I'm going to watch an ad, but I can share that in the chat. But it goes through all the like basic paid ability windows on a turn and timing structures and stuff like that. So if you want to know, apparently it autoplayed. If you want to learn about that, that's there. I don't know if there's other good recommendations about all mechanics and triggers, like all text mechanics, like keywords and stuff like that. There's not that many keywords in this game. That's what I would recommend, maybe. I think watching live gameplay, so like tournaments, so like Null Signal Games streams, we have gameplay up on this channel. A bunch of other channels have gameplay up, like QTM and Neon Static. They have gameplay you can also watch as well. And watching like tournament play, so you can just see how people play. That's another nice way to make sure that you're not misunderstanding rules. Apparently it's autoplayed. I might have hit enter. What's really frustrating is I have YouTube Premium, but I have YouTube Premium on my personal account. And so if you have YouTube Premium, you don't watch ads. But on the Metropole Grid, I don't pay for YouTube Premium. So you got to watch ads, unfortunately. I was watching some tourneys before. Yeah, tournament play is a really nice way to get in. Going to GLC and ask for a tutor is the next best thing. Yeah, if you want to be taught in person or online on JNet, there's a Discord called the Green Level Clearance Discord. I think the URL is discord.gg/invite/GLC is my guess. But going in there and saying I'm a new player looking to sit down for my first Shinteki.net game, if you want to learn this online client, that's a really nice way to do it. Or find people in your local area. Hey, Court, went to my first Netrunner event this past weekend. Thanks to being directed for a local play group here. Thanks so much. I had a blast. Yo, where are you playing in? That's sick. That's really, really, really cool. Oh shit, we're gonna get shut down. That's not good for us. I'm glad you had a good time. Again, getting out and involved in organized play, the Netrunner community, like this game is sick, but honestly, the community is even better than this game, which is a really high like bar. So we just need to check the heap here. So there's no 2 E shutdowns. So Edward might have an E shutdown in hand. That would be the worst thing for us, is double E shutdown. But going out to organized play is just like such a, you realize why people do what they do. Hey TMKF, how's it going? I think I'm going to swap for the Sisonton. It's cheaper. We would have loved an infinite Tattoo Bola. But this eats all the revolver bullets. Replace Tattoo with your Sam. I think I'll replace with the Nazi because there's a 1 in 5 that the Sam gets hit. I'd rather have the Nazi. That's probably worth something. This is still 4 credits and half the bullets to get through with the revolver, which boosts to 4 into the 6. The gun is very taxed. Yeah, but it's Steve and it's going to be shut down. So like there might even be enough confidence to run back. If we hit the Anoetic Void, I don't think we mind. The send a message 1 in 5 is the worst case because our opponent's on game point and our ability hasn't fired. This deck is only on 2 revolvers, but it's the E shutdown I think is the worst thing for us. That card's really, really good. Take the mutual favor. What are you gonna get? Amakua? Second revolver? Oh, come on. That's bad. That's a 1 in 5 for us. That's really, really quite bad. Mutual favor. I don't know if it's going to be an Amakua. Technically, the Thimble Rig is a liability, but only for 1 turn. It's going to be hard to build Amakua counters otherwise. We do have a virus in this list, Wenjong? We do have 1. Shuffle before Mando. Yeah, 100%. I can't forget. I have too many tabs open. Cat's Cradle. Okay. So trying to deal with this magnet. We'll shuffle with the Spin Doctor before start a turn. So we need to put the back pro back in. And I think we either put the Lacosta, but I think I'm just going to put a hedge fund in. Do you drink at all? Like, I don't go to the bar, but I don't think a lot of people my age do around here. We own alcohol. I'll have maybe a beer a week. Maybe? Why are you asking? Like, if I go out for dinner and like there's wine, yeah, I'll have a glass of wine. But like, I don't go out drinking, if you know what I mean. I think I'm going to put the hedge fund. It might be the La Costa. Okay. Well, we don't have an agenda. No reason. All right, cool. We own alcohol. That's the thing is like, Turdock, how's it going? It's like we go out and if we're at the like alcohol store at the SAQ and we see like a nice bottle of alcohol, it's like local, it looks pretty. Well, like we'll get it and then it'll be on the shelf when we don't drink it. Like Maddie and I went to Edinburgh 2 years ago after Barcelona Worlds 2023 and we got a local gin. There was a nice gin to get and it's on the shelf. We haven't opened it. It's probably still good, but that's the sort of thing we like, oh, we aspirationally drink alcohol. Hype for Scotland? Yeah, quite. We need to push something. Oof. We can do install advance. We can do install anoetic. The problem is our money's not good. But we're so far behind somehow. We could do back pro anoetic. We can only fire anoetic once though. Now we can't even fire Issuaq on this, but scoring out this would be really good. Like we can in theory do double seamless into bacterial, but I think we probably advance once and then just click for credits. So that we can seamless to get Issuaq. Me, Issuaq do the thing we can't here. I would IA back pro. Yeah, if we were more aggressive, I would IA instead of whatever I did. Okay, this is a good turn for us. I especially play Netrunner. I was going to say the best top deck is Econ, and we found one. So, Cascade Revolver, you have to break the Tattoo Bola. I'm assuming there's a Boomerang in hand. Boomerang into Magnet into Anoetic works. So, this could be bad. I think IA is better instead. It looks like a Charlotte. Yes. In context, IA is actually probably not going to be contested. Yeah, I think it does look like a Charlotte, which is good for us. That being said, if a rogue trading comes down, whatever our game plan is, we don't deal with it. I think if our opponent, if they want to play around us, when we install advance, that's when you put down a rogue trading and then you create an interesting fork, which is do you score the agenda or do you give me 12 credits? And that's a really cool thing about rogue trading is like, I can't give them a 12 credit button. So I will have to take a turn off if I install advance. Like if we install advance, we wouldn't have popped it. But that is, we didn't know that. We still probably should have done the IA play. Nickdoor is going to come down sooner than later. Oof, do we res the Thimble Rig for 3 credits? I think we do. This puts us to 6. All right, now we have to swap a Thimble Rig with an Anansi. We just cannot let the shutdown go cheap. Rogue Shady is one of the best designed Tag Me cards. It's frustrating because it's really hard to use, but it's also kind of nice. I brew beer, but since I'm playing Netrunner, I don't drink much anymore, so brewing has lost its relevance. Sorry, Durdock. It's probably still a fun hobby, huh? Phil, how's it going? I want to say thank you for all the streams and VODs. Recently got System Gateway and been converting my friends to Netrunner. Hey, welcome to the game. Glad you've been enjoying the content. It's a really exciting time for sure right now. I imagine you understand that, but welcome to the game. That's sick. All right. We're bankrupt, but hey, Issuaq, remember to hit the trigger. Look at the top 7. So here we can arrange the next part of the game. Now Spin Doctor will shuffle. Charlotte does not do anything here. We have no agendas, so we know we're not going to win in the near future. So we have to plan out the future. Our opponents can Boomerang run HQ. It's going to cost them a Boomerang and 4 credits, and then we can get shut down. So we actually might be weak on Central. Charlotte does things, yeah, but not with a click left. With a click left, she does not. We still probably add her to hand. I'm not going to discard any cards. So we can move cards to HQ. So I want a Seamless. I want a Charlotte. All right, we have Spin Doctor coming up. Hedge Fund doesn't make sense immediately. We'll put, I think on the top of the deck, we'll bottom Anoetic. Oh yeah, Rashida does something. Yeah, you're right. Why am I not putting Rashida here? Hold on. Wait, we can redo this if we just like mess it up, right? I need to see the art. Ah, come on now. Facing Taggy Steve, how the trains have tabled. They have. Ren, how's it going? Yeah, we should jam a Rashida. I was going to jam a Spin Doctor. I don't know why. So done. We'll add the Rashida to hand, the Seamless, and the Charlotte. Done. Top of the deck is going to be Hedge Fund. And we're going to draw through all of them, so it doesn't really matter. We put Rashida in server 1. Unfortunately, we swapped the Tattoo Bola off, so that actually might have been wrong. Because our opponent can run this for 4 credits and we lose the Anoetic. Luckily, we have another Anoetic coming, so we don't mind too much, I don't think. Loop is for 2 Daniela and 3 Fuji, usually earlier than you wear now. Yeah, I can't believe we haven't seen a Fuji. Right, like the whole damage part of this deck just hasn't shown up. I used to make kombucha until I gave myself a mouth infection, painted the ceiling purple with a bottle popped. Yeah, that's a fair point to call it, I guess. Looking forward to Elevation and a format I'll hopefully have a better grasp on. Appreciate all the Arkham tangents. Thank you, FL. I'm meant to be recording our first Arkham content tomorrow. It might happen. Shout out to youtube.com/Velma's Diner. You have to spell it right. C.1. Yeah, this will have some content on in the near future. There's a turtle. It's turtling time. Arkham. Okay, so this is a fine place to run. Played all of Hemlock Vale this week. Great campaign. Yo, sick. I'll talk to you off stream about how your ending went. Hemlock's pretty cool. All right, so Thimblerig is the liability ice we have because Amakui can deal with it. So if we want to make this server harder to run, it comes at the cost of all the other servers. This is also going to put Amakua at probably 1 counter, which is not good. Actually, no, because Rashida has to get trashed. So what do we swap this with? I think the Magnet. Oh, wait, no, definitely not that. Wait a second. Not that. Gyrometric, and I play some Arkham. Just Anoetic. I don't want to pay for the Anoetic because our opponent can run back, and us spending 2 credits and 2 cards is really expensive. Please. Like, I'm okay with them trashing the Anoetic and the Rashida because they don't get an Amakua counter, and if that's the case, we're still gonna install Event Charlotte potentially next turn. Swap out Unres Tattoo Bola? Yeah, but then they can run R&D. Oh, we know the top of R&D. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, that's probably the best, right? If you put the Nancy there. They can't run back if you swap a Tattoo. Yeah, but if we spend 2 cards and 2 credits for Rashida, who's losing? Alex, how's it going? I think we do swap it with the Saisentan. Or sorry, with the Tattoo Bola, just for the future. Yeah, we can't res the Tattoo if we fire the Anoetic, that's true. Still +1 credit, +1 card. Yeah, but we can't res the Tattoo because we res the Anoetic. Or we use the Anoetic. Top of R&D is Anoetic, which they can trash. I forget the top of the R&D. I think Anoetic is the 4th card on R&D. I don't think it's the top. I think I put it on the 4th. I might be wrong. My deck was awful, but my partner was playing Cyclopean Hammer, so we aced it. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, so no Amakua counter. That's good. Other order? What? Did I do it wrong? Are you telling me I did it incorrectly? Fuck. Yeah, you're right. Other order. I mean, what can I do at this point? All right, so there's no server they can easily run. The cheapest is R&D, which we know it's on top of the R&D. Yeah, okay, we messed up the order. That's clearly here. Undo game. Yeah, undo 2 turns. I think we just vibe. Top of the deck is safe. We could double advance this, but it's like sus. In theory, our opponent could lose if this is an agenda. We could do Seamless Advance, not have enough credit. Just jam Charlotte. Yeah, they still have to get through this Magnet and trash Charlotte. At a minimum with Amakua, they can get in there and just touch cards. All the more reason for Back Bro to be rotated and gone. Yeah, that card is messed up. Turtle might have been a mistake. It's forcing me to play around it. It's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, so Amakua is not terrible. Like, it is the way that they deal with a Nazi, but at the end of the day, like, having a Kurapir would do more for their board state. Yeah. Yeah, but it's forcing me to play around, where I can't let the Thimble Rig on archives or stuff like that. So Sneak Door is not going to happen. They definitely need more MU, but Maw. Okay. Rogue Trading Fork is totally fine with Charlotte. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, a courier there would be better. We have no taxing barriers besides data loop, which is not very taxing. So it's not like our boat-tos are going to be a problem. So Charlotte, thimble rig, I think stays. We could swap the thimble rig with the Saisantan if we wanted to. I'm not too heads up whether that's something we want to do. Do we want the Saisantan on the outside? I don't think it changes much. It makes it harder to bounce with a bravado, so I think we do. Remove unhosted, yeah. Okay, sprint. So now we don't know the next card of the deck. No, we do. What's the next card of the deck? Anoetic? No, it's in our hand. So we could lose on R&D. There's no way around that. Is it a hedgy? Oh, it might just be a hedgy. So we have a spin doctor, so we're okay putting this here. If they run it, that's fine. I don't think we're resing this. Yeah, it's definitely not trashable. Throwing the subliminal seamless 2x events. As a runner, I always make up these extreme scenarios where I can lose, and then I lose by playing around them. Trad, I do that a lot of the time too. Where I paint, like, just to be clever to know how you lose, you state it, even if it's super convoluted. And then your opponents are like, credit, advance. You're like, oh shit. They do a reasonable thing. / peak 1. I don't know if that's a real thing or not. It might not be. All right, Edward has to make money. In terms of the power cards, we've seen 1 diversion, which we're pretty safe against that. We've seen no hot pursuits. That's probably what's bad for us. But the fact that like Tattoo Bola swings, like what we lose to is like hot pursuit into E shutdown. That's pretty bad for us, actually. Luckily, we can do Tattoo Bola to Tattoo Bola. So like they still have to figure out a way to deal with the Tattoo Bola first. Is the Kurapir in the bin? No, it just hasn't shown up. The deck has 1 more program in it. Is 1 Kurapir, and I think only 1 Amakua. Can we do a Twitch plays Pokemon before Netrunner? I think it'd be really fun. I just don't have the technology to set it up. And it's just gonna be a lot slower because you have like 4 clicks, and then like how do you res a Rashido or Anoetic at instant speed? It's very, very hard. You're pronouncing the F like a P on what? Worlds Finals 2015? Oh, on Hot Fursuit? Yeah, excuse me, sorry. Now I get it. I never said it once during the YouTube video because I feel like I'd have to explain the culture, and that was just, it's already a long video. That's all I'm saying. But we have something scary here. E-shutdown's pretty bad. You can do it with a red crim or something simple. Yep. Yeah, I think runner somehow is easier. Or we can build a corp deck as like system gateway type triggers, which there's nothing at immediate speed. Oh shit. Send it HQ. Please. They have to send this last click. I mean, I'm okay if we lose to this deck. So this is going to see 4 cards. We don't have a Tattoo Bola here. The call doesn't really matter, does it? But this is going to see 4 cards. We know one of them is safe. I noticed many bleeds, which is entertaining. I like did the bad cusses, and I was like, there's no way I can put the YouTube video bad cusses. I got called out because one time I like F-bombed, and then immediately I said shit after, and I didn't bleep that. And people were like, that's kind of funny. But there's like a series of curses I think it's acceptable for YouTube. No money for snare. Our snare's not even in the deck. It's in the bin. So we can't even snare. Can this even hit due to back pro? Yeah, we only know the next card. So our opponent's going to see 3 new cards. In theory, I don't want to do a swap here. So we could just lose. It's functionally a maker's eye. So first card's hedge fund, I think. Fuck. Good game. I feel like having an idea ability that does something, Wenjong. Hey, GG. Well played yourself. It's hard not playing Ag Infusion, huh? That felt bad. That feels really, really bad. Lol. Like, we didn't do anything. We just sat there. We like seamless launched out an agenda. I don't get it. I bought the technical review. It's the same as, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I was familiar with it. But this is like the Issuaq issues. Like, yeah, we were on 3 points, but like our opponent doesn't have to play around this. Maybe we didn't solve advance. They have to tilt, but we didn't have the money. Virtuoso Sable in your chat? Like on Discord, Wenjong? I totally forgot this was a thing. Like we could maybe slow down to play around it, but on this turn we can't. How many agendas were left in the deck? 6, if I'm not mistaken, in 18. So we're not unlikely to lose to the counter surveillance. The potential to win at 6 points felt so good. Imagine turning off every run event because you play Ag Confusion. Felt like very unorthodox game considering my ability to fire often. I had to force reses to get the econ denial I do work. Yeah, my money wasn't great. I was super worried you'd get into HQ and E shut down the Nancy, which is how I lose. So doof on last click isn't as bad. I was a bit unlucky not finding Charlotte's, which I would have greeted for a while. The pressure was good. I've been on bar weaponization plus Amani Sanaya Teya. Reasonable successes. I wouldn't know how to play against that. Was the game too defensive on our end? No, because if you don't go defensive against Steve Cambridge, you just have an open HQ and then they just play their events over and over again. We put our opponent in a really hard situation where like the only win that they have on this board state is to find the counter surveillance and fire it and hope. And they did have it. We got unlucky that it was a 1 in 5 on HQ. Like the send a message was sniped from HQ. That was the card we needed to potentially win. It was a 1 in 5, so that's unlikely that that works out as poorly for us. But you have to play defensively with Steve Cambridge. If you don't, Steve Cambridge fires HQ, he shuts down your Anansi, and you lose the game. Like if you don't have ice on HQ, you can't win against Steve. Yeah. That's really bad for me. Hey, neither, how's it going? We have 1 in 7 agendas and we just received 10 accesses. Happens. Yeah. The access 1 in 5 on HQ, like we lost to that functionally. That was really, really, really bad. It was a 1 in 5. If we had that, we'd be okay. So it's a bit unlucky. But like if this whiffs, our opponent doesn't have a lot of pressure. I just bottomed the revolver in favor of camping the remote with Kuru and Cradle. I think you get the Kuru instead of Amakua, but I think that's the maybe the last prey. And then you're good for programs for a bit. NDO instead of Charlotte? No, Charlotte's really, really good. The thing is, like, I don't know how often you install Advanced in Issuaq. You're more likely to install it with, like, because you have La Costa, right? Like, you don't always IAA. I guess with Issuaq, you do a bit more. 1 in 5 in HQ, and one of the agendas was bottomed in R&D? I think so. Yeah. But yeah, you have to play slow against Steve. I think if you overextend, you lose. I deep dive whiff, and then the runner got the 1 in 10 on my CI hand. Very funny moment. The only barrier size tattoos on my Kuru's computer. That's I have that and a 3 strength. So it's probably good. Yeah, I didn't even think about this card. Like whether we should have Thimble Rig swap for Tattoo Bullet, that's definitely an option, but we do that at the cost of the remote server. Theta loop puts me in big trouble, but I think that's most influence. Yeah, 2 loops. Thanks for the game. All right, Wenjong has sent us a deck. The thesis is build towards a siege engine with twinning and virtuoso to fake deep dive out of the blue faction. The theoretical perfect endgame is R&D mark. Built up twinning, run R&D, access 3 from R&D, 3 from HQ, easy victory. Meeting the minds, oh no, is almost exclusively chosen to tutor virtual resources. We got 9 because we do tend to hold backstitching and penumbral's in hand. So for the 50% of the game, I did play Meeting the Minds. I did get 2 to 4 credit rebate, but could use more testing. I should probably do JNet in portable format. All right, we can make this work. All right, let's figure out what this is. This is from Wenjong as well. This is a Sable deck that's playing Virtuoso. This might copy paste really poorly. We'll find out together. Give me 1 second. Meeting the Minds is actually being an econ card. There are some decks where that's the case. I've seen mostly as. So let's try this. Let's do new runner deck. If we copy paste this here, does it break? No, that works. It's 45 cards, 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 cards. And so I'm assuming we're Sable. I'm assuming we're Sable. Oh, Issuaq, excuse me. I haven't played Virtuoso in years. Okay, so 45 cards Sable. Sable, for those uninitiated. Beginning of return, we get a mark. We run the mark, we get a click back if we run it successfully, so that's good. Our events, we have Carpe Diem, No Surprise, Bravado, 2 inside jobs, a single meeting of the minds, so we can grab virtuals, and it looks like we have a lot of them, sometimes cheaply. We can grab connections too, that probably won't matter. We have a mutual favor and a sure gamble. Only 2 virtuosos. This card costs 4. But when your turn begins, we have a mark. We'll have a mark regardless. And the first time each turn we make a run on our mark, if it's not HQ, we breach HQ after the run. And if it is HQ, we see additional card. Now this is cool. It works with Amakua because you technically get 2 different breaches. So Amakua can get 2 counters. That's really fun. It forces them to ice up everything, which is nice, as much as they will for Amakua. If we look at our programs, we have 2 Amakua, 1 after image. So we have stealth credits. We have Penumbral Toolkit. So we're going to bypass some ice and just get wrecked by Anansi. We can just break it though. It costs us 2 stealth credits the same. We have a Chesva, Kurapira, no surprise. Now the resources, backstitching is virtual. So we can tutor this if we want to. We're going to look like a deep dive deck, but as soon as they see like Paladin Puemo and Fencer Fueno, and like, I don't think they're worried about deep dive too much. I don't know why we're on Fencer Fueno. I guess we can use these credits. We don't have Chesva, like we don't have Baya bands. We don't have any nice compilation. Like we don't have nice ways to use the Fueno credits. So weird. We have 2 info bounty, which is fine. Single miss bones for a meta. Paladin Puemo is great. Oh, we have boomerangs. Fueno's virtual for meeting. Yeah, but like you don't have to play 2 Fuenos to make meeting of minds better. I'd rather just play a diesel and call it a day. 3 Penumbral, which is also virtual, which is fun. You install this for free. Otherwise, it's just plus 2 credits, but they're stealth credits. 3 Classic and a single twinning. Feel like 2 Fueno should be 1 Taka. Yeah, I would probably play 2 Fueno, 1 Taka, and then like another inside job, I think. I don't think I like Fueno. I'll try it. But yeah, we could play more companions. We have 13 events though, so maybe actually Mystic doesn't go that hard. I wouldn't be surprised. I think 13 events might be too little. Sorry to ask. Oh, Monkey, they have your IRL card collection. Yeah, totally. Excuse me. I do not have a camera that is wide cam, so I'll just make one because it's the new computer. Thank you for reminding me. So I'm going to be a bit embarrassed here, I'll be honest, because my collection is a bit of a mess. Now, this is really strange because classically, I'm very good at keeping an organized collection and I take a lot of pride in it. I can show you other card games and my Taka's 2 influence, Paladins 3. I'm very good at organizing my cards. I like it a lot, and I take a lot of pride in it because I like finding my cards quickly when I deck build. Unfortunately, Taka's 3? No, Taka's cheap. Oh, Taka. Sorry, I was talking about Mystic. Taka is 3. Yeah, Mystic is 2. I was talking about Mystic, excuse me. Taka would make sense, though, because the deck plays stealth credits, so I don't know if you can make that work. Unfortunately, we're pretty close to rotation. And so when rotation comes up, I get a bit lazy. So my organization is not perfect. It's pretty good, but I just have pages which are just like random cards and alt arts I couldn't fit into the right slots. And I'm like, I'm going to fix this in a month. So I'm not going to worry about fixing it now. So it's a bit more messy than I think. I think there's 2 kinds of people when it comes to organizing your cards. There's box people and then there's binder people. Box people, they have a benefit because they can sort their cards in less space. Boxes just take up less space. The cheapest thing you can do is buy those BCW white card boxes. They're like $5 each locally for me, Canadian. Sometimes they cost more from people who pay too much on the internet, but classically that's what I do for like things I store in deep storage. So when I rotate cards from standard to the eternal card pool, they get organized in card boxes and they go under a bed or on top of a shelf somewhere because I don't need to use them that often. Cool. Now I'm a binder person. I generally store my standard and my startup cards in binders because I like looking through binders because I'm a visual person. So I like sorting through things and seeing what I can play. So I will go through the pages and be like, okay, I'll get inspiration when I see a card I haven't seen for a while. That is not something you can do with boxes all the time. I do want to shout out one quick tip is that if you're going to use boxes to store your cards, I heard this tip recently from Izzy. And what Izzy's been doing is that she's been putting her cards, a single playset of a card, so 3 copies of a card in one penny sleeve or like thicker sleeve, and then storing the storage in the boxes like that. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So instead of like going through every single card, you go through clumps of cards. So you don't have to go through like 3 copies of Meetings of the Mind. You do 1 finger and then you get through 1 copy of Meeting of the Minds. I think that's a really great idea, as much as penny sleeves add not that big of a cost. I think that's a great idea. I store cards in binders. These binders I bought many, many moons ago from Staples. Binders are more expensive now than they've ever been, I think. I'm surprised a binder's like $30. Back in the day, it wasn't that case. But I have 3 binders really awkwardly. One thing I would recommend if you're going to do binders, get D-ring binders. Notice how the ring is like a D, and that's because the cards go flat. If you get the O-ring binders, which are more common, sometimes the cards start to bow or the pages start to bow at certain sides. D-ring binders just sit better for this sort of thing, which is great. How I sort things is I sort things by type and by release date, which is a very Andre thing from my understanding. A lot of people don't do this, but I like the history. So the first page is all of the standard identities, and then anything that's not in standard or startup will be in a box in bulk storage. I do them by release. I technically also did it by startup first. So Architects of Tomorrow is not technically released after PD, but I got lazy. I will fix this. So I will do all the eternal things and then put like a little, I'll know where the break is. And then all the, sorry, not eternal things, all the startup things. And then I'll be like all a startup. And then the last ones will be like standard only. So it's a bit easier to go through the thing. The sort style helps a ton when you need to rotate. Yes, the sort style helps a heck of a lot when rotation happens. The problem about doing startup and then standard is that when startup rotates, you have to move all the cards around, and that sucks. Then it's, again, agendas. Every sleeve here, these are just like Ultra Pro, whatever. These are a bit, I wouldn't say grody, but these are old. Like I've used these sleeves for about 12 years. They're just like the Ultra Pro Platinum sleeve pages. And despite everyone's advice, I have been putting 6 cards in each pocket. So a full play set of 3 and a full play set of 3 on the back. These are not sleeved cards. These are raw cards. I've had no problems with this. I've seen no card damage. I would not put 6 sleeve cards in a sleeve because that is ridiculous. I do sometimes rip the sleeves off the sides here. Like the corners can rip a bit. That's fine. I just wouldn't shake this binder upside down because cards will come out. That shouldn't be a surprise. But I put 6 in a binder and then I double side them. It just takes up the least amount of space if you want to. Then again, similar idea, we all have assets. Anytime there's a full art of an asset or an alt art, whatever my favorite copy of it, I'll generally just replace it and then put the other version back in storage. Unless it's a card like Spin Doctor or any staple where you end up using more than 3, I'll just have like, I have so many Spin Doctors and I can choose which Spin Doctors I want. But that's largely how it works. So then we have the operations, then the ice, and so forth. Again, you get to ugly spaces where I just have extra cards hanging out because I couldn't be bothered by sorting, which I'll do again when Elevation comes out because a bunch of these cards go back to storage. I have breaks. They're color coded. So red hits Jinteki and the thing repeats. And then yellow is in this box or in this binder, excuse me. The problem is I wanted to have one corp binder and one runner binder, but the binders are just too thick at that point. You can get thicker binder than this. I think at that point they actually become unwieldy. So I have one runner binder, one corp binder, and then a mix binder, unfortunately. The runner binder actually can fit every runner faction, so it's no different. It starts with IDs. I have some really nice identities, and then it goes events, and then hardware, and so on and so forth. Same idea. That's cool. And then I have one weird binder, which is neutral and Wayland. They just have their own binder. This binder I already had. It's not a D-ring binder, so it's worse. Oh no, this is a D-ring, so this is fine. But it has all the Wayland cards, and then after a break, it's all the neutral corp cards, and then neutral runner cards, and then mini faction stuff at the back. Not the great system. I would love it if I just had all of the corp and all the runner in one binder, because the problem with this is anytime you build a corp deck, you need 2 binders. Anytime you build a runner deck, you need 2 binders because you're going to inherently use neutral cards. That's an issue. There's a small chance that with Elevation coming out, there'll be less cards in the format, so I can just put everything in 2 binders, which I would like, but there's just too many things to put them in just 2 binders the way I see it. If you do boxes, so be it, but I think that's the big thing of how I do things, is that I like to look through this to be like, oh yeah, Trojan horse is the thing, and I'm a visual kind of person, so I appreciate it being like a catalog more than anything else. And these cards are not alphabetical, these are all the events, but they are by release date, which I like tracking. I remember cards as they come out in order they come out, and I think it tells you something about the game. I do not do alphabetical. Some people do alphabetical. It's up to you. If you're somebody who like builds on Netrunner DB and just wants to build their cards quickly, if you ask me get Trojan horse, I know where it is in the binder. I could even tell you it's in the top left corner because I know that sort of thing for some reason. Why not use smaller 0.5 inch binders, 1 per faction? You could. More expensive. You just have to buy more binders. You want to see my Marvel Champions? Because that's what I did for Marvel Champions, and I spent a bunch more money. I did this more modernly, but for Marvel Champions, I have 1 binder per faction, and it's a color-coded binder, and it's really quite nice. It's very, very, very pretty. Blue Moose Spotted? Yeah, it's technically still in standard, sort of. It's just banned. Box faction type alphabetical sorting, and binders get tedious to me. I do this for most things, so... So Arkham Horror is no different. The binders are smaller, so I have 1 per faction. This says Rogue on it. And it's the same sort of idea. For Arkham Horror, it's slightly different, but you have all the identities. Then you have all the assets, all of the events, all the allies. Allies get their own page because I think they are unique enough as much as they are assets. And then on the back, it repeats. except now it's all the assets that are XP, all the events that are XP, on so on and so forth. Notably as well, if 2 cards come out of the same card, I will put them next to each other, not unnaturally, even if they didn't come out together. And specifically for things like Rogue, I will have a page that is all weapons, because I think those are worth shouting out on their own as opposed to mixing them with the assets. Guardian has that too. Survivor doesn't, because there's just not enough weapons. That's how I choose to do it. I think it's really easy. This doesn't take up that much space compared to a box. It does take up more space than a box on average, because like this is the whole Netrunner collection, as opposed to it being like one BCW box. These are more easy, and when I deck build, I can drop this on the table and use it as a tome. I could technically deck build with like 2 hands like this. You can do that with boxes, but you gotta store your boxes somewhere, I guess. I don't know. Since it's in a box and it's faction and type, I can pick up every single card in a single faction group and quickly thumb through them. Yeah, I could see that. Lost Audio, is this still back? Seems okay. If you're bringing sleeved cards with you to events locals, do you bring them in like a deck box or something else? Like if I bring a deck? Yes. So the deck boxes I've been using recently are not accessible. These are deck boxes. Notice how beat up this is. These were cardboard deck boxes. You'd get these as prize support back in FFG days. So this deck box is circa 2015. So it's an old deck box, and this perfectly fits. This is technically doesn't have a deck in it. It'll fit a corp deck and a runner deck in it, some extra sleeves, and this is what I'll bring. Now this is cardboard, so it's not fantastic. Like it does get beaten up, so you have to be a bit careful about it. But I like these boxes because they perfectly fit 2 decks, and I don't have to bring 2 separate deck boxes. And it also holds like the rule timing structure charts and stuff like that. And then I bring my token separate. I would love NSG to reprint these. I know they tried at some point, and it turns out these were very expensive. But these used to come out in like every G&K kit, and you'd collect them. I have a whole bunch of them. These are really, really cool. Very, very cheap too. It's just cardboard. But otherwise, I have like some nice Game Genic stuff, but generally for single decks, which doesn't make a lot of sense for Netrunner. I don't want to bring 2 deck boxes. I used to do binders, but having to reorder and sort things was adding new cards. Got to be a major pain, and I switched to long boxes. I'll be honest, that's my favorite part. My favorite part about Netrunner is when there's a rotation or a new set comes out and I have to sit down with my binder and some music and a nice cup of coffee and just organize the binder. I'll be very honest. I own card games just so I can organize them. Playing them is secondary. This channel is secondary. I just like organizing things. It's just like a satisfying thing to its own. So I'm like really into it. I'm really excited for organizing the cards because I know my Netrunner binders are like embarrassingly messy compared to what they should be. I like your binders better than my drawer. I just throw all my cards in one big drawer. It's that hard to find stuff you need. Sometimes you can use a gadget to find stuff you like. Yeah, that is the thing too. It's like one of the hardest things, and I'm going to run into this the more we do table play here, is like having your cards be accessible and easy to build decks is a really big pain. If you need to build constantly, like have sleeve decks, and specifically also I have to be careful that I don't use too many altars on this table. So I'm probably going to have a system where I have basically, I need to make sure I only have one sleeve deck at a time, because one of the hardest things to do in Netrunner is try and build a deck, and then you're missing a card, and then you realize that card is in a different deck you have. So I have to have some sort of workflow where anytime that I build a deck, I have to undo the other deck, just to make sure my collection is as complete as it is. Hey, Tarenda, how's it going? For organizing, it do be very fun. It's just really fun. I like organizing stuff for sure. This seems very neurotypical. Yeah, technically, I did a little test, and that was one of the questions, and it was like, okay, all right. You should show people exclamation mark collection. Oh, the thrown into the box thing. Oh man. Time to have an altered binder. I'm not big in the altered binder thing. I know people have altered binders and they bring them to events and trade and stuff like that. And I just haven't done that since I was like, I guess Pokemon when I was a kid. I don't know. So it's not a thing that I'm interested in having the extra binder. I have an altered box, like one of these, that just has like the altered from the community in it that I try to bring to events and give them out to people. They're not all from me, they're from communities. I do have a box like this, that has Chaos Theory on it, or a Smoke. I think it has Smoke on it. The Game Genic Academic 133 is perfect for Netrunner decks and tokens. Yeah, Cameron, it seems really nice. And I think that was the deck box that I would probably use if I was playing Flesh and Blood, because it's a good side for that. I just don't like the academic branding. Like, I'm sorry to the professor, I just don't want to rep his brand like that. But the academic is like a really well thought out deck box for sure. I think they do make it without the professor's branding on it. Someone kindly just gave me a binder since they didn't have room after moving. Binders are cool. Binders are really, really good. They have stealth versions. Yeah, so I've heard. If it holds 2 decks, that might be worth something. Game Genic products, for what they're worth, are like, oh, you want to see some good you want to really go to the organization? Okay, you want to get into ridiculous quality? Let's get into ridiculous territory. Let's get some ridiculous. Sup, you play Lord of the Rings? This is a Lord of the Rings box. It was bought on Etsy. This was I believe a Christmas present. It might have been an anniversary present from my partner. The writing on the side technically is like a translation. One of them says like Stewart of Nana, which is the local cat. She turns 8 tomorrow. I forget what the other one says, but they're all like kind of cat jokes. This is a Lord of the Rings box. This is gonna get messy real fast. All the tokens in little boxes. Organization is fun. All the rule sheets, so you have them if you need them. And then everything organized really nice with binders. This is kind of incredible. There's a lot of Lord of the Rings. This is not sleeved, but this is functionally everything in a box. You don't need to do this. Is it beautiful? Yes. Does its existence make me happy? Very much so. And so Maddie and I are going through the sagas, so I just grab cards from here and we're good to go. This thing is gorgeous. We had to build it ourselves. Not that hard, but like definitely on one extreme of it. Very, very extreme. Catching stream at the end of my lunch break. SRN, how's it been? These things also are perfect because they fit exactly in Calyx cubes, which is nice. I think that's one of my biggest issues with the BCW boxes. And unfortunately, the other solution is like the $70 cardboard boxes sold by Team Covenant, which they're very pretty, but I don't like what the BCW boxes look like. So here's some extremes. This is the other cool thing. So these are the Game Genic dungeons. I bought one of these many years ago. This just becomes a dice tray, which is nice if you need that. But this holds exactly everything for Hemlock Vale currently. So if I want to play Hemlock Vale, I bought these dividers from Game Genic. It has all the counter sets color-coded by vibes, and then all of the scenarios, they're in here. It has the Chaos Bag that fits in here, some connection icons. The tokens, mind you, these all have nice drawers. These are really, really cool. So this drawer holds all of the tokens, so Curse, Bless, Frost, and that dial if you need it. And then this token holds Lita Chandler, specifically she's down there as a joke, and every single Chaos token. Then to keep things simple, on the back, as much as we do have fancy tokens for this sort of thing, oh yeah, we do. We have like the Clue and Orbit's Clue and Doom tokens. And then what solves so many headaches is this tray just has a whole bunch of different color small D10s, or sorry, D6s, of course. I think these are 10 millimeters, so 1 centimeter. And that means besides your deck, this is all you need to play Hemlock. And it's super nice to just drop on the table and you're good to go as like a mobile station. You can't really hold 2 campaigns in one of these because there's just not enough space. So whatever campaign we're playing actively, I'll just put in this box and then bring this out and we're good to go. Organization is just fun. This stuff gets expensive. I like my bulk boxes, need more cards to put in them. They are pricey though. Yeah, that's the problem. The bulk boxes, especially for shipping to Canada, it's really, really, really expensive. I don't think it makes sense. Strips of foam core to make 3 columns in IKEA Palra to emulate the BCW 3-column box. We have this for Dominion. What's the IKEA Palra? I'm going to IKEA tonight, actually. I'm really excited. Oh, cool. These mini chests. So the peak final form, if you ask me, is that you get to go out and you get to get, what are they called? Library. What are those things called with the drawers? Library, drawer. It has a name. Yeah, this. You need to go out on Etsy or you need to go antiquing and spend like $3,000 on one of these. This is like the dream to have one of these somewhere and you can organize it for cards. Oh my God. Oh my God. One day we'll get here for sure. But like having the full set of these library catalog drawers, that's what they're called, catalog drawers. This is so incredible if this can get done. These go for a lot of money because there's a lot of woodworking because these are generally old. And so they're built quite well to last for a lifetime. Our friend Benoit had one of these basically built into one of the rooms of his house and he just used it for like miniatures and stuff. And it's like so damn good. But I would just lose it if I could have a system like this somewhere to organize card games and stuff. Aren't these used for medicine historically? I know them from libraries for holding like card catalogs. That's generally what they're used for, which is the system for like booking books and sorting books. BCW 6-drawer card catalog? Yeah, I know what that is. It's a bit different. We need an alternate of cataloger, but just with Andre with a big smile sorting cards. Like, it's obviously different for card games. This comes in board games too, but one of the big issues I have when it comes to getting something to the table is like, how easy is it to get to the table? Like I realize games like Lord of the Rings come to the table a lot more easily if it's organized. And if we want to play, we can play in 2 minutes. As opposed to like the problem with playing physical Gloomhaven, as much as I have a Gloomhaven organizer, is if I want to set it up, it takes 25 minutes, which means we just don't play a lot of Gloomhaven, no surprise. And so the games that I care about, I'll spend a bit of money to put an organizer into it, and then no surprise, the game sees more play. And I think it's definitely worth it. Like you have to interface with the thing. Man, imagine this. Again, these are super expensive. Andre Alter would be the greatest, but I have the best on Mean Ladies cataloger. Yeah, that was at Worlds this year. Those are really cool. Anywho, that's my organization. I don't think you need to do binders because you have to buy binders, you have to buy sheets. Mind you, some of the binders come with sheets in them as much as you can take them out. I think those are fine too. I have a couple Gamegenic ones I use for Marvel Champions. They're in another room. But yeah, I can't imagine playing full Gloomhaven. I only play Jaws. Jaws comes with a nice enough organizer for what it's worth. I know people make extra Jaws organizers, but the original Jaws organizer is totally fine for me. Especially because you don't have the map pieces. You put the board on the table. Appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, of course. Other people do different things. Some people do alphabetical. Some people put consoles separate than hardware. There's a lot of ways to do it. I just do it by release, by type, and I find that the easiest way to go through things. I'm new to card games. Binders seem like a effing nightmare. How? Give me the white shoebox any day. Yep, I think for a lot of people, the shoebox thing like is just the easiest thing to do. It's a lot cheaper as well. But I do like looking at the things, so it's a bit different. I don't like doing that card thing. No judgment. No, it's cool. It's cool. I get it. I like my binders. All right, we were playing this apparently. What time is it? It's 4. Okay, we'll do 1 game for Wenjong. Yeah, binders to store alt arts. I think I've seen a lot more people do that because they want to physically look at the cards. We'll do runner. Sorry, it's a mess back there. I'm not going to fix that before the stream's over. Cause pretty. Well, she is in the shaper page under resources. I find it easier to pull out cards from a binder than a stack. Yes, me too. And I feel like every time I manipulate with them, I'm going to like damage the edges for some reason. I don't know why that is. Gotta go have a good stream. Catch you on the VOD. Thank you, SRN. Enjoy the rest of the day, huh? The way Jaws was originally packed in some board game alchemy, I opened that box and could never close it fully. I've worked hard on getting it back there. I think you get it after a while, but it does feel like some parts of it, you're just pushing things together. Time to work on those Arkham overlays. Jeff, you have no idea how much work it's been already. I need to finish it tonight, but we have to go to IKEA because we're getting a drive from my sister and we don't have a car anymore. I'm going to be up late. We'll figure it out. Hey. Played a really good game against Experimental. It's in the video that went up on the channel. Best of luck. Have fun. Playing ASA again. So last time we played against Experimental, they were on ASA with Holloman and MCA Austerity. The issue is people might be playing Punitive, so that's not great. We have Fencer Fueno, which is not bad. We have Bravado, which is not bad, but we have Meetings of Mind, which I don't really want to play here. In theory, it only costs 2 credits. I have a friend who doesn't play Arkham anymore because he sleeved everything, but cannot be bothered to sleeve the new campaign, so he can't play anymore. Oof, yeah. That's not great. All right, our opponent mulligan, which means his hand looks a bit better. The best card in our hand is Bravado into Fencer Fueno. We can get a free run with Sable, which is nice. Like this hand's on the cusp of key. I think Mutual Favor for Amaku is going to be good enough. We'll keep this. I don't think last time we played against Experimental, we saw Hagen, but you have to respect Hagen. Jeff, did you change your decks for the league? What's the meeting target? We have 1 class act, but we also have, sorry, not class act. Wow. We have 1, the twinning, but we also can get a companion depending on what we need. But the twinning is the one of. Hagen's not that big a deal since it eats E-Shutdown. Trashes our Amakua. Go. Bro's a gatekeeper, I don't care. Hey, Eric, how's the cruise? Ahoy from the Bahamas. I'm assuming this is a Tranquility? Rashida. So what's this? Spin Doctor? Wage workers. I don't think we want to trash that. If it gets rezzed, it's not that great. Archives is the mark. Oh, that's terrible. We could have got a better mark for sure. I think we just do Fencer Class Act. All right, so another Class Act is probably not it. We got to miss Bones, so the Fencer's going to look really silly. I did change my decks, though. Runner side barely. Okay, so we're now playing World Tree, huh? All right, so this wasn't rezzed. Could be an MIC. It looks like this board state's pretty similar, so I think we can just do Miss Bones Bravado. And we can... Can't. Oh, no. So I guess we're doing credit bravado. That's fine. All good. I still think the missed bones is definitely worth it. This wasn't Red's last turn. John, I'm doing well. How you doing? No further. Okay. Very good. So we could Carpe Diem this wage workers. It's not incredibly important. Let's run HQ first clicklessly. There's definitely an agenda in here, and we'll be able to steal an Ikoa. Okay, so for that, we're going to deal with the server too. Now, running last click into this is actually not very good because it could be a drafter. Cruise is great, trying to find a good balance between parents and kid happiness. All right, we did the order here bad. All right, as soon as I played that run event, I'm like, there's a chance this is bad. So Rashida's an archives to HQ. She's going to hit the table again. Yeah, no worries. Oh, we had a Carpe Diem. We could have played that too. It's fine. It's a bit of a mess. I think we could have gone slower here and not fired this drafter. I think the drafter risk was actually a bit worse. We probably should just mutual favored for an Amakua. So we're going to get the wage breakers, but at a pretty big cost. So Rashida gets installed in server 1. We have no clicks left. Yeah, the click for credit messed the turn up. I don't want to face check last click. And then I don't understand this. So Rashida got added from archives. Oh, then there's Asa. Okay. Tranquility home grid. So this is Tranquility Rashida. That's really, really bad. Yeah, the Corp is really happy here. We messed this up. So we'll use the fencer. So now it's Rashida into Trank, which is very explosive. Yeah, this is very, very bad. We just, if we should have, I think we should have Carpe Diem'd HQ to get the credits. Like we clicked for credit while we had a Carpe Diem. Like so much of that turn was very, 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 very fundamentally incorrect. And that's going to snowball. Psyched to get out Scotland. Yeah, me too. So let's see if something goes into server 2 into a fully op. Again, server 1 also has a, we're assuming a Trank in it. Oh, that was such a bad turn from us. It's embarrassing. Okay. Credit. So we know there's a, what's it called in hand. We're pretty sure this is, it could be an MIC or a Brawn, but if experimental res is that, we're relatively happy. Carpe Diem's HQ. If it's a gatekeeper, there's a lot of cards in hand. I would like the gatekeeper to be resed here. So I think we can just Carpe Diem, and depending if the run's successful or not, if we can mutual favor for an Amaku and start farming. Yeah, they're definitely holding the fully operational. So server 3 could be another Rashida. Let's just force a res. I don't think I care about the consequences of this. It almost feels strange being from the UK that's in Scotland. I'm so used to Worlds being the thing that happens abroad. It's about time that the UK gets like a Worlds. And I was like surprised to see as well that there was only like one mega city in the UK. Like it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. Okay, drafters firing. Wage workers got added from archives to HQ, and a card will be installed on top of the Tranquility. It's pretty good. Now they're on 4 credits, so they can still res server 1, but we found 2 drafters so far. What's our killer? Probably a revolver? After image, right. Ablative, okay. So we got our clicks. We can mutual favor for an Amakua, but it won't do much here. I think we're losing so badly. No, we're not that bad. I'd rather deal with the Trank over anything. If they res here, we can deal with server 3. Rashida, okay. Trank, okay. Like our opponent doesn't have that much going on for them. Have you changed my stream settings? It looks crisp. It might look better. This is streaming from the new computer, and I'm convinced it actually looks better as much as the settings should be the same. All right, so there's another Rashida in server 3. So we can mutual favor for a Kurapira to run server 3, or we can mutual favor for an Amakua and say you can get a Rashida here. Our districts are the size of megacities, and our megacities are the size of cons. So it's a weird spot. We'll probably take a different approach next year. We probably should draw once because we might draw the Amakua. That's interesting. Penumbral we can install for free, but we don't really need a 4 credit stealth button. I think the Cradle means we can deal with gatekeepers, but I don't think we care about that. I think we'll just now mutual favor for an Amakua. I think an aggressive line would be to get the Kurapira down and like deal with server 1, or sorry, server 3. Apparently it's not. Might just be an agenda then if it's being protected. So they have to go off here on fully up. Yeah, that's good. This is a good bounce back for them. 9 creds is a lot. All right, so we have to respect Hagen. R&D is the mark. We'll draw once for a dirty laundry, I guess. Okay. Silver One Ice looks like Hagen or Brand, so maybe Kurapir is better. I don't know. We get free touches with Amakua, which is pretty good for us. And our killer's after image, so we can't really deal with the drafter that well besides Amakua. So I think one of these is the powers that be, and I think there's an agenda in server 3. So we probably should run this, so we can bounce R&D, run this. I think we'll go for the inside job sooner than the boomerang. So let's go for a touch. We'll check what this is, and then we'll go serve one of these servers. Fully up off the top, that sucks. If you resume a virus here, we're happy. I'm assuming this is the powers that be or an agenda. An agenda would be kind of surprising, but resing the blade if there seems like this is important. Yeah, it is an off-world office. Okay, so I think there's a powers that be on the table. Maybe another Rashida. If we face check this, there's a chance that we just get owned by a Hagen. That's not great. So we could let these go and just charge Amakua up to 3. We could face check this and assume that this is not a Hagen. We haven't seen a Hagen in a bit. But these cards are not that important in theory. It's just because of the fully op. But because of the fully op, we probably should contest one of these. I think we inside job server too. And it's because we know there's a fully op coming up. Kind of feel I prefer the UK approach. There's so many megacities in the US, but really want one big event for everyone to show up to. I don't know. I don't know how big North American megacities actually are since their date. Wage workers. Okay, so that makes sense. I don't think we saw Seamless in hand. I don't think we keep the missed bones around for a shuffle effect. We can face check last click. I think we're doing okay. We'll just draw. Okay. Because my video fell behind, it was no longer live. Oh, sorry, Hexnet. I wonder if the stream does just look better. It might. So fully ops in hand. It's just a Nico, okay. You have something big to show up to called Continentals. Yeah, but Continentals, like, maybe it's not in America. It's a lot harder for people to show up. I don't know. I don't think it's viable for NA to have one big event for everyone to show up to. Yeah, the UK is, like, not only much smaller, but much better connected. Like, America does trains technically and only technically. Archives is the mark. That's really good. Okay. We run archives, run server 2. MON twinning time, you think? We can't afford that? Yeah, F it. Virtual. Twinning. Choose any number of virtual resources for free. Perfect value. Yeah, you're right, it is free. That's so goofy. I don't think the click was worth it though. I'd rather run server 3. Where's the Virtuoso? So we either run server 3 or we install Paladin. Sorry, server 2. It's a big event to show up in NA. It's called New Jersey NANPC. I think it's April 12th. The powers. Okay, we don't have to deal with that, but we're here. Again, we know that there's a fully op in hand, so trashing stuff is pretty good for us. There were 5 nationals last year and that was fine. 8 feels like a bit of a stretch. 8 seems like a lot. I think 8 is more than I think, but it's weird to argue against, you know, approachability. But yeah, 8 is like, there's 6 this year? Okay, that's really good. So they'll purge at some point. Dealing with the Nico would be good. We need money here. We don't have money. I don't think we have enough money in the deck. We don't have enough money in the deck. So Nico is a bit too late. The big event to show up at NA is Z-Bag's house. Suburban Wasteland 2025. Pretty hype. Like, what are we doing with this twinning? Installing it? And using it? Fully ops in hand. Did we see a Seamless? No, we didn't see a Seamless. But the deck is on Seamless, I think. Like, we're going to see a Purge next turn, so I think we just set up and take an off-tempo turn. There's definitely an agenda in hand. I don't think we can afford to check for 2 credits, though. Penumbral makes it a bit cheaper, though. We could run HQ, Paladin and run HQ. Penumbral, yeah. Actually, this last click is a bit cursed because of a virus, but at least we'll get a Sable click back. Oh, we can't steal MCA, which is not good. Worth. Okay. That was really good, right? We got 2 credits and then a penumbral. Would your Dream Runner never install cards? No, cards are cool. I like cards. You think I don't like installing cards? I like installing cards. I like installing 3 cards. My breaker, my pressure console, and a cool resource, and then I just play events. All right. This is ugly. We can face check server 1 to force a res. I don't think we're set up well to do that. Fencer Fueno is going to have issues. What do we do with Fencer Fueno? Like, do we install the twinning and just play control here? We might. Fencer Fueno. We can use these during runs. Okay. So Fencer Fueno, if we can't spend her credits, she is going to be an issue. Paladin Puemo, we're pretty behind. We could draw, but I don't know what we play. Archives is the mark. Fueno credit should have been spent on turn 2? What? You're yelling at me? Why? I'm just having fun. I used the Fencer Fueno credits on turn 2. You don't have to yell at me. I'm just out here playing with my Anarch friends. I think we just installed twinning and chill. We had bones. We did use it. Anytime that we used, there's no turn where we access it. We didn't use Fencer Fueno that turn. I think we can keep Fenner around. Happy 800th. Thanks, Pat. This is the 800th video on the channel. We're not going to use this. Am I going to pay 1 for Fueno? You know what? There's a chance I don't. There's a chance we don't keep Fueno around. Force all central res and we only have 1 counter to use Fencer for server 3. Yeah, I know. Not great. I'm not paying for Fueno. I need money. I need actual liquidity. Sail away into the deep sea, Fencer Fueno. We went to the Biodome this weekend and they had sawtooth shark horn. Real talk, nature's unbelievable. You ever seen one of these things? Just the horn? Like it's the size of a person and it's just covered in spikes. Like how is this a real thing? The thing has a brand. Just absurd. They put a chainsaw on an animal and they're like, yeah, go swim, little friend. This will cause no issues. Maybe that's the problem. Fencer Fueno doesn't have enough spikes. Is that Digimon? What about that other prehistoric shark that has a buzzsaw on its nose? It's pretty cool. It has to spin though, like, because the blade doesn't. No bueno. All right, so it's Tranquility in the remote server. So Fencer Fueno is left. We can no longer trash cards out of respect. Our job is to get our after image, which is somewhere in the bottom of the stack. Luckily, our opponent is not doing anything quickly. We're not worried about this because unless it's a seamless, it's not really an agenda. So we're okay just to install a card a turn and play really, really sleepy Netrunner. Once we get down... Why? Why are these the cards we have? This is the issue where you play too many copies of these cards to do the meeting of the minds thing. That's the best card. So let's see what they do here. We don't need to show backstitching. We can keep it as a surprise. Let's see if there's seamless into server 3. Luckily, we've got 2 off-world offices. So like, I don't know what the tempo 4-2 they're playing is. They're drawing. That's really good. We know there's a fully op in hand. So they're looking for another copy of Powers That Be. Fencing Swordsmanship wants a narrow blade to pierce guards, but I won't deny the spikes have a certain X factor to them. You think it's like epee versus foil versus the one that's a baseball bat? How many casts would you run if it was unlimited per deck? 2. It's not great. You don't want to draw a cast that. Like, it depends on the speed of the game. Standard, maybe 2. They stock back stitching though, did they? Oh yeah, we showed it to them. Okay, so server 4, this is a hollow min, this is a Powers That Be, so we probably have to interact on this turn. Right? So we have to deal with the Hollowman or we lose. The powers that be we also lose, but we probably have to deal with the Hollowman. We're assuming it's a Hollowman. So R&D is the mark. That sucks. They probably have an agenda in hand, but there's an agenda in server 3. So if we inside job this, we'll have no credits, but we can use Penumbral to trash Hollowman. Let's draw once. I can't tell which is better. There's a chance that Penumbral is actually better because it's just a sure gamble from running HQ. F it. Show me a Managarm and I'll show you something I'll double click through. It's funny to have a sure gamble that you can install with like Paladin Puemo and it's still not great. But we have to trash Hollowman. That's how we like score a 4-2 and do something on tempo. It's a shame that we can't deal with the powers, but there's a chance if we deal with the Hollowman. Okay. So they've gone through 25 cards. There's an agenda in server 3-2 in hand. So we're going to see 2 here. No. 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 All right. We can't play this. We didn't make a successful run. We did get an Amakua counter. So that's kind of cool. How scared must we be from Hagen? Can Hagen frighten us? Can we face check server 4? Yes, maybe they won't res thinking that we have a powers, thinking that they have a safe powers, and then well, they'll probably res because of Amakua. I think we're not too worried if it's a Hagen here. It's a magnet, fantastic. Yeah, I think we're at the point where Hagen can't hurt us. I think you're right. Fortunately, we don't get an install here, so we'll just draw. Feel like we could have drawn sooner. My favorite card in this deck is Virtuoso. It's just really good and cheap and easy to put down. Just easy 4 credits. Just as easy 4 credits here that will interact with board state favorably. Poor Fueno could have trashed a Crisium. Yeah, we could have used Penumbral on it, mind you. Like, this is a Fueno that you get for 1 click. It has 4 credits on it. Penumbral is Fueno wishes it was Penumbral. Fueno should have been stealth. That would have 1 weird interaction. I wonder how like naturally it came up to make the rogue have stealth credits. Whether that was like on day 1 or eventually someone from NSG was like, hey, I have a cool idea. All right, so they res server 4. That doesn't tell us it's something super valuable, but it does tell us that they don't want us to get Amakua counters, which can't be a surprise. We also need to shuffle our deck because I do think we put our thing on the bottom. Okay, so now it's Hollowman into an agenda into maybe one of these is the powers, and we lose to that. Okay, that's a fully up we knew. Drawing last click is a bit sketch, so they might not. Okay, they did. So they're assuming that makes their hand better. Okay. So R&D is the mark. We can install backstretching and Carpe Diem, and just to give a little Forcarino. That's fine. I think that's fine. We in theory could run, but we're only gonna pop the backstitching if this is like terrible for us. But this is a nice little safety valve. And it gives us a twinning charge and it's free. Point of being stealth to support exactly that one awful criminal multi-axis. Yeah, now you're talking, Spark. Give us a Moo Safecracker. So the issue is you have to res anyways, right? On the basis that otherwise we get Amakua and it's clickless. But you also need to be able to score out your Hollowman. And Hollowman is expensive. Oh, that's bad for us. At least we get through this though. Okay, we have a cheap server. What's the text on toolkit? Use it during runs. That's it. So powers that be is coming into the root of server 1. So we have to deal with that because we think it's an agenda. We think there's powers that be, Nico, agenda, Hollowman, question mark. Maybe a second powers is my guess, or wage workers. So we have a read. This gives us a click back, so we might as well spend a credit. I think at once tutor twinning, we always prioritize feeding twinning every turn. Yeah, probably. F it. We're behind. Actually, maybe not. We need stealth credits because we're playing on I'm gonna see 2 cards here. MIC, Vitruvius, okay. Maybe we should have seen 1 because we build Amakua counters. 6-axis Virtuoso is how we close the game. Yeah, actually maybe. But like they're gonna get cards out of hand now. So MIC is on top. We know this is the powers that we want to deal with. We know this is the agenda. We know they had a Managarm in hand. So this might be Managarm agenda. This could be Hollowman. This could be Hollowman. This is powers. I think dealing with powers is the best, but if they wage workers a 4-2, how bad is it for us? We could just do Chesva and farm R&D and say, you can fire your turn. That's probably fine. There might be a virus on the table, so that would make this a bit of a foolish play. Anybody know where I put my fermental autotypes? I had them on my table. Jai, check your chair. So this deck has a virus. Actually, this line's not fantastic. I think this is maybe a bit rough. I go full gotcha mode. You know how we're playing. We're on game point. We're so close to gotcha mode at this point. The problem is the board state can shift pretty aggressively backwards. Now we know there was a gatekeeper in hand, which could be any of these cards. I think we have to draw here. Did you trash them for credits? Trash what, Calypso? Oh, fermenters. Yes, yes, yes. I'll draw. I don't like this. Oh, daily cast. Yeah, that turn was awful. Cat's Cradle gives us an option to deal with the magnets. Pretty expensive. Daily cast gives us money, which we need. We don't break drafters that easily, gatekeepers that easily. So I think we actually do take the casts here. Were they corn? All right, so this is going to be a tempo turn for experimental. Luckily, because he stole the off-worlds, there's a big chance you actually end up spending like 9 to 10 credits scoring out of 4-2. Okay, MIC on R&D. Oh, maybe we should have got Amaku at a 3. Maybe we half-assed that turn. Like we either had to commit to Amaku or not. And now that we'd shuffled away the Cat's Cradle, wait, we're playing this bad. We're doing a bad job playing. We shouldn't have played bad. We should have played good. Penumbral on backstitching on HQ would be good here. Okay, so that agenda's been on the table for a while. It's on top of a Managarm. We're pretty sure there's a gatekeeper here, but we won't be able to beat it. HQ is the mark, thinking. Okay, so we run HQ, we don't get a click back. We can get him through backstitching. We can see 2 cards. We can install a Penumbral for free. If we get Virtuoso, it also doesn't trigger. Chrysium's going to eat it. So if we run R&D, we're assuming it's an MIC. If it's a Brawn, we win. So let's just run. I think 4 is a wage workers. Oh, we win here, don't we? Unless it's an Aqua. So if we triple click Brawn, they could purge before we break Makua into ablative. But then if they res a Managarm, we have 5 credits. If it's an Iqua, we can't steal it. So we can spend our whole turn betting it's not the Iqua. Now that agenda's been in the server for a long time, so it might not be the Iqua. But we're pretty sure this is going to force another 2 credits out of our friend's pocket here. I think I'm going to go for it. So this loses to Iqua. No need to be the farm this far ahead. I think we can push it though. Yeah, I think we can push it. Maybe if it was a 3-2, they would have scored out. It's hard to tell. They've been respecting us on Central, so maybe they enjoy the click here. If they purge them a virus, we're happy. I'm not going to use a counter yet. We are the farm. So we'll see a Managarm res, and then if it's an Iqua, we don't have the click. That's not great. We can still trash the Managarm though. And we're getting the daily cast in. Yeah, of course. So, if they're thinking, that means that... I don't know what this means, honestly, if they're thinking. We are the farm who knocks. Because if it's a Managarm and they res it, they're on 7. And then we can still steal the agenda. We've already broken, so it's not like it's a virus. Yeah, but they would have res a virus before that ablative. So if they res here, we can still just pay 5. Oh, no. It is the Iqua, okay. So we've seen the Iqua. It is the Managarm, so they're not resing. So next turn, they have a wage workers on the table. They can spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, res 7. So trashing the Tranquility is actually important here. I'm going to keep the Penumbral. And the reason why we trash the Tranquility is that if they res wage workers and fire and score out, they don't have a bounce back. Is there a button to count the extra accesses from Virtuoso like it was done for Reyna? No, I can set it up so we do. Unfortunately, I don't have it now because I have to export it from After Effects and bring it in. But I will set it up for the future that we can build any button we want. Oh, Penumbral Field Twinning. Oh, that was cool. Yeah, we could have had twinning with Penumbral. That's probably right. It's still expensive. But now our Rashida is not going to hit a Tranquility. So it was Holloman and Servitude. We called that. We called Holloman. We know as a powers. So that's a card. Still 1 credit though. And it's an Ikua, which is not like Tempo. And fully op 1 got shuffled back. I didn't check the Spin Doctor. It was in the pile of 5 of cards. Oh, sorry, Aksu. Yeah, it was in pile 5. So face down from archives? Cat, how's it going? You doing well? I'm doing well. We had a lot of news today. This is our, like, a game we're playing today, which has been fun. So they can't res HQ. It was a Trank from archives. Oh, thank you. Tranquility, Home Grid, and then a Server 3. So assuming that's a Rashida, could be anything from hand. With Holloman next turn, they can't really threaten to score out. So we can see a couple cards from R&D. So we can install Daily Cast for 1. We can run R&D. They can't res this card. We've seen 2 ablatives. It could be the 3rd, but whatever. So I think we just do draw, Daily Cast, run. Mark is R&D, which is fantastic. Worlds. Yeah, super hype. Definitely a cool choice. No, nice try. Yeah, we definitely could have got another 20 axis here. Oh, we didn't even install the Daily Cast. Yeah, we shouldn't. Excuse me. We had Chesva coming in. We definitely shouldn't have installed the Daily Cast. I'll say 2 here. We could trash this for 1 credit. Is this a better draw than anything else? It's a pretty good draw for them, honestly. It's not fully up though, so whatever. We need money. Okay. Virtuoso was sick. Wenjong. Very, very good. Very cheap. Very good effect. Works on Chrysium. Thanks for the game. Just good Virtuoso triggers. I'm playing aggro though. I'm not playing control. What do you want me to do with this? Play aggro, play control? I can't tell. Like, you want to run all the time, but you also want me to install a 4-cost console. Like, just touching card and crims works. Play reg? What do you mean? While in grip, every second card you access will be off-world office. It's just like, we don't have the money to install this. Like, how much money's left in the deck? Literally, how much money's left in the deck? A Daily Cast. Okay, every single sure gamble. Don't worry about that. And then we could have fired some info bounties, maybe. Info bounty would have been pretty good. What if we played credit kiting? Now we're talking. I'd credit kiting at the Virtuoso. Credit kiting at the Virtuoso actually makes some sense because it's multi-access that's not a resource, right? That's kind of cool that it's a multi-access that's not a resource. Shout out to Zoe Cohen on the Virtuoso art. Zoe Cohen's another one of the artists that like did a lot of old NSG stuff, but is still doing modern stuff. I like Virtuoso a lot. All right, we've been streaming for 4 hours and a half. I still have a lot of work today, so I think we're gonna call it there. What does Gang Sign do? This card was maybe banned, definitely restricted at some point. It's a non-unique virtual you install for 1. It says when the corp scores an agenda, you can breach HQ. So it works with HQ multi-access. So you can just install 3 Gang Signs, install your Hermes, and just say score out. Silly. And then you just eat their board state. Very, very, very powerful. We play credit kiting. Hear me out. What if we played a console that hits a card from HQ off any server? It has 2 MU and it's orange. Ooh. Feel sad I never got to play with Gang Sign. So the only cool thing about Gang Sign is like obviously one of the best support pieces for like the Flood archetype, which there's technically like 1 or 2 cards like this still in the card pool, but forcing the corporation to draw cards makes a lot of sense when you're on Gang Sign. Gang Sign also gives you Amakua counters, which is a bit cursed. Have a good one. Thank you. I want to give a huge thank you to all these names here and more. Hopefully this works. Again, we're on the new computer, so the setup is slightly different. I think it does look maybe a bit better. That's nice. But we're supported on Patreon from names like these. Oh, we had 2 Patreons. Sorry, I don't have the names up from last week. I need to shout out the names. Give me 1 second. I don't have this all the time, but all these names here and more on our Daily Cast patrons help support the Métropole Grid so we can put time into recording the videos, live streaming, editing, motion graphics, the studio stuff, all this sort of stuff that happens. Shout out to Brennan and to George for joining on the Daily Cast here. Incredibly appreciated. Thank you so much. Thanks, Brennan. Thanks for supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel by just leaving a like on the video, mind you, this video is the 800th video up on this channel. We've been doing this for a while. It's been a lot of fun, I'll be honest. And it's obviously even more exciting than it's ever been with Elevation coming out, and we're getting scoops and stuff like that. So hopefully you've been having a good time being excited for Netrunner. Again, we went through a lot of news earlier on this stream when it comes to the World Championship being announced and seeing a couple cards from Elevation. Just a ton of fun. If you want to support the channel unfinancially, in a non-financial way, you can always put a like on the stream. That helps. Happy 800. Thank you. Tuned in just in time to see my username in the credits. Yeah, Crank. Thanks for supporting the channel. How was the event this weekend? I know you TO'd an event out in Wisconsin. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for dropping by. We'll be back on Thursday. We should have an in-person paper stream hopefully next week, if I'm not mistaken, if all things go well. I think the setup has been looking pretty okay. Oh, that works. Yeah. Gonna hopefully do some recording tomorrow. Mind you, we did some other stuff on the weekend. Eternal Super Leaguers on Sunday. We did a 4-hour stream if you want to watch some Marvel Champions up on the Crash Space, where we tried the in-person play studio. Looked good. Had some glare issues, but otherwise looked pretty good. Cars are a bit washed out. Looks pretty good. So it's busy. ESL, I'll be doing the stream on this Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we'll be back on a Thursday stream. A knife deck one, although it was the Masterwork chicken build. Take that, Yeti. That's pretty sick. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thanks, Queen. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for streaming, Brennan, again. Thanks once more. We'll be back. My pleasure. A long time coming. Cheers. See y'all in a bit.